let's not talk about Nick Fury's preparations to visit China. Chen Mu returned to his studio and briefly learned about the production of armor. The gold titanium alloy material, which was enough to produce hundreds of sets of armor, had been mostly used up by now. Nearly 80 sets of Kirin armor have been stored in the warehouse. These armors have not been painted yet. Because of the gold titanium alloy material, these Kirin armors are all bright gold in color. Without being painted, their color is all rich gold. High-strength aviation materials make these armors incomparably strong. In terms of strength alone, they are no less than Tony Stark's Mark III. Because the industrial park does not have a license to produce weapons, these armors are simply power systems and shells, but there is space reserved for all the weapons. When the manufacture of these Kirin armors began, Chen Mu handed over the information of the supporting weapons to the bureau chief. So while these armors were being produced, China's military factories were also intensively producing corresponding weapon systems. And because of the huge industrial system of China, these weapons have been produced in sufficient quantities and have been delivered to the industrial park early on. As soon as the armor is produced, the corresponding staff will install the weapons on it. Therefore, at this moment, these nearly 80 sets of armor are all equipped with super firepower and are genuine Kirin armor. It should take less than 2 days for all the armor to be produced, right? Chen Mu took some time to come to the production workshop. Looking at these powerful armors, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. The first batch of 100 sets of armor will be distributed to the 4 armed forces, 30 sets each for the Navy, Army, and Air Force, and 10 sets for the Rocket Force. The weapons of these armors have also been adaptively changed to their respective combat environments, allowing them to better play their own advantages in the corresponding environment. A young staff member nearby explained to Chen Mu. This staff member is a very young Chinese scientist named Zhang Xian. He is less than 30 years old, but is already a doctoral student at a top university in the country, majoring in weapons research and development. Therefore, I had the opportunity to be transferred to Huaqiangbei Industrial Park to produce and assemble the Kirin armor, as well as learn the technology and principles. The staff of Chen Mu's industrial park are basically arranged by the bureau chief. Naturally, there are many people like Zhang Xian who belong to the Chinese government or the military. Chen Mu did not hide his technology. All the technologies of the Kirin armor, even the technology of the miniaturized arc reactor, were directly open to him. Anyone with the corresponding qualifications can have access to these black technologies. Not to mention anything else, this park has also installed a complete set of large-scale arc reactors. This is the technology provided by Chen Mu. The reactor serves as the heart of the entire park, providing the entire park with a steady supply of clean energy. This was originally going to be done by Tony Stark in the future, when the Avengers storyline began, but now, Chen Mu has done it 4 years earlier and promoted it directly in China. Let arc energy, a nearly unlimited clean energy, come out ahead of time so that it can truly benefit mankind. Because it is so easy to use, China has already sent a large number of scientists to observe and learn from it, and has also installed and debugged the arc reactor in various provinces according to the region. In order to enable the Chinese people to enjoy the convenience brought by technology as soon as possible. Once every province has installed this type of reactor, energy issues will no longer be a constraint for China, and the Chinese people will become the first group of people on Earth to enjoy free energy. This is the difference between China and America. When Hu Guo obtained advanced technology, he did not give priority to its military value, but instead considered how to transform it into civilian use for the benefit of ordinary people. In Marvel's original timeline, even though Tony Stark successfully converted the energy of the arc reactor into civilian use and obtained endless energy, the people on Earth did not use this energy. Instead, Stark Industries became a giant in the international energy industry. Simply put, Stark Industries changed its direction and began selling energy, and arc energy became its tool for making money. It is claimed to be an endless source of clean energy, but it has only become a tool for Stark Industries to make money. America has not promoted it vigorously, and the price of their energy remains the same, without any change at all. Of course, Chen Mu had no reason to criticize others. After all, Stark Industries had spent countless financial and material resources to upgrade the reactor to be able to extract energy. He had to make back the research costs at least, right? It was not as simple as Chen Mu's. After touching it, he obtained this black technology through the system and upgraded it. For Chen Mu, there is no cost at all, which is why Chen Mu can hand over various technologies to the military without blinking an eye. It has no cost, it's just something you picked up casually, so why would you be reluctant to give it to someone else? Therefore, the current situation is that Chen Mu directly handed over the technology of the arc reactor to Hu Guo, and Hu Guo didn't think about using this cheap energy to seek benefits internationally. Secretly spread it and promote it for the well-being of ordinary people in Hu Guo. China will naturally not make a big fuss about these things, but will be carrying them out silently. Perhaps it will have to wait until these reactors officially start running, and this plan that is enough to change the whole world will be made public. But now, this super project is being promoted in a low-key manner. How can I put it? He is indeed an infrastructure maniac. The battle armor of each army will use its own unique painting. Zhang Xian continued with excitement. The classic white, green, and blue color scheme, the Navy's white, the Army's green, and the Air Force's blue. As for the Rocket Force, it is deep black. Zhang Xian seemed very excited and felt proud of the greatly improved military strength of his country. After tomorrow, the armor will basically be delivered. Although there are only 100 sets of Kylan armor at present, the deterrent power is not low. Hearing this, Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. To be honest, the Marvel world is very dangerous. In this universe, there are a large number of alien civilizations, which are invisible threats to the Earth. Not to mention anything else, in the near future, Thanos will go to Earth to grab the Infinity Stones, snap his fingers, and randomly send away half of all life in the universe. Chen Mu didn't dare to gamble, nor did he want to gamble. Chen Mu, who had always had bad luck, was not willing to believe that he would be the half that survived. Even though he knew that the Avengers would find a way to rescue that half of the people in the future, Chen Mu didn't want to place his hopes on these people. Another thing is, even if I am lucky and avoid this 50% probability, what about my family? What about your parents? Reborn in the Marvel world, Chen Mu met his parents again. Chen Mu, who originally felt guilty towards them, had already sworn in his heart that he would never let them be in danger no matter what. Therefore, the best solution is to confront them directly and defeat them with one's strength. Thanos, you are very powerful, right? You can defeat 10 or 100 Iron Men, but what about 10,000? What about 8 million Chinese soldiers wearing iron armor and with a fearless spirit standing directly in front of you? All fear actually stems from insufficient firepower, and the way to cure fear is, of course, to make yourself stronger. This is a disease passed down from the ancestors of the Chinese people, the fear of insufficient firepower. After following Zhang Xian to check out the production status of the Kirin armor, Chen Mu was about to return to his studio, but Su Jiao also came back at this time and brought Chen Mu a piece of news. The chief wants me to come over. Chen Mu looked at Su Jiao strangely, seeming a little weird. If you have anything to say, just tell me on the phone. Although it is 2008 now, the internet is actually very developed. In particular, Chen Mu today, based on Jarvis, has developed the Hongmeng system, a technological breakthrough that has enabled China's technology in network interconnection to advance by leaps and bounds. Since the director is usually so busy, wouldn't it be enough to just have a video conference? Is there anything that requires you to go there in person? I'm not sure, it seems like someone wants to see you. Su Jia also shook her head in some surprise. She was just conveying a message and was not too clear about the specific situation. Let's go, there's nothing else to do anyway. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, almost time for lunch. The director wanted to see him at this time, so he might as well go over and have dinner with him. Let's go. It will probably take half an hour to fly there, right? So, Chen Mu prepared to go over and see who wanted to see him. After saying that, both of them equipped themselves with battle armor and flew towards the military area where the bureau chief was. Half an hour later, the two landed at the target location, and the bureau chief was already waiting for them on the 3rd floor of the military district cafeteria. Although the food in the army is not as fancy as the food outside, it still tastes pretty good. When they arrived at the private room, the director was already waiting there. After seeing Chen Mu and the others, he spoke with a smile on his face. Next to him, there were two people who surprised Chen Mu. A one-eyed boiled egg is the current director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, and a heroic woman, Commander Hill. Of course, judging by Chen Mu's standard oriental aesthetics, Hill doesn't seem to be very pretty except for her hot body. In terms of appearance alone, she is not as good as his bodyguard and secretary Su Jia. Of course, there is nothing to complain about her figure. Who is this? Although Chen Mu knew Nick Fury's identity, he still asked as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't know the other person. Sit down first. The director nodded and motioned Chen Mu to sit down. It is good. The battlesuit panel opened, and Chen Mu walked out of it. He sat down on the chair carelessly, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. It was almost dinner time now, and Chen Mu was a little hungry, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. But I have to say, this dish is really amazing, it's delicious. These two are high-ranking officials from the United Nations Security Council and the Department of Homeland Defense. This is Director Nick Fury, and this is Commander Hill. The director smiled at Chen Mu's casual attitude and started to introduce him. The Homeland Defense Bureau is a special force under the United Nations Security Council that is used to handle various bizarre incidents. It aims to maintain peace in various countries and handle some bizarre incidents that ordinary armies cannot handle. The Marvel world is not like Chen Mu's original world. This world is not peaceful. From time to time, some strange supernatural events will occur. At this time, there is naturally a need for corresponding organizations to deal with these things. SHIELD is an organization under the United Nations Security Council that specifically handles these matters, maintaining world peace. The corners of Chen Mu's mouth rose slightly, he almost believed it. An organization under the United Nations. Chen Mu stroked his chin, looked at Nick Fury curiously, and asked, so, this land bureau works for the United Nations? Chen Mu was deeply skeptical about this. In the movie, everything SHIELD does seems to be working for the United States, right? How can we tell that SHIELD is working for the United Nations? Oh, I forgot, the United Nations seems to be a puppet of the West. The United Nations, which is dominated by the West, has never fulfilled its responsibilities. This is no wonder. SHIELD is clearly under the United Nations, so how come it has become a private organization of the United States? The United Nations is originally a puppet of the United States, so isn't its organization roughly equivalent to the American organization? That's right. Our Homeland Defense Bureau has always been committed to stabilizing the peace of all countries and protecting the world in secret. After hearing Chen Mu's words, Nick Fury nodded and said seriously, "Anyway, you can just flatter yourself, so just say it directly. Oh, so you can speak Chinese." Chen Mu was not surprised at all that Nick Fury could speak Chinese. After all, he was the king of agents, so it was reasonable for him to know a few foreign languages, not to mention Chinese, one of the official languages of the United Nations. This is just the basics. Nick Fury said calmly, "Being familiar with the languages of different countries will enable us to better deal with problems in different regions, which will be of great help in maintaining world peace." Good guy, he never forgets to brag, and didn't he notice Commander Hill on the side? His face looked a little unnatural. It seems that the director is worthy of being the director, and Commander Hill is still a little short of his mark. Tisk, tisk, so noble. Chen Mu was amazed. Although he said that, he still ate his own food. He would never believe your words? Responsible for resolving regional disputes around the world, I guess your intelligence department should be very powerful, right? Chen Mu was a little curious and continued to ask, "I just don't know, how does intelligence capability compare to the FBI and CIA in the United States? Our department's intelligence covers the entire world, and our intelligence capabilities are much stronger than those of a single country." At this time Commander Hill said something, but Nick Fury frowned and signaled him to shut up immediately. "So, it's Commissioner Nick Fury who wants to see me." Chen Mu curled his lips, ignored their little movements, looked at Nick Fury, and asked bluntly, "Mr. Chen Mu, I heard that you gave the Kirin armor you made to your country's military for use." Seeing this, Nick Fury didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Why, can your Department of Homeland Defense manage other countries' weapons procurement?" Chen Mu was amazed. Didn't he see that the director's face looked a little bad? "Do you, S.H.I.E.L.D., have such wide-ranging responsibilities?" "No, you misunderstood." Nick Fury was a little embarrassed by Chen Mu's question, but he still explained calmly, "We don't mean that. Your country purchases weapons and equipment, and our Homeland Defense Bureau has no right to stop it. This is your country's freedom. However, we also hope to purchase the Kirin armor, obtain its blueprints, and obtain authorization to independently produce the Kirin armor. After all, as an organization that maintains world peace, our members often face various dangers. If we can have the help of the Kirin armor, the danger can be reduced." This is Nick Fury's purpose. He also wants to obtain the Kirin armor by purchasing it. Purchase the Kirin armor and all its information? You must be daydreaming. Your face is really big. Maintaining world peace. Chen Mu curled his lips, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. To put it bluntly, SHIELD is just a loyal dog of America. If you hand over the Kirin armor to them, do you believe that it will fall into the hands of America the next day? Therefore, it is definitely impossible to sell the Kirin armor to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, I refuse. Chen Mu looked at Nick Fury with disdain. Regardless of whether you are really doing this, Chen Mu is absolutely unwilling to hand the armor to the other party. Besides, Chen Mu is very clear about the current SHIELD. It is more appropriate to call it SHIELD. The current SHIELD is full of holes and has long been completely infiltrated by Hydra. Giving you the armor is just giving this thing to Hydra, isn't it? This Nazi organization left over from World War II would only bring disaster to the world if it were kept. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to leave the armor to them? Besides, my armor will only be used by my country's army, so you should just give up on this idea. Chen Mu glanced at Nick Fury indifferently and rejected him directly without mercy. "Mr. Chen Mu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Just because of narrow national sentiment, you actually ignore the whole world." After being rejected, Nick Fury's expression did not change at all. Perhaps he had expected this, but he just spoke tit for tat with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He was ready to use justice to morally blackmail Chen Mu. Haha, what a great one for the whole world. At this time, the director, who had been unhappy for a long time, laughed sarcastically, looked at Nick Fury with an unhappy face, slammed the table fiercely, and continued, "As far as I know, you seem to have never done anything like this in these years. Perhaps it's because of Hydra, or perhaps it's because of American agents like Nick Fury, but in any case, SHIELD has only taken money and done nothing over the years. Every year, it cries for funds from the Security Council, but has never done anything for the Security Council. Anyway, the chief knows very well that what they call maintaining world peace is pure nonsense. Believe it or not, as long as we have a clear conscience, that's all that matters." Nick Fury said this with a nonchalant and shameless look on his face. What a clear conscience. Chen Mu sneered and continued. "You keep saying you want to maintain world peace, but how come America has been waging wars all over the world in recent years, and you haven't appeared anywhere? Or are you secretly helping America do these things? After all, they are just loyal dogs of America, and with the Hydra Nazis full of warmongers within their ranks, do you still expect them to really get anything done? Let's not talk about the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Gulf War and the Afghanistan War in recent years. The United States has created chaos all over the world. Why haven't I heard of your contribution? How dare you talk about maintaining world peace? It's absolutely ridiculous. As for the Korean and Vietnam wars you mentioned, the National Defense Agency had not yet been established at that time, so naturally there was no intervention. Nick Fury easily threw the blame away. After all, SHIELD was established after World War II, but at that time, it seemed to be just an American organization. It was naturally impossible for it to help other countries. Maybe they were secretly instigating the situation. This is no wonder. This is an organization established by the Americans themselves. They shamelessly sent themselves to the United Nations and said that they wanted to become an organization under the United Nations. Isn't it for the membership fees? Since it nominally belongs to the United Nations, it can naturally obtain massive amounts of resources from the United Nations every year, which is much more than the salary it gets from the United States alone. As for the Gulf War and the Afghanistan War you mentioned, Nick Fury said calmly, America is doing the right thing and fighting against terrorist organizations. Iraq is harboring chemical weapons of mass destruction, and Afghanistan is terroristically attacking the United States. This is just America seeking an explanation for its own people. Hehe. Chen Mu couldn't help laughing and asked, weapons of mass destruction, do you mean laundry detergent? Also, regardless of whether the 911 incident was true or not, with such powerful intelligence from SHIELD, why didn't you prevent it in advance? Come to think of it, it seems that you are also responsible for this war. Nick Fury's far-fetched explanation made Chen Mu couldn't help laughing. The United States launched the invasion war just for the other side's resources. Under the banner of justice, it caused countless killings in these countries. Haven't the US military done enough to massacre civilians? Speaking of terrorist organizations, who is the real terrorist organization? I recorded everything you said just now. Let's take a look at it later and see how ridiculous your face is now. Chen Mu threw Xiao Mu's phone on the table, looked at Nick Fury with disdain, and asked curiously, but then again, wasn't it Tony Stark from your country who first made the Iron Man suit? Why didn't you go to him to ask for the suit? Why did you come all the way to China? What? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Private property is inviolable. Stark's Iron Man suit is his private property. If he doesn't want to give it to us, we have no right to force him to give it to us. Nick Fury said calmly, America is a country that respects personal property and follows freedom, so we will not force Tony Stark. So you came to me. Chen Mu sneered and asked, so you can violate my private property at will? Or is it that your so-called freedom and protection of private property only apply to your own people, and it doesn't matter to people from other countries? Aren't you guys the same type of double-standard people? When you authorize the armor to Genfo, it is no longer your private property. Since you can give it to the Chinese government, why can't you authorize it to other organizations? Nick Fury continued to argue, Mr. Chen Mu, for the sake of world peace and for all mankind, I hope you can consider the overall situation and hand over the armor to us. Haha, I won't. Chen Mu sneered, looked at Nick Fury with disdain, and said, I'm putting this out there, you Land Bureau, don't even think about getting a set of armor from me. Do you still want to morally blackmail yourself like this? Just wait and see whether I pay attention to you or not.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
I didn't expect Mr. Chen Mu to speak of me like this. By then, Nick Fury looked at Chen Mu deeply, not knowing what he was thinking. He stood up and prepared to leave. Haha, as for maintaining world peace, go tell Tony Stark about it. Chen Mu sneered, not bothering to stand up, and said directly, goodbye. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression did not change at all, and he turned and left. Commander, what exactly do you think the military is thinking? After Nick Fury and Hill left, Chen Mu couldn't help but look at the director next to him and asked with a frown. Alas, the organization is not monolithic. The director sighed, motioned Sujia to sit down, and said, the United Nations wants to use the battle armor issue to put pressure on us. Because of Iron Man Tony Stark, the whole world has seen the power of the battle armor. When they learned that our army would be equipped with this weapon, trouble naturally arose. After all, this world is dominated by the West. It is indeed difficult for China to survive and develop in the cracks. Just like this incident, although European and American countries are not sure whether China will really equip the Kirin armor, nor do they know how the Kirin armor compares to Iron Man, they would rather believe it than not, and are also denouncing and pressuring China internationally in an attempt to make China abandon this plan. Oh. After saying that, the director slammed the table fiercely and said angrily, the West is still determined to destroy us, how can we do as they wish? What made the chief most angry was that there were actually people within the organization who were willing to compromise. Under pressure, a few officials actually proposed that the military refuse to accept the Kylin armor for the sake of peaceful development. This is just ridiculous. That's how Nick Fury was able to meet Chen Mu, because someone was the one who made the connection, and even the bureau chief couldn't refuse. The first batch of Kylin armor is almost finished, right? The director looked at Chen Mu, calmed down, and started asking. In another day, all the armor will be able to be produced. Chen Mu nodded. He just happened to understand this, so he was very sure about it. That's good. The director finally breathed a sigh of relief and became more cheerful. He continued, "This is what our military means. The armor doesn't need to be delivered to us first." "Why?" Chen Mu frowned, feeling a little strange. "We plan to first establish another military organization, independent of the military." The director signaled Chen Mu to calm down and explained, "We have long been dissatisfied with the Homeland Security Defense Agency under the Security Council. We have invested tens of billions of dollars every year, but it has never been effective. So we plan to use this part of the funds to re-establish a similar organization. It's called the Spear Bureau. It's independent of the military. Its purpose is the same as Nick Fury's Homeland Security Defense Agency, but it only handles all matters related to our country. SHIELD? But it's true that it's a waste to give billions of dollars of funds to SHIELD every year. It would be better to set up an organization of our own and use it for our own people." Chen Mu, who had long been dissatisfied with SHIELD, couldn't help but have his eyes brightened up after hearing what the director said. This was in line with Chen Mu's thoughts. When facing alien invasions in the future, the SHIE Bureau can just confront them head-on. What is there to be afraid of? The Divine Spear Bureau is the sharpest spear to deal with the enemy. To establish the Shenmao Bureau, we plan to mobilize elites from various armies, with an initial size of 10,000 people. This batch of Kylin battle armor will be provided to the Shenmao Bureau on a limited basis to open up the situation. The director smiled. Actually, this was a decision he had no choice but to make. Without resolving China's internal problems, the promotion of war armor to the entire army would be a long way off. Instead of doing this, it would be better to directly establish a military organization, just like SHIELD. In this way, no one can stop the development of SHIELD. Those who are selected to join the Shenmao Bureau must go through multiple rounds of selection. Those who have any ideological problems will not have a chance to enter at all. My goodness, if you want to join the SHIELD Bureau, you must first go through a political review. Those who have mental burdens will not be accepted. In other words, those who can enter the Shenmao Bureau are pure nationalists and are willing to sacrifice for the rejuvenation of China. In fact, there are a lot of such people in the army, so it is not difficult to gather 10,000 people. Therefore, the first step is to arm the soldiers selected for the Spear of God Bureau, and then gradually expand it to the entire army when there is an opportunity in the future. Simply put, the Spear of God Bureau is a pilot organization for new equipment. Once the people across the country see how powerful the Spear of God Bureau is and build up enough self-confidence, it will be a simple matter to promote the armor throughout the army. Anyway, the most important thing now is to make the entire China regain its confidence and make certain people in the organization stop compromising with external forces. Damn, they waited until China was about to equip itself with powerful weapons before rushing over to stop us. Why didn't the defense agency rush over to stop America from equipping itself with high-tech weapons? It's really unlucky. At this time, Su Jie took off his armor and sat down at the table. He couldn't help but swear, which made Chen Mu next to him look sideways. Good girl, she is worthy of being the rose in the army, she can swear at will. Ahem, what are you looking at? Perhaps realizing that something was wrong, Su Jie's pretty face turned red. She couldn't help but glare at Chen Mu and asked unhappily. Su Jie had been in charge of vigilance before, so she did not take off her armor. Wearing the Kirin armor and standing aside, she could also put pressure on Nick Fury and the other man. Not to mention anything else, if Nick Fury did something bad to Chen Mu and the bureau chief, she could subdue the two of them in the first place. Nothing. I was thinking about how to develop the Shenli Bureau after it is established. Chen Mu touched his nose and explained. That's why I wanted to see you this time. The director looked at Chen Mu and said seriously, the Shenmao Bureau officially intends to hire you as a technical consultant. You can provide some technical support for the Shenmao Bureau, including the Kylin battle armor and subsequent improved models. Does this count as becoming a civil servant? Chen Mu touched his chin and asked curiously. If you say so, then that's it. Director Chen Mu paused for a moment, looking somewhat speechless, and continued, you should have met Zhang Xian. He will be the first director of the Shenmao Bureau. Yung Hian? Oh, I remember now. Chen Mu nodded, thinking of the researcher he met in the park not long ago. Unexpectedly, he was actually the first director recognized by the bureau chief. Don't underestimate him. Zhang Xian is very talented in scientific research, but he is also very good in the field of diplomacy. Although Zhang Xian was only 30 years old, he had his own unique insights in diplomacy, held 5 doctoral degrees, and could speak more than 10 languages. He was a well-deserved genius. The director smiled and explained, originally, Zhang Xian would be trained to become a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and would have a great career in diplomacy in the future. I didn't expect that your Kylin armor technology would fascinate him and he applied to study in the park. Now, the establishment of the Shenmao Bureau requires this talent to take on the important task. The most important thing is that the first director must have a clean background and cannot be someone from the current political system of China. He needs to be an independent and free person. Coincidentally, Zhang Xian is such a person. The establishment of the Shenmao Bureau has been put on the agenda. After some brief discussions with the bureau chief, Chen Mu and Su Jie returned to the park. After returning to the park, Chen Mu never saw Zhang Xian again. Now that he has been given other more important responsibilities, he naturally has no time to continue staying in the park for his hobbies, studying armor, and learning these technologies. This time, there were quite a few researchers and soldiers leaving the park. It was obvious that these people had undergone very strict screening from the very beginning. I'm afraid that this time he leaves, he will directly become a member of the SHIELD. Therefore, it is very likely that the establishment of the SHIE agency had been planned long ago, and Nick Fury's visit this time was just an opportunity. It seems that the military, represented by the chief and other soldiers, has long been dissatisfied with SHIELD. Even if Chen Mu had not appeared, the Shenmao Bureau would have been established, but Chen Mu's appearance only accelerated the process. The Spear Bureau is being established. Will you join it? Returning to his office, Chen Mu looked at Sujia curiously and asked, "My job is to be the general manager of Xiaomo Technology until Xiaomo Technology is no longer needed." Sujia said calmly, "Besides, you will also be a very important person in the Shenmao Bureau from now on. The technical consultant also needs a bodyguard. Without the instructions from my superiors, I will always be your bodyguard." "What do you mean until I don't need it?" Chen Mu was a little curious, but he didn't continue to dwell on this issue. "But then again, our entire country has to pay Nick Fury and his department billions of dollars every year." Chen Mu was still somewhat curious about this. "Humph, these shameless guys claim to be an organization under the United Nations, but in fact they have never contributed to the United Nations. Even the United States has not paid any membership fees for several consecutive years, but these guys are still working completely for the United States. It is conceivable that SHIELD is an American organization, and saying that it is an organization under the Security Council is just a lie for others to hear. In other words, the United Nations as an organization has long since changed its nature and has quietly become a puppet of the United States. The United Nations has long been unfair, as can be seen from the wars launched by the United States. Although the United Nations will issue condemnations, that's all. It has no practical effect at all. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council, Britain and France, are just puppets of the United States. With one veto, the United States is equivalent to earning 3 votes. As members of NATO, Britain, France, and the United States are all in cahoots with each other. They are in the same boat. The purpose of Britain and France as permanent members is just to allow them to veto when it is inconvenient for the United States to do so. In the United Nations, our country is under a lot of pressure. As a developing country, we are the only one who speaks for some backward countries, but this is far from enough. Speaking of this, Sujio was also a little gloomy. The dominant force in this world is still the Western world. Just like the United States, which is determined to invade other countries, even if our country votes against it, they can ignore it and find some unfounded excuses to launch an attack. It is easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. In addition, the United States basically controls the entire external network, and when the propaganda machine is fully activated, black people can also be called white by them. Under their propaganda, all the countries in the Middle East have become terrorist countries. Even ordinary people have become what they call terrorists. However, the US military's massacre of civilians was covered up by them, and there is not a single clue on the internet. And all this might have been done by SHIELD. They have the ability to completely cover up these things. This is the power of public opinion. Fortunately, our country was very wise and built Green Dam a long time ago. Otherwise, under the instigation of its propaganda machine, our young generation would have been harmed to an unknown extent. Looking at Chenmu's original island province, their young people have been brainwashed, and they can often see them make some ridiculous remarks. Like a frog in a well. This is the impact of public opinion on young people. Since they were old enough to understand, they have been exposed to lies. They grow up with these lies, which makes them believe in them without a doubt. What was clearly a lie was treated as fact by them. It is hard to imagine what today's young people would be like if our country had not established the Green Dam internet security. I'm afraid they are similar to the young people in our country's island provinces. That's all going to change. Chen Mu was silent for a while, then said firmly. In his eyes, there seemed to be a ray of light. Since he came to this world, if he didn't change the world, wouldn't it be in vain? Let's speed up the production of armor. I hope to produce all the remaining armor today. When Zhang Xian comes tomorrow, I will make sure to deliver all the armor to him. Chen Mu waved his hand and didn't continue to worry about this issue. At this moment, he is learning various technologies and is preparing to integrate all the technologies obtained from the system. In this way, he will be able to develop new technologies by himself instead of relying entirely on the system. The system is very powerful, but if Chen Mu wants to achieve real development, he must not rely entirely on it. The system is just a tool. If he wants to develop the country, he cannot rely on this tool alone. Moreover, the Huaqiangbei system has a fatal weakness: it can only develop a breakthrough in the same technology once. Not to mention anything else, if Chen Mu wants the Kirin armor to be at the same level as Tony's Iron Man suit, or even better, he must upgrade it himself. If he relied solely on the system, Chen Mu would have to constantly learn from the strengths of various schools to upgrade his armor. Fortunately, our country has countless scientific researchers who will help Chen Mu to improve the new technology. Chen Mu himself can also master the knowledge obtained from the system, but this takes time and requires Chen Mu to study these things himself. After we use up the gold titanium alloy this time, we can continue production with ordinary steel. In fact, materials have always been a big problem in the production of armor, but the biggest problem lies in the production of energy. If you want to mass-produce portable arc reactors, it is not realistic to rely solely on Chenmu's industrial park, unless you produce a beggar's version of the arc reactor, like the one Tony Stark hammered out in the cave. If one wants to promote the Kirin armor throughout the entire army, it will not require 10 or 100 sets of armor. What is needed is tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, or even millions of portable arc reactors. Therefore, it is necessary for Chenmu to specially develop a weakened version of the reactor. The only way to achieve the goal of producing so many arc reactors so that everyone in the country can wear combat suits is to mobilize national strength and allow the country's scientists to fully master this technology. Only then can the arc reactor truly be put on the assembly line in our country. Of course, this is a story for later. What Chenmu needs to do now is to use his own industrial park to arm the absolute army first, or in other words, to arm the Spear of God Bureau first is the top priority. The 100 sets of Kirin armor made of gold titanium alloy were actually all produced in Chenmu's Huaqiangbei industrial zone. From the armor's outer shell to its arc reactor, it can be said that they are made of the best materials currently available in China. Even the matching weapons are produced by China's top military industrial groups, and the quality is fully guaranteed. Therefore, these 100 sets of armor have stronger combat power than Tony Stark's current Mark III armor. Moreover, war is not a joke. The strength of armor, like fighter jets, does not only depend on its own performance, but more importantly, on the skills of its pilot. It is true that Tony Stark invented the Iron Man suit, and he can be called the father of the Iron Man suit. However, when it comes to fighting talent, Tony Stark, as a playboy, can never catch up with those hard-trained soldiers in China. Therefore, the combat effectiveness that these Kirin No. 1 armors can exert must actually be far greater than that of Tony Stark, the Iron Man. These 100 sets of armor cost about 300 million RMB. Although they are much cheaper than other military equipment, it is still very difficult to equip the entire army with them as individual weapons. At this time, Su Jia also talked about the problems they were currently facing. So this is what the military is thinking. Can you modify the parameters of the armor to keep the cost down? Like Iron Man's Mark series armor, the parameters of the Kirin armor cannot be modified casually. The material used today is gold titanium alloy, so the overall design of the armor is designed completely in accordance with this standard. If you simply replace the materials, the armor produced will not even be able to move. Therefore, the military also hopes that Chenmu can modify the design plan. Also, the Kirin armor costs 300 million, of which the energy reactor costs 200 million. Can its power be reduced to keep the cost under control? What it means very simply is that the current cost of Kirin 1 is too high. If we want to equip it on a large scale, we must control its cost. That's no problem. I'll send you the revised information later and you can hand it over to the director. Chenmu thought about it and did not refuse, so he continued to say to Su Jia, as for the reactor, I have a weakened reactor here. Its power is about 1/5 of the current Kirin armor reactor, but it is high enough for 2 days of continuous combat. The cost should be less than 50. However, the production conditions of this reactor are not high. We will take it to Huaqiang North Industrial Park for production to avoid leaking the production materials. After all, if this thing is not operated properly, the energy burst out is more terrible than ordinary bombs. The weakened version of the reactor in Chenmu's hand is almost the same as the one Tony knocked out with a hammer in the cave. It is actually very simple to produce. Now most of the factories in China, even Chenmu's father's toy processing factory, can produce it if the materials allow. So for the sake of safety, Chenmu plans to produce all of this in the industrial park. Just producing this one component is really a simple task for today's industrial park. After all, according to the bureau chief, the Chinese top leadership is not united at present, so it is better not to leak this information out casually. The current industrial park is also firmly protected by the army, or the Shenmao Bureau, so it seems that there is no place safer than here. That's great. I need to report the matter of the reactor to the general, but I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing that Chenmu could provide a cut-down version of the Kirin armor, Su Jia couldn't help but smile. The cost of the reactor is less than 50, and if the armor uses ordinary special alloys, the cost may be less than 60. This is an outrageous cost. Just think about it, the Mark III made by Tony cost at least $300 million. I have to say that Huaqiangbei is amazing. The cost of $300 million was reduced to $600,000 here? Of course, the main reason why Tony's armor is so expensive is its scientific research cost. However, Chenmu, who owns the system, directly omits this cost, so naturally it does not need to be so expensive. The Kirin armor, which costs 600,000 yuan per set, can be promoted as an individual weapon. After all, even if Chinese weapons have the best cost effectiveness, a Type 99 main battle tank costs at least $200 million, which comes to 1,200 million RMB, enough to produce sets of weakened Kirin armor. These 20 sets of Kirin armor are far superior to the Type 99 tank in terms of mobility and firepower output. The most important thing is that the Type 99 tank cannot fly, while the Kylin armor can fly at supersonic speed. It is obvious which one is stronger. Come over tomorrow morning to get the information, and I'll be able to design the armor tonight. After taking a look at the sky, Chen Mu said directly to Sujia, "By the way, this batch of 100 sets of Kirin armor is number 1 armor, named Kirin 1. What should this reduced version be called? Kirin 1 SE? Or Kirin Mini? As long as you are happy." Sujia was simply too exhausted to complain about Chen Mu's ability to name things. After a moment of silence, he went straight back to his office. Chen Mu now has his own armor, so under normal circumstances, he no longer needs Sujia, his bodyguard, to protect him at all times. But don't forget that Sujia has another identity, the manager of Chen Mu's Xiaomo technology, and he also has to deal with business matters. Her identity is actually equivalent to Pepper Potts in the Stark group, so Sujia is usually very busy. After seeing Sujia off, Chen Mu returned to his studio. The cut-down version of the Kirin armor was actually very simple. He only needed to export the data of Mark II and slightly modify the appearance. All Chen Mu needed to do was to modify the reactor and install it on the armor. In fact, it didn't take Chen Mu much time to complete this task. That night, Chen Mu had an idea. He wanted to transform some of the useful technologies in his hands into civilian use. He did not forget that not long ago, his father called him and said that the business of Zhang's own processing factory was becoming increasingly difficult, and he wanted Chen Mu to find some business for his factory, otherwise the old guys in the factory would almost be unable to survive. Just like armor technology, if it is used in civilian applications, it can be developed in the prosthetics industry. Since he is his biological father, Chen Mu will naturally not treat him unfairly in such matters. Although Chen Mu himself is not interested in small amounts of money now, his father wants to make money, so Chen Mu naturally has to express his support. Now, Chen Mu's plan is to design a prosthetic limb for civilian use, or for disabled people. Using ordinary batteries as energy, it will enable some people with physical disabilities to have a new life. Chen Mu has completely dealt with the military's requirements and is now starting to use them in the military and civilian sectors. The first product of Xiaomo technology, founded by Chen Mu, is the Xiaomo mobile phone. The Xiaomo mobile phone has not yet been officially launched, but because it was launched in cooperation with Tony Stark, Tony has already hyped up the popularity of the Xiaomo mobile phone internationally. Even though this product has not yet been launched, it is conceivable that it will be very popular in the future. After all, Tony is now the only superhero in the world who directly reveals his identity. Although Tony doesn't seem to have done any heroic deeds yet, his identity alone is enough to hype up all events related to him. As Tony has been using the Xiaomo mobile phone for some time, it has naturally been noticed by the general public. The phone hasn't gone on sale yet, otherwise it would definitely be sold out. There are no more problems with mobile phones, so it's time for Xiaomo technology to launch its second product. Looking at the Iron Man suit in front of him, Chen Mu smiled. That's right, this product directly copied Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, and Chen Mu was planning to take advantage of the popularity again. Who made Tony so high profile? In the Marvel world, who doesn't know this? If not your popularity, whose popularity should I take advantage of? Besides, Chen Mu did not forget that when Obeiday was still alive, he got the appearance authorization of all Stark Industries products from him. This includes Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, so there is absolutely no problem in directly copying his appearance for this product. This product is a prosthetic limb that has the same appearance as Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. It can help people with limited limbs to walk normally and use objects. Originally, in the movie Iron Man 2, when the US Congress questioned Tony Stark whether his iron armor was a weapon, Tony said that it was a high-tech prosthesis. So at this moment, Chen Mu also helped Tony Stark and realized this idea. The prosthesis is mainly made of plastic and uses common high-capacity batteries. It can help a disabled person exercise for 5 hours like a normal person. The charges can be different according to the different materials, from hardened plastics, to carbon fiber, to aluminum alloys, and finally solid metals. These so-called prosthetic limbs can actually be regarded as exoskeleton armor, which is more advanced than the military exoskeleton armor used by some countries today. This is also one of Chen Mu's plans. First, these low-end exoskeleton armors will be distributed to the public so that the people can become familiar with the use of exoskeleton armors. When these exoskeleton armors are really needed, they only need to switch the energy source, replace parts, or even install external weapons. Every citizen can become a warrior. Of course, this is not without risks. If someone intends to use this exoskeleton armor to do bad things, this is inevitable. No matter where you are, bad guys will exist. Even in China, this is unavoidable. However, don't forget that Chen Mu still has Hongmeng. Hongmen's computing power is higher than Jarvis's. Combined with a supercomputer with powerful computing power, Hongmeng can fully monitor every set of exoskeleton armor. Even in the future, 1.4 billion people in the country wear armor. They can all be easily monitored by Hongmeng. Once someone wants to use the armor to do evil, Hongmeng can lock the armor and forcibly shut it down, leaving the bad guys nowhere to escape. Even now, Chen Mu has installed the Hongmeng system on all the Kirin armors he has produced. Firstly, without the assistance of the Hongmeng system, one person alone cannot use a half-ton armor. Secondly, the various high-tech weapons on the armor also need to be controlled by intelligent programs, and even auxiliary functions such as aiming require Hongmeng. In this world, the only intelligent program that can control armor, besides Chen Mu's Hongmeng, is Tony Stark's Jarvis. If you don't use Hongmeng, do you have to use Jarvis? Give this to Zhang Xian. This contains what he needs. After opening his studio, Chen Mu handed a USB flash drive to Su Jia and continued, most domestic arsenals are able to produce the Kirin No. 1 SE armor made of high-strength steel. However, the reactor can only be produced in our Huaqiang North Industrial Park. When the Shenmao Bureau establishes its own production base, we can hand it over to them. Chen Mu could still feel at ease with the Shenmao Bureau established by the chief. The members there had all been screened through layers of screening, and they all had very deep feelings towards China, their country, and their own nation, so he felt very relieved to hand this thing over to them. Great! Now it's no longer a luxury for the entire army to be equipped with Kylin armor. 99 yuan per set. Even with the weapon system, it will probably not exceed 1,200 yuan. A Type 99 main battle tank costs at least 20 million yuan. One type can be exchanged for almost sets of armor. Why not? By the way, Chen Mu, General Zhang just said that he has something to discuss with you. You can have a video conference with him later. Okay. Although it was a bit strange, Chen Mu nodded, returned to his office and started the video conference. Chen Mu, a sudden situation has occurred. The United Nations is putting pressure on our country to give up the plan to equip our country with the Kylin armor. Even the Russians, who have always been united against the enemy, have completely sided with the West this time. The director's expression looked very unpleasant, but he did not beat around the bush and directly explained the current situation. Our great country, China, has always been independent of the Western world. The West has never given up its desire to destroy us. Chen Mu remained silent and continued, so what is the country's plan? Anyway, our current plan is to equip the Shenmao Bureau first. As for the military, it won't be too late to equip them after the Shenmao Bureau has opened up the situation. The director said calmly, as for equipping the army, it doesn't matter, but now Western countries are threatening us with various sanctions and forcing us to hand over the armor technology. This is simply ridiculous. The US military has not even been equipped with any high-tech weapons, but the United Nations has jumped out and asked them to stop equipping and hand over their technology? It's so shameless. It can also be seen from this that the current United Nations has truly become the back garden of America. All of this must have been fueled by the Department of Homeland Defense. Nick Fury contacted me privately and said that if we could give them a set of Kylin armor for research, they would help us solve this problem. Obviously, Nick Fury knows very well that it is impossible to get China to hand over its technology. So I had to settle for the next best thing and just wanted to get a set of Kylin armor for research. The conditions were set so high before just to allow for bargaining. What we mean here is to put this matter aside for the time being. The National Day is coming soon. Our army is going to hold a grand military parade on this day, and take out all the weapons we have now to show off our muscles. Seeing Chen Mu's unhappy expression, Zhu Zhou spoke calmly. Now it is less than 2 months away from National Day, and Chen Mu has already provided a lot of advanced weapons. For example, in the case of 5th-generation aircraft technology, Chen Mu provided the enhanced F-5 to the military, which was of great help to the military in improving its J-22. At worst, there are still 2 months left. With complete means of production, our motherland can easily and leisurely produce the enhanced version of the F-22 fighter. Of course, in order to avoid trouble, the F-22 fighter will definitely undergo some appearance changes at that time. Alternatively, some of the F-22's technologies can be directly applied to the J-20. Originally, the biggest problems with my country's self-developed J-20 were the engine and stealth coating, but the information provided by Chen Mu also included these 2 very complete technologies. So it goes without saying that this is a great benefit for the J-20. It's still 2 months until National Day. Is that okay? Chen Mu actually didn't know much about this world and the military strength of his motherland, so he asked out of curiosity. No problem at all. We can just bring all kinds of weapons from the military region. The director finally smiled at this time and continued, you provided 2 technologies this time, which will also provide great help to our country's military strength. First of all, the 5th-generation aircraft technology has enabled our self-developed J-5 to make great progress. It has basically been perfected, so the Rongfei Group is also rushing to produce several aircraft. They are currently undergoing test flights, and when the time comes, they can be driven directly to the capital. The improved J-20, because the technology provided by Chen Mu is more advanced than the F-22, so at this time the J-20 can definitely be regarded as the most powerful fighter on the earth. Of course, Wakanda is excluded. After all, this country is cheating. And then there's our highlight, which is the Kirin armor you produced. The director couldn't hide his smile at this time, and continued, when the time comes, the Shenmao Bureau will participate in the military parade as the 5th Army, wearing Kirin armor. I can already imagine the shock that the Shenmao Bureau will bring to the world. Come to think of it, Tony Stark's unusually high profile today has already let the world know how powerful the Iron Man suit is. And now, China has really equipped a legion. Who in the world today dares to point fingers at it? The National Day military parade is a deterrent to these countries with evil intentions. You don't want us to be equipped with armor, but let me tell you directly that we are now organized and equipped with a legion. Finally, my country is not without its own trump cards. Thanks to the agreements signed by the United States and the Soviet Union, they could not continue to develop rockets and missiles, but my country was not included. After years of development, my country's rocket army has reached an unprecedented scale, and various rockets and missiles have reached the world's top level. This time we are also preparing to unveil 2 missiles to deter those villains. What missile? Chen Mu's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Originally this is a secret, but it's no problem to tell you. He just smiled helplessly and continued. 1 is the DF-41, which can be launched by a missile launcher. It can be launched at any time in any part of the country. Its range is enough to cover all places in the world. It can carry nuclear warheads and is the ultimate nuclear deterrent force of our army. The other missile is called DF-17. It is a hypersonic missile with the ability to maneuver and change trajectory. No defensive weapon on Earth can intercept it. It can also carry nuclear warheads. It has another name, aircraft carrier killer. Oh my god, are both D_F-41 and D_F-17 available? Chen Mu couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly. As a pseudo-military fan in his previous life, he was very familiar with these 2 missiles. So when he heard these 2 names for the first time, Chen Mu felt inexplicably excited. DF-41 has the ability to launch a global nuclear strike, and can be said to be China's ultimate nuclear deterrence trump card. In addition, since it is launched from a missile vehicle, its mobility and concealment are even stronger. Therefore, this thing is enough to give all other countries a headache. As for DF-17, although its range is not that scary, it can be said to be the only hypersonic missile in the world today. It has the ability to ignore all existing missile defense systems and can definitely be used as the most powerful weapon to defend the country. Without using nuclear weapons, D_F-17 is definitely the most powerful existence in the world. Zheng Xian will come with 100 warriors later and bring the Kylin armor back to the Shenmao Bureau. 2 months is enough time for them to become fully familiar with this armor. When he said this, Su Jia came over and knocked on the door, and behind him was Zheng Xian. Hey, Director Zheng Xian, do you know about the National Day military parade in 2 months? Seeing Zheng Xian coming over, Chen Mu greeted him with a smile and asked. I just heard about it. Zheng Xian walked over and greeted Chen Mu as well. He looked at a virtual screen in the office and saw the director. Hello, Chief. Zheng Xian saluted the director solemnly. Coming from a military background, he attached great importance to these things. Unlike Chen Mu, who has always jokingly called General Zhang Bureau Chief, although he didn't know what it meant, General Zhang didn't care. Over time, Chen Mu called General Zhang Bureau Chief and it was settled like this. Commander, I heard about the national defense. After Zheng Xian saluted, he looked at the director with a serious expression and said, this is what I think. If the National Defense Bureau wants a set of Kylin armor, it's not impossible to give it to them, but we have to put forward conditions. Oh, tell me what you think. The director did not refuse immediately, but looked at Zheng Xian curiously to see what he would say. After decades of development, the Department of Homeland Defense has deployed a considerable number of forces in countries around the world, including in China. So, if the Spear Bureau wants to develop, they must be driven out of the motherland. Zheng Xian organized his words and continued, our condition is to make them all evacuate China, so that our Shenmao Bureau will have enough space to show its strength. SHIELD is deeply rooted in various countries, even China is no exception. Therefore, if you want SHIELD to develop, you must drive SHIELD out. After all, there is no room for 2 tigers in 1 mountain. Chen Mu, what do you think? The director looked at Chen Mu and asked for his opinion. Mr. Chen Mu, this is why I came to you this time. Can you make the armor so that it cannot be disassembled for research? Or, in other words, install a self-protection system so that once it is disassembled, it will detonate all the energy and self-destruct. Zheng Xian looked at Chen Mu and asked his own questions. This is actually not that difficult. Chen Mu rubbed his chin and said so. Just add a self-destruct system, simple. As long as the Hongmeng system detects that someone is trying to dismantle the armor, it can just detonate it directly. It's not a big problem. At the same time, SHIELD's computer technology should not be underestimated, so as an extra layer of insurance, if the Hongmeng system finds itself invaded, it can also choose to self-destruct directly. Therefore, giving a set to SHIELD has no other meaning except giving them the right to use it. In that case, there will be no problem. Upon hearing this, the director immediately made a decision and asked them to send all the maintenance of their armor to the Spear Bureau in the future. Doesn't America like to play this kind of trick? Then we will give them a taste of their own medicine. At the beginning of the founding of our motherland, everything was in ruins and almost all high-tech products had to be imported from abroad. During that period, China was restricted by foreign countries. Even some simple accessories had to be imported from foreign countries, otherwise no technical support would be provided. Even simple small accessories had to be purchased at a high price, which really made the motherland uncomfortable. But now is different from the past. The Kirin armor can only be obtained from China. If you want it, you must obey the arrangements of the Spear Bureau. Sorry, but the SHIELD Bureau is not responsible for any explosions caused by improper operation or attempts to disassemble the device. In fact, Chen Mu was not too worried that SHIELD would be able to crack the technology of the Kirin armor. Just like the war machines behind it, it has always been in the hands of the US military, and there is no sign that the US military or SHIELD can copy it. There seems to be no other way except to modify it desperately. I'm afraid that Tony has installed such a backdoor. If it is destroyed, it would be a real loss. The same goes for the Kylan armor. It's not like you can copy it just by giving you a sample. Of course, having said that, we still need to be more cautious. But Chen Mu doesn't need to worry about these things. Zhang Xian's strength is diplomacy. As for how to fight for benefits, he no longer cares. Anyway, after handing over all the armor in the warehouse to the Spear Bureau, Chen Mubian did not ask about the matter again. Now that the Xiaomi mobile phone is about to be released, the popularity has been completely hyped up, and now many users are waiting for the launch of this so-called new era smartphone. The overseas press conference is today. Tony originally invited Chen Mu to go to the United States to attend the press conference, but Chen Mu refused without hesitation. Damn it, I almost couldn't come back from going to your place a few days ago, and now you want me to go again. The Chinese version of the Xiaomi mobile phone will also start its press conference tomorrow. Will you be on stage to give a speech then? Sujia looked at the bored Chen Mu and asked. It's boring. I won't go. Chen Mu curled his lips and complained unhappily. Isn't it just the first generation of smartphones? I don't understand why the people are so excited. The launch of the Xiaomi mobile phone has been in the works for more than half a month, and now the whole world knows that the mobile phone will enter a new chapter. In the past, traditional mobile phones would become a thing of the past if they could not keep up with the trend. The information of Chen Mu's Xiaomi technology was also placed on the tables of several giants in the mobile phone industry, and some of his public information was also dug out by these people. Chen Mu's father runs a toy processing factory in China, which is probably the starting point for Chen Mu's dream of buying a mobile phone. Mobile phone giants like Nokia and Motorola could never have imagined that the biggest competition for their own mobile phones would not come from their peers, but from this brand new mobile phone launched by a company that spans countless industries. China's industrial capacity is very strong. The pre-orders on the official website have been increasing, so the production of Xiaomi mobile phones is also being stepped up. The current stock volume has reached millions of units. This was a price that was unimaginable in 2008. After all, the international version of the phone costs $699, while the domestic version only costs RMB 998. With the same configuration, the price difference makes domestic people crazy. Not 998 or yuan, not or yuan, just yuan, and you can take home a new generation of smartphones. Ahem, I'm sorry, but Sujio was really surprised by how popular Xiaomi's phone is. 2 million copies of the domestic version have been prepared, and people are just waiting for the launch conference tomorrow to start buying this product. With the experience and vision from his previous life, Chen Mu was very sure that Xiaomi mobile phone would be a success. After all, Chen Mu directly copied the appearance of the fruit in his previous life, and the operating system was developed by Stark Industries, so its fluency was far better than that of the fruit in his previous life. If this isn't popular, Chen Mu would have nothing to say, as it proves that he is no longer suitable for the mobile phone industry. Not to mention, with Tony Stark's full support this time, it's hard for Xiaomi's phone not to be popular. Compared to these truly simple civilian products, you should have read the plan I sent to the director before. What do you think? Since Chen Mu wanted to promote exoskeleton armor among the public, he naturally had to go through the government. Therefore, after making this decision, he directly sorted out his goals and future prospects and submitted them. Of course, this was also the first time that Chen Mu abused his power for personal gain by letting his father's processing plant be the first to pilot the production of these devices. As for prosthetic limbs, your father's company needs to obtain a medical equipment production license. It's all done here. When your father applies, it will be approved soon. However, there is no problem with the steel wearable toy device you mentioned. It can be produced at any time. It is positioned as a toy. In fact, whether it is a wearable toy or a prosthetic limb, Chen Mu's purpose is nothing more than to spread the exoskeleton armor to the public. These are just the beginning. In the future, so-called wearable toys will slowly use metals to replace current plastics, and reactors to replace current batteries. The era of China's Iron Man for all people is not impossible to achieve. But I'm curious, our wearable toy is priced so high, will anyone buy it? Sujia looked suspicious. A set of Iron Man wearable toys that can barely be powered by electricity and moves very slowly, and is mostly made of plastic, is actually priced at a minimum of 10. I don't know who would be stupid enough to buy this thing. What do you buy it for? As a collection or for cosplay? Hey, don't underestimate the purchasing power of otakus. Chen Mu looked unhappy and continued, as the saying goes, a wall of otaku is worth a house in the capital. Otakus are willing to spend a lot of money on their own figures. For example, Iron Man wearing armor is equivalent to a super large wearable figure. It will definitely sell well, and it will sell well. Chen Mu is still very confident about this. Besides, the things we made in China used to be synonymous with cheapness. Now it's different. We want to go the high-end route. Take toys for example. Many of the toys manufactured by so-called international big-name toy factories are actually produced by OEM in China. Even toys produced in the same batch may have the same quality but different brands and prices. What Chen Mu wants to do now is to change the current situation and make the name made in China a symbol of high-end. Let Huaqiangbei manufacturing become a synonym for high-end. Well, I really don't understand what those nerds think. Su Jia rolled her eyes and was too lazy to continue arguing with Chen Mu about this issue. She continued, the government has already agreed to your plan and has issued a production license to your company. You just need to carry out production and sales as planned. After all, to be honest, Chen Mu has helped China a lot, but he seems to be undemanding, which makes some people in the government feel uneasy. Those who take people have short hands and eat people with soft mouths. Now that he has received so many benefits from Chen Mu but cannot provide any return, if this continues, the cooperative relationship will definitely break down. Therefore, when the government heard that Chen Mu was planning to abuse his power for personal gain, they agreed without hesitation. We are not afraid of you abusing your power for personal gain, or taking bribes. What we are afraid of is that you have no desires or requests. Only when there is mutual benefit can the relationship be stable in the long run. However, the government also realized that Chen Mu was a person who attached great importance to family affection, so as long as you treat his family better, you can basically stabilize Chen Mu. Therefore, without realizing it, Father Chen found that his work was going more and more smoothly, and there were signs that his luck was turning for the better. In fact, all of these were secretly arranged by the government, with the purpose of binding Chen Mu's parents tightly to China. Naturally, Chen Mu could not leave this country. By the way, here is some interesting information, take a look. After finishing these trivial matters, Su Jia handed a document to Chen Mu. What is this? Chen Mu opened the folder curiously, but saw a photo on it. It showed a big green guy wreaking havoc in a dilapidated building complex. Hulk? Looking at the photo, Chen Mu easily recognized who was in it and couldn't help but feel curious. It looks like Hulk has been discovered. This big guy is quite popular on the internet. He first appeared in a slum in South America, fighting a fierce battle with a team of well-equipped soldiers. Su Jia took out his mobile phone again, which was playing a fighting video of Hulk and a team of Special Forces soldiers. The video was quickly processed and covered up, but the SHI Bureau still kept all the information. The SHI Bureau suspects that this big guy is a monster created by some kind of biological experiment by the United States. Now they are evaluating whether he will pose a threat to our country. I have to say that the efficiency of the Shenmao Bureau is really high. It was only yesterday that the project was officially started, and today we began to work diligently. Collect some strange events on Earth and evaluate whether they will pose a threat to the motherland. It looks like that. In the Marvel world, the poor rely on mutations and the rich rely on technology. The emergence of Hulk was indeed due to an experimental accident. However, due to the strength shown by Hulk, General Ross of the US military became very interested in him and has always wanted to capture Hulk for research. But I didn't expect that the SHIE Bureau would get into work mode so quickly. The establishment of the Shenmao Bureau was finalized only yesterday, and the 100 sets of Kylin armor were taken away this morning. It has not even been 2 hours, and the Shenmao Bureau has already started working, which really makes Chen Mu feel ashamed. Compared to these people, Chen Mu felt that he was just wasting his time and his life. But this big guy hasn't appeared in our country anyway, so the SHIE Bureau doesn't need to be too concerned. The place where Hulk appeared is located in Brazil, which is tens of thousands of miles away from China. Chen Mu is not worried that the other party will fly to China and cause unrest. So I didn't take the appearance of Hulk too seriously. But Chen Mu still remembered that the Huaqiangbei system had mentioned before that all mutations are actually a kind of technology. If we can master the technical principles behind the Hulk's mutation, it will be of great help in enhancing China's strength. However, this color does not seem to be very popular in China. The video ends with the giant fleeing to the Amazon forest. After evaluating the combat capability of the giant in the video, we concluded that its combat capability may even be higher than that of the Kylin armor. So General Zhang is a little worried. If the US military gains control of this power, it will pose a greater threat to our country. How easy is it to master the Hulk's power? There is no doubt that Hulk is powerful. The angrier he gets, the stronger his power becomes, as if there is no limit. It is truly terrifying. Fortunately, Hulk's power has been severely weakened in the movie universe, otherwise it would be unrealistic to defeat him with the Kirin armor. If America can really crack and master this power, according to its usual style, this would probably be the biggest threat to the world, right? The Spear of God Bureau has just been established. We need a suitable opportunity to demonstrate our strength. Su Jia said seriously, and the appearance of this monster is also a test for the Shenmao Bureau. Zhang Xian is negotiating with Nick Fury and others. We also need an opportunity to prove the power of the Kylin armor. Nick Fury is actually not stupid. It is true that he wants to get the armor, but no one has ever seen the power of the Kirin armor from beginning to end, which is equivalent to empty talk. It would be embarrassing if his combat effectiveness is reduced later. Just at this moment, Hulk's appearance gave Zhang Xian an opportunity to demonstrate the powerful strength of the Kirin armor. This is obviously a top-notch special forces team. They are no match for these monsters. It is perfect for them to test the Kirin armor. However, after hearing what Su Jia said, Chen Mu was speechless. Use Hulk as the quality inspector of the Kirin armor? I'm afraid he wants to be beaten to pieces. Even if the current armor, that is, Kirin number 1, is only slightly stronger than Tony's Mark III in terms of combat power, it is still no match for the Hulk, right? Titanium alloy is indeed strong, but it can't withstand the powerful force of Hulk's fist. After several sets of combined punches, the titanium alloy will be deformed for you. However, there is still a chance of winning. The one driving the armor is not a playboy, but a seasoned warrior. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialties, and when it comes to things like combat, warriors are more suitable. With tactical coordination and wearing Kirin armor, a few fighters might have a chance to defeat Hulk. Didn't they say that this monster appeared in South America? How can we get there? Also, with weapons like the Kylan armor, will the countries in South America allow our people to enter? Don't worry about that. Sujia said with a smile, our destination this time is Venezuela, a country with which our country has a good relationship. It borders the Amazon jungle, so we can just go there directly. In addition, the last place this monster appeared was around the Amazon River, so entering the jungle from Venezuela can also avoid a lot of trouble. Chen Mu didn't expect that the SHIE would notice the Hulk in this way. Unlike America, China has basically no wars, so there is obviously no chance to demonstrate the capabilities of the Kirin armor through war. Apart from the peacekeeping forces, China's only real frontline combat force is probably the fire department. The enemies faced by the peacekeeping forces rarely have combat capabilities. Their main task is to maintain stability and peace in some backward areas. Moreover, they are too far away from their motherland, so it is obviously not appropriate to give them the armor to use and verify their capabilities. As for the fire department, although the armor can definitely produce a very strong effect if used in firefighting, it cannot demonstrate its combat effectiveness, so they have no choice but to give up. But this is a method that will not go wrong. In recent years, China has sacrificed a lot of firefighters. The Kirin armor may be able to launch a model specifically for firefighting, starting with the fire brigades, and slowly enter the vision of the Chinese people. Therefore, if the Shield Bureau wants to demonstrate the capabilities of the Kirin armor, it has to find a powerful enemy. I'm afraid these materials were not handed over to the SHIE by Nick Fury. Chen Mu couldn't help but ask after hearing Sujia's words. The negotiations between Zheng Xian and Nick Fury have now reached a stalemate. The biggest problem is that Nick Fury now questions the combat effectiveness of the Kirin armor. If you doubt the combat effectiveness, why do you try every possible means to obtain it? It so happened that General Ross's capture of the Hulk was discovered by SHIELD, and SHIELD also wanted to take the opportunity to see the combat effectiveness of the Kirin armor. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. has no good intentions. Knowing Hulk's fighting ability, they still let the Kirin armor fight. I guess their intention is to make the Kirin armor fail so that they can bargain. However, it is obvious that Nick Fury underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Chinese soldiers, and at the same time, he also underestimated the Kirin armor. Perhaps Tony Stark's Mark III will not be a match for the Hulk, but the combat effectiveness of the Kirin armor is far superior to that of the Mark III. In addition, the pilots operating the armor are all well-trained PLA soldiers. The combat effectiveness that the Kirin armor can exert is definitely not that of Iron Man. Perhaps a warrior in a Kirin armor cannot defeat Hulk, but if a team cooperates tactically, it is not difficult to defeat him. At worst, the armor with the ability to fly at high speed is already invincible. Hulk can indeed jump, but no matter how high or fast you jump, can you reach supersonic speed? Well, one of the main reasons for going to capture Hulk this time is to demonstrate the power of the Kirin armor. Sujia nodded and said, another reason is that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency doesn't want this big guy to fall into the hands of America again. What this means is that after capturing Hulk, it would be best if he could be brought back to China. If that is not possible, killing him is better than letting him be captured by the US military. How many people are you going to take with you? Chen Mu asked curiously, and he probably had a clearer idea of the Shenmao Bureau's plan. A 20-man combat team will board AY and fly directly to Venezuela in a short while, carrying a batch of supplies for assistance. Sujia gritted his teeth and said, Venezuela is now in turmoil due to economic sanctions imposed by the United States. The country is in turmoil, prices are soaring, and most civilians can't even afford to eat. For its own interests, the United States has been stirring up trouble all over the world. According to my memory from my previous life, a few years later, Venezuela has been in a state of economic downturn and the people are living in misery. So, America is not a good thing. Chen Mu sighed. Although he knew that someone would refute him if he said this, he still wanted to say it. Naturally, as S.H.I.E.L.D. is a dog of America, Chen Mu would not have any good face. Maybe some of the Avengers are truly fighting for humanity, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is not. They are only fighting for their own interests and the interests of their own country. The personnel are ready. You and I will go together later. The Y-20 that is transporting supplies has already been loaded with relief supplies. This time, we have 12 people and can follow this plane directly to South America. Originally, the aid to Venezuela was to be sent over in the next 2 days. The incident with the Hulk was also an emergency, so it just happened to be able to be sent over with the transport plane. We're going to. Chen Mu blinked, a little curious about this. It's not that I'm worried about myself. After all, the Hulk can't fly. As long as I fly high enough, he won't be able to do anything to me. After all, the Hulk in the Marvel movie world is actually very lame. In the plot of Avengers 3, he was beaten by Thanos with a set of military punches and dared not come out. Although there are reasons why Hulk doesn't want to fight for humanity, it can also be seen that the Hulk in this world is not actually that powerful. As a supplier of weapons, none of our weapons have been tested at all. Sujia rolled his eyes and looked at Chen Mu, and continued, this is the first real combat of the Kylan armor, so of course we have to be present. Having said that, what's with that eager expression on your face? Although the Kylan armor has been tested many times within the military and has received unanimous praise, it has never been used in actual combat. Come to think of it, Xiaomu Technology currently does not have a weapons production license. Chen Mu couldn't help but complain, and continued, besides, our company only produces the shell. Don't we just need to test the mobility, flexibility, sturdiness, and energy intensity? Actual combat testing of weapons is not something we consider. Don't worry about that for now. Don't you just want to watch the Kirin armor fight the green monster? Obviously, this is Sujia's real thought, or rather, she is eager to try and want to take part in it herself. Think. Chen Mu naturally didn't want to miss such a good show. Besides, if Hulk can be subdued, Chen Mu also wants to obtain the gamma mutation technology from him, optimize and control it, and use it to strengthen the soldiers of the motherland. Of course, turning into the Hulk is something that the soldiers have to choose voluntarily. If they want to live a decent life, they should have a little green on them, right? Okay, let's go, it's just the two of us waiting. Obviously, Sujia didn't want to miss the battle with the Hulk, so he pulled Chen Mu out. Wait, I have to get my armor first, so I don't get killed by accident. Please, hurry up. After several hours of flying, a group of 12 people, including Chen Mu and Sujia, all wearing their respective armors, sat in the cabin of the Y-20, ready for battle, and were about to arrive in Venezuela. From the initial excitement of riding on the Y-20 for the first time to gradually feeling tired, Chen Mu no longer wanted to talk. He sat obediently in his seat, watching movies online with his armor out of boredom. Of course, Chen Mu was also very envious of the information about the Y-20, a large transport aircraft, so he had already analyzed the technical data of the Y-20 and stored it in his own database, and made a technological breakthrough in the process, giving it a greater carrying capacity, endurance, and flight speed. We're almost there. We'll head straight to the Amazon jungle. The location has been marked for everyone. Find the target as soon as possible. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. has already guessed the approximate location of the Hulk and handed it over to S.H.I.E.L.D., which then appeared in the hands of Sujia and others. The range is actually very small. As long as they search, they will surely find the target soon. This time, the 10 of us are a combat unit. You two can just watch the battle from high above. Naturally, these 10 soldiers attach the most importance to the safety of Chen Mu and the other person. If anything endangers Chen Mu, they will give up their own tasks without hesitation to protect Chen Mu. I can help too. Hearing this, Sujia became unhappy. Why did she come here? Wasn't it just to try it herself on the battlefield? What does it mean to exclude yourself directly? I am also a warrior, I can fight. Sujia was very unhappy and defended herself. She also wanted to fight, wear the Kirin armor, and have a hearty battle. Colonel Su, don't forget your primary mission, which is to protect Mr. Chen Mu. The leader of the 10 soldiers obviously would not listen to Sujia's words, and spoke to Sujia seriously. Chen Mu was speechless. My armor is much more powerful than yours. I really don't need your protection. After all, Chen Mu's armor is made entirely of vibranium, and its sturdiness is unimaginable. It also contains a variety of weapons, so its combat effectiveness is naturally not to be underestimated. It is much stronger than ordinary models of armor. Although he was complaining in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. After all, in the eyes of the military, his armor seemed to have no weapons installed. Perhaps they guessed it, but they pretended not to know, so naturally, they thought that Chen Mu had no combat ability at all. Okay. Although Su Jia was a little depressed, she still knew the priorities of the matter and her task was indeed to protect Chen Mu's safety first. After the transport plane landed, Chen Mu and his group of 12 people quietly left the airport and flew towards the Amazon jungle. They all wore Kirin armor and flew very fast, able to break the sound barrier easily. In less than an hour, they arrived at their destination, a fenced-in jungle area. Colonel Su, you protect Chen Mu, fly high into the sky, transmit the battle video to the country, and record the data of this battle so that it can be used for evaluation when you return. After arriving at the designated location, the team leader began to assign tasks and asked Chen Mu and the other person to fly directly to high altitude to protect their safety. As for the other fighters, they began to fly in different directions and search for their targets. As the first combat of the Kirin armor, it naturally attracted attention from many parties. The first is the Chinese side. They mobilized satellites at the first opportunity to keep an eye on the area, and every soldier was able to report the battle situation and their own situation at the first opportunity. Second, there is the Shenli Bureau. As the legion directly under their leadership, the Kylan warriors are naturally very concerned about how much strength the soldiers can exert. Like the military, they can also obtain the actual situation of the battle at the first time. Third, SHIELD is also together with SHIELD at this time, and can also watch the battle situation in real time through the large screen inside SHIELD. However, they were unable to obtain specific information about the armor and could only make guesses and assessments on their own. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. also told the US about the battle between the Kirin armor and the Hulk. Therefore, many satellites in the sky belong to the United States and are always paying attention to this area. Found it. He's over here. Come here quickly. I'll hold him back first. A warrior's voice was heard in the channel, and he had already discovered the trace of the Hulk. In fact, it is very easy to find the Hulk. At this moment, the Hulk is still in a rage. He encountered a pair of special forces in the slums of Brazil before. After transforming into the Hulk, he killed several special forces soldiers and fled towards the jungle. Today, the irrational Hulk is still wreaking havoc in the jungle. Countless beasts have died under his fists, and even some tall trees have been broken by him. It would take until he recovers into Bruce Banner's form, and I'm afraid he would have to vent all the anger in his heart. This will at least take a long time. A few hours is not enough. The battle was about to break out, and the soldier who first discovered Hulk launched an attack on him immediately. In the view of these warriors, the best way to deal with this mad monster is to kill it to prevent it from causing greater damage. This is also human nature. After all, what the soldiers saw was just the monster that was destroying crazily, not Bruce Banner. The only thing the soldiers, who knew nothing about it, wanted to do was to curb its possibility of further destruction. Boom! All kinds of weapons poured out from the Kirin armor and attacked the Hulk. The sound was so loud and the momentum was so strong that Chen Mu couldn't help but be stunned. As expected of the Chinese army, the modification of the Kirin armor also made Chen Mu a little astonished. It is true that if the quantity is not enough, the firepower can make up for it. No wonder the Kirin armor has been modified to seem to be one size larger. I don't know how many weapons have been added, but with this wave of attack, fire coverage was easily achieved. What was even more commendable was that every micro-missile, under Hungman's control, accurately hit Hulk. So for a moment, Hulk was actually suppressed. It's really a fear of insufficient firepower. Chen Mu, who had already arrived above the battlefield, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The emergence of the Kylin armor allows the Chinese army to achieve firepower coverage in individual combat. In the past, the Chinese military's firepower coverage was basically the use of equipment such as rockets and missiles to carry out army-wide firepower outbursts. Now, the emergence of the Kylin armor has also made up for the major concern of the Chinese army in individual combat, the lack of firepower coverage. It is completely possible to achieve individual soldier firepower coverage. Not to mention anything else, this wave of bombardment really made Chen Mu's eyes light up. Awesome, my rabbit? What surprised Chen Mu was that a single soldier was able to suppress Hulk. Of course, the main reason is Hulk's anger, which has basically been slowly consumed. 7 or 8 hours have passed since Hulk escaped from the Brazilian slums. In addition, Hulk has caused great destruction in the jungle, and his anger has basically been exhausted. Hulk's combat effectiveness is currently at its lowest. Of course, Hulk is the kind of character who becomes more courageous as the battle goes on. Although his previous anger slowly disappeared, with the bombardment of the Kirin armor, Hulk became more and more angry. With the end of the first wave of bombing, Hulk's figure reappeared before our eyes. At this moment, there were not many scars on Hulk's body. His pair of green eyes were staring at the Kirin armor in the air with anger. It seems that even its size is a size bigger than before. Hulk is going to smash you to pieces. Hulk roared, kicked his feet hard, and rushed towards the Kirin armor in the air as fast as a missile. However, this battle-hardened warrior was no pushover. As soon as he noticed Hulk's move, he skillfully operated his armor to dodge. He easily dodged Hulk's attack. Instead, Hulk, who was in the air, had nowhere to gain support and once again became the target of attack. Hulk, who can't move freely in the air, is a living target. This monster's defense is really strong. Sujia, who was standing aside, looked at the battle situation with some doubt. It was really surprising that Hulk could withstand a wave of missiles with his physical body. Although these missiles are miniature and their equivalent is limited, their numbers are huge. The previous wave of barrage probably had dozens of missiles, but it was unable to break through the defense. A wave of intensive bombardment was unable to break through its defenses. Sujia seemed a little bit unbelievable about this result. In her opinion, it is simply impossible to achieve this level with flesh and blood. It's not that it's impossible to break his defense, but that he has a very strong recovery ability. Chen Mu expressed his thoughts. Perhaps these micro-missiles really didn't cause much damage to him, but they definitely injured Hulk. Because of his own recovery ability, these minor injuries recovered quickly, so it looks like he was not injured. Hulk's defense is indeed very strong, but it is not to the extent of ignoring physical attacks. There was no substantial damage done to Hulk, simply because the firepower was not enough. In Chen Mu's opinion, not to mention other things, just the carbon-based creatures can definitely be destroyed when facing the torrent of steel and the coverage of firepower. Even a being like the Hulk can be killed as long as the firepower is strong enough and the attacks are intensive enough. Of course, Chen Mu's goal was not to kill Hulk. Even the primary goal of these soldiers was to subdue this big guy. They would only consider killing the opponent directly when there was really no other way. When Chen Mu came here, he naturally didn't want to see Hulk being killed directly. He still wanted to analyze the Hulk's mutant abilities. If we can master this kind of power, it will be unimaginable good news for the whole of China. Hulk, gamma-ray radiation mutation technology, analyzing, 1%, 10%. As we got closer and closer to the Hulk, the system began to emit prompt sounds one after another. The Hulk, whose real name is Bruce Banner, is an American physicist. Due to a laboratory accident, he was exposed to gamma rays, which caused his body to mutate and a monster named Hulk was born inside his body. Hulk's strength is unparalleled, and can become stronger and stronger as he gets angrier, as if there is no limit. Of course, as a member of the Avengers, Hulk later became a superhero. And in terms of strength alone, Hulk is recognized as the most powerful among the Avengers. But it is undeniable that Hulk killed many people before he became an Avenger. Of course, most of them were actually American soldiers chasing him, but there were also some innocent ordinary passers-by among them. After becoming an Avenger, Hulk is still loved by people. As for the mistakes he made, people of course chose to forgive him. Of course, regarding this explanation, Chen Mu also smiled. It doesn't matter whether he forgives or not, it has nothing to do with Chen Mu. Besides, the person who died is not his compatriot anyway. Hulk. The Hulk roared, but he had no way to deal with the warrior flying in the air. In a rage, he could only pick up a huge stone and throw it into the sky. However, for nimble fighters, it is very easy to dodge. This monster's strength is truly terrifying. Things weighing dozens of tons are like a ball in his hands. Watching the Hulk easily lift a rock bigger than himself and throw it into the air, Sujia couldn't help but gasp. Who on earth made this thing? Why is it so scary? His strength is estimated to be several dozen tons. And have you noticed? His strength is slowly getting stronger, and even his body size seems to be slowly getting bigger. As Hulk becomes more and more angry, his fighting power becomes stronger and stronger. However, no matter how strong he becomes, as long as he cannot fly, he will still be firmly restrained by the agile warriors. The warrior wearing the Kirin armor is like a long-range ADC. Hulk, a slow-moving tank, can't even touch the corner of the Kirin warrior's clothes in the air. Although Hulk has strong defense, he is not truly invincible. Human power always has its limits, and so does Hulk. Not to mention that he would be beaten to a pulp by Thanos in the future. Just talking about the time when the Avengers came together, the Chitauri soldiers could suppress him with firepower and control him. As long as Hulk ran out of strength, they could defeat him. On the other hand, the warriors discovered that the micro-missiles had limited damage to Hulk, so they changed their strategy and began to use energy weapons such as palm cannons and laser launchers to attack Hulk. Although the effect is worrying, at least there is no need to worry about the consumption of ammunition. With the energy of the arc reactor and the current energy attack output, it would be no problem to shoot him down for a whole day. What's more, every soldier carried backup energy when performing the mission, and even had a reactor in his pocket. When the energy in this reactor was used up, they could just replace it with another one. There was no need to worry about the continuous combat capability. The number of micro-missiles is limited, so they will be used when needed later. In the current situation, just use the palm cannon to attack, which will be enough to give Hulk a hard time. Just like fighting a boss, just consume it slowly. Seeing that just one soldier was able to pin Hulk down so that he couldn't raise his head, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel very proud. A sense of security arises naturally. This is what a Chinese soldier looks like. This feeling is simply too reassuring. There are millions of fighters like this in China. The overwhelming sense of security made Chen Mu feel that his decision was not wrong. Facing aliens who might attack the Earth in the future, with such an army, they would surely be invincible. Faced with 8 million such warriors, even Thanos can only run away. It seems difficult for a single fighter to subdue the opponent. Although he saw the Hulk being suppressed throughout, Sujio was still a little worried. It seemed that one soldier alone could not subdue him. It's okay. We never fight alone. Don't forget, we have comrades. Chen Mu nodded towards Sujia, signaling her to stay calm. China does not advocate individual heroism. Although there are various heroes in Chinese legends and stories, what can truly influence the overall situation is still the whole. China is a society where collective honor is more important than individual honor. This is completely different from the United States, a country that advocates personal heroism. There is a fundamental difference. That's right. No matter how powerful this monster is, there is only one of him. 2 more comrades can defeat him. Seeing this, Sujio was also eager to try. She also wanted to join the battle and have a hearty battle with the Kirin armor. Let's go, let's try it together. Seeing this, Chen Mu chuckled. The Hulk was basically no threat now. If Sujio wanted to go up and fight, he had no reason to object. Besides, he also wanted to get closer so that the system could analyze the mutations in the Hulk. Is it really okay? Sujio was somewhat tempted, but when he thought about his mission, he became a little conflicted. My armor is much more powerful than yours. Chen Mu was also eager to try, but he was excited to get the technology about gamma ray mutation from Hulk. Because of the long distance, the technology that Chen Mu had analyzed was only 10% at present. This is not what Chen Mu wants, so he is ready to go on stage himself and compete with Hulk to increase the analysis process to 100%. Hulk is indeed powerful, but not strong enough to break through the power of vibranium. Besides, Chen Mu, whose whole body is covered with vibranium, does not have to worry about Hulk at all. Okay then, I'll go first. Hearing this, Sujia's eyes lit up and he rushed directly towards Hulk. Just like the warrior before him, he first used a wave of micro-missile barrage to say hello, and then began to bombard Hulk with palm cannon. He began to fly around Hulk quickly, giving Hulk a hard blow from time to time. This guy really has a tendency towards violence. Chen Mu couldn't help but shiver, but he still approached Hulk and started attacking Hulk with energy shocks. When the system is analyzing its technology, there is no need to get too close. You only need to touch the other party in the last 99% of the time to fully understand its technology. So, now Chen Mu is slowly analyzing the Hulk's technology. Perhaps because Hulk was too powerful, the analysis speed was not very fast, but Chen Mu could still accept it. At this rate, the analysis will be almost complete by the time Hulk is defeated. Hulk's strength is indeed strong, but facing the shameless harassment and attacks from Chen Mu and the other two, he has no way to deal with it. He can only flee in one direction, pulling up the big tree next to him from time to time and throwing it towards the three people in the air. However, the three people are too agile and can easily dodge. Hulk has no way at all. A Hulk who can't fly can only become a target. Moreover, as the battle continued, more and more soldiers came and joined the battle. This guy is really tough and tough. Everyone listen to my command. Focus fire on him. Get the barrage ready. Give him a hard blow. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Hulk finally became exhausted, and the captain of the combat team gave direct instructions. 3, 2, 1, attack. Including Sujia, 11 soldiers wearing Kirin armor simultaneously deployed the missile launchers on their shoulders. Each soldier had dozens of micro-missiles, totaling hundreds of missiles, which attacked Hulk in an overwhelming manner. Faced with such an attack, Hulk could only roar helplessly. Stop. When the barrage stopped, the team leader decisively asked everyone to suspend the offensive. After the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Hulk. Only a ragged man was lying in the crater, seemingly unconscious. Bruce Banner. The firepower just now almost killed Bruce Banner. Looking at the unconscious figure, Chen Mu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and couldn't help feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, he was not killed directly. Number 5, go see what's going on. The team leader was still on alert and gave instructions to a soldier beside him. Number 5 didn't say much. He carefully flew to Bruce Banner's side and checked his condition. Captain, he's unconscious. After a brief check, Number 5 sent back the message. Is that the big guy from before, the one he turned into? Sujio was also a little surprised, but he put away his weapons for the time being and flew towards Bruce Banner, ready to check on his condition. That should be it. Try to wake him up and find out what's going on. The team leader frowned. He felt that this mission was obviously a little abnormal. In fact, their mission this time is to capture this big green guy as much as possible, and if they cannot capture it, they will kill it. But the mission didn't say that this big green guy would turn into a human. Anyway, if these soldiers were asked to point their guns at ordinary unarmed people, they would not be able to do it. In fact, when S.H.I.E.L.D. handed the matter over to S.H.I.E.L.D., it concealed a lot of information and did not mention that the Hulk was a human being. Tie him up first, and after he wakes up, let's ask about the situation in detail. There are quite a few helicopters flying over here. Sujia said at this time that within the detection range of the armor, there were several large helicopters flying over quickly. Obviously, helicopters of this size were only used by the military. It should be the US military, these haunted guys. Sujia said unhappily. After judgment by the Hongmeng system, the identity of the person was quickly determined. What should we do with this person? Should we just take him away? At this time, a soldier asked. Obviously, China now does not want to directly confront the US military, even though they can easily kill the other side with their current strength. But what happens after you kill the other party? There will be endless troubles. Anyway, let's take this person away from here first. The captain of the combat team did not want to have any conflict with the US military, so he stood up. Number 2, use your suit to put this person inside, and Number 3 will take you directly out of here later. The Kirin armor, which has been system optimized, is actually very simple to wear. It can be opened directly from the panel in front of the body, and the driver can walk out or get in directly. Number 2 walked out from the Kirin armor. He was a very strong man, about 30 years old, with a determined face and a soldier's iconic crew cut, which made him look particularly energetic. Okay, Captain. The other soldiers followed his order without hesitation, picked up the unconscious Bruce Banner, and stuffed him directly into the Kirin armor Number 2. The Kirin armor can be unmanned. Without a driver inside, it is natural for Bruce Banner to be put inside the armor. Mr. Chen Mu, you and Colonel Sujia go with Number 2 and the others first. The captain thought for a moment and said to Chen Mu and Sujia, I will lead 5 soldiers to stay here to delay time. Upon learning that American troops would be arriving soon, the captain immediately thought of a plan and made arrangements. He asked Number 2 to take off the Kirin armor and put the unconscious Bruce Banner into the armor. Then he asked the other team members to take Number 2 and fly away directly to avoid meeting the other party. Numbers 6 to 10, stay with me to buy time. In fact, relying on the strength of this team, the opponent can be easily eliminated. However, China and the United States are not in a hostile state now. Although they dislike each other, they will not launch a direct attack. Moreover, if we take the initiative, it will give us an excuse and put our motherland in a passive position in diplomacy. This is not what these warriors want to see. Okay, no problem. I originally wanted to take out another set of armor, give it to Number 2, and then wear it and leave here first, but I thought it would not be convenient for me to reveal my warehouse, so I listened to the team leader. Prepare to leave here with Bruce Banner along with the advanced troops. If I am not mistaken, the person who is so relentless in pursuing the Hulk must be his father-in-law, General Ross. Yes, fate is such a wonderful thing. Bruce Banner's girlfriend is the daughter of General Ross. After formulating the plan, the team immediately started to execute it. In the advance team, Soldier Number 3 held Soldier Number 2, who was not wearing armor, in front of him. Together with Sujia and Chen Mu, a team of 7 Kirin armors quickly left the place. They flew towards the Venezuelan transport plane Y-20, and they would also take the Y-20 back to their homeland. After returning to the Venezuelan airport, they stayed there for only about an hour before the team leader and his 6 companions returned safely. However, looking at their expressions, they seemed very unhappy. These arrogant American soldiers are really infuriating. At this time, Sujia also came over and said with an unhappy look on his face, "The United States protested to our country, claiming that we arrested Dr. Bruce Banner, a top American scientist who studies gamma-ray energy." Sujia continued with gritted teeth. "Now they want us to return the kidnapped Dr. Bruce Banner to the United States. Obviously, now that the US military has seen that China has defeated the Hulk and captured him directly, they are anxious and want to take Bruce Banner back. However, they can't do anything to China, so they can only start protesting internationally. If they were not unable to defeat this group of warriors wearing Kirin armor, they might have just tried to rob people. Don't doubt it, if it were America, it would really be able to do such a thing. Once upon a time, only other countries protested against the United States. How could anyone have seen the United States protest?" Although she was very happy, Sujia felt particularly uncomfortable with the other party's request. "You asked us to attack that big green guy, and you still say we don't care about life or death. Now that you see we have captured them alive, you rush out and say that we have kidnapped your scientists? Want to take that person back? Who are you looking down on? Do you think that big green guy can kill everyone in the team? Don't even think about it. Dr. Bruce Banner doesn't look like a bad guy. Who knows what conspiracy is going on here?" Sujia looked displeased, and said, "Perhaps Dr. Bruce Banner was harmed like this by the US military. Oh, if they want it, just give it to them." Chen Mu chuckled. He didn't have much thought about it. Apart from anything else, he had already obtained the technology for the Hulk's mutation from Dr. Banner and had drawn a lot of blood. Once the system breaks through this ability, it will be able to achieve controllable mutation of the Hulk. So to be honest, Dr. Banner is of no use to him now. "Mr. Chen Mu, Dr. Bruce Banner has woken up and he wants to see you." At this time, the captain, still wearing the Kylan armor, came over. Now they returned to the Y-20. After handing over the relief supplies to Venezuela, the Y-20 served as their temporary command post. The unconscious Bruce Banner has also been released and put into the Y-20 transport plane. This is because all Special Forces members are on alert because the opponent may turn into the green monster like before. Fortunately, after Bruce Banner woke up, he did not show any aggressiveness, which made everyone feel relieved. No one wants to be on a plane with a bomb that could explode at any time. "Are you awake? Well, let's go over and take a look." After hearing the captain's words, Chen Mu nodded, said indifferently, and walked towards Bruce. Bruce Banner has now woken up and sat up from the hospital bed. "Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Bruce Banner." Seeing Chen Mu and Sujia coming over, Banner quickly stood up, looked at them apologetically, and introduced himself. "We already know this." Sujia looked at him curiously and asked, "Where is the big green guy from before?" Although everyone present guessed that the Hulk was the Banner in front of them, Sujia still asked curiously, "You mean Hulk?" Bruce Banner smiled bitterly and continued, "He is me. When I am extremely angry or my heart rate is too fast, I will turn into that monster and lose my mind, attacking everything I see." Obviously, Banner at this moment hates the Hulk deeply. After all, the Hulk can be said to have destroyed everything for him. "It's you?" Sujia and others looked at Banner in surprise, unable to hide their surprise. They couldn't imagine how a skinny-looking man could turn into such a huge monster. Has the law of conservation of mass been eaten by that green monster? So, the reason you are now like this is because of an experimental accident. Bruce Banner did not hide anything about why he had undergone such a change and directly explained the whole story. "During an experimental accident, I was hit by gamma rays, and another guy, Hulk, grew in my body," Banner said helplessly. "By the way, I don't have a very clear memory after becoming the Hulk. If I remember correctly, it seemed that it was you who defeated the Hulk." Banner still has some vague memories of Hulk being beaten back. "Yeah, that's right." Sujia also nodded at this time and said, "The Homeland Defense Bureau said that there is a big guy causing trouble everywhere. We hope we can defeat him. Of course, it would be best if we can kill him directly." Sujia was naturally very unhappy about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s concealment of mission information, so he spoke unhappily. "Of course, this is not slander. This is what S.H.I.E.L.D. told S.H.I.E.L.D. that the original intention was to kill the Hulk, and it would be best if they could capture him alive. But now, the US military has initiated negotiations with us and wants to bring you back." Sujia looked at Bruce Banner and said to him, "Then the US military said that we kidnapped you. How interesting." Hearing this, Bruce Banner smiled bitterly. "If possible, I hope you won't hand me over to Meijun." "Oh why?" Sujia was a little curious about this. "General Ross has been trying to capture me to study the mutation in me. He wants to control this power and create more monsters like the Hulk." See, I said that the US military has always been like this, wanting to control any kind of power, even if it is inhumane. Sujia looked disdainful and continued, they often talk about human rights and humanity, but in the end they are the most inhumane. Bruce Banner did not refute Sujia's words at all, which probably meant he agreed with her. But how can the Hulk's power be controlled so easily? General Ross is overestimating his own abilities. Knowing the power of the Hulk, Bruce Banner does not think that General Ross can easily control this power, so he has been on the run. Firstly, it was to protect himself, and secondly, he didn't want General Ross to conduct such inhumane experiments on others. After all, it was pure luck that he was able to survive the gamma rays, and he didn't think that this kind of luck could be replicated. So, you were also researching something for the US military. Chen Mu looked at Bruce Banner calmly and continued to ask, the US military wants to study gamma rays, but I don't believe it's for the development of science. So, you are researching some kind of weapon, right? In fact, Chen Mu knew very well that Bruce Banner was researching the gamma bomb, but as a result of an accident, he was hit by the high-energy gamma rays emitted by the gamma missile, which caused him to mutate. Of course, the gamma bomb is a very inhumane weapon with a huge attack range and extremely strong lethality. A normal person will die if hit by high-energy rays. The reason why Bruce Banner was able to survive was actually due to himself. His body possesses some strange genetic material, and it is this genetic factor that caused Bruce Banner not to die after being hit by the golem rays, but instead gave birth to a monster like the Hulk. Chen Mu has already obtained the technology to control the Hulk's mutation, so he is naturally very clear about this. To put it simply, the power of the Hulk actually comes from Bruce Banner himself. The genetic factors in his body are actually the source of this power. Of course, if not for the bombardment of high-energy gamma rays, this genetic factor, which did not absorb a large amount of energy, would remain dormant in Bruce Banner's body forever. At this moment, the genetic factor in Bruce Banner's body has absorbed enough energy, so he can transform into the Hulk at any time. Monsters like Abomination actually have certain genetic factors because they were injected with Bruce Banner's blood. Therefore, even without being exposed to gamma rays, he can still become a monster capable of fighting the Hulk. Of course, after all, there is only a small amount of Bruce Banner's genetic genes, so the power of Abomination is limited and there is no possibility of growth. Long before, when Bruce Banner was in a coma, Chen Mu had already drawn a lot of his blood. When the time comes, he will take the blood back to China for research and create a controllable Hulk. Hearing this, Bruce Banner opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. He tacitly acknowledged this matter. This accident happened during the development of the gamma bomb. If there had been no accident, this bomb would have already been released. Perhaps, even if he had not been around over the years, the US military laboratory with complete information might have already developed this kind of bomb. Over the years since escaping from the US military base, Bruce Banner has looked back on the past and regretted developing this weapon. So Chen Mu spoke out this matter without mercy, which made Bruce Banner feel a little bit unbearable. If I remember correctly, if an ordinary person were hit by a powerful high-energy ray like gamma rays, there would definitely be no good outcome, right? To put it bluntly, gamma rays are also a form of radiation energy, and a gamma bomb is a radiation bomb. If you are hit by this bomb, there will definitely be no good outcome. It can be said that radiation weapons may be more difficult to accept than biological and chemical weapons. Bruce Banner's job is to be a scientist who studies this inhumane weapon. Even though he later became a superhero, he still has a lot of dark history. Not to mention the killing of innocent people after he transformed into the Hulk. His crime of developing this kind of weapon alone is too numerous to list. Damn it, only the US military can develop such a weapon. Sujia slammed his fist on the table beside him, his face full of anger. They talk about human rights every day and night, but secretly they do such shameful things. It is hard to imagine what kind of damage this kind of radiation weapon would cause if used on the battlefield. It would be fine if it was just the enemy, but this kind of weapon attacks indiscriminately. There will definitely be innocent civilians within the attack range, and it is hard to imagine how much damage will be caused to these people if they are hit by the high-energy rays of this radiation weapon. If you are hit by radiation, it would be a blessing to die on the spot. If you survive by chance, you will be tortured by this radiation for the rest of your life. Chen Mu looked at Bruce Banner calmly and continued. Even if you survive, your offspring will definitely be deformed. In Chen Mu's original world, the US military launched wars everywhere and used depleted uranium bombs. These weapons had certain radiation, which could not only pollute the enemy's land, but also cause deformities in children within the range. The US military is still using this anti-human weapon openly. And now, Bruce Banner has invented the gamma bomb, which has even more radiation. It deserves to be called an anti-human weapon. Bruce Banner was the scientist who studied this kind of weapon. For a moment, Sujia and others no longer had a good attitude towards Bruce Banner. I heard that the US military recently used some new weapons on the battlefield in Afghanistan. They are extremely powerful and carry radiation, but because they are not nuclear weapons, they are being used openly by the US military. Sujia looked at Bruce Banner with a bad face and continued, this new weapon has killed a large number of so-called terrorists in the US military's mouth, and many Afghan government troops in the war have also been affected. Of course, I heard that a large number of civilians were also killed and injured by this weapon. After saying that, several people looked at Bruce Banner coldly. What do you have to say about this radioactive weapon of mass destruction, Dr. Bruce Banner? Chen Mu sneered, looked at the silent Bruce Banner, and continued to ask, as the developer of this weapon, Dr. Bruce Banner, do you feel proud and proud? Chen Mu's words were actually quite hurtful, but they were the facts. Some people may say, before a weapon is developed, who knows where it will be used? Just like if Einstein had not discovered the equation of conservation of mass and energy, nuclear bombs would not have been invented. Although the birth of nuclear weapons has caused harm, the use of nuclear energy has also greatly promoted the progress of human civilization. The birth of a technology has its bad side, but it also has its good side. Shit. It is true that the use of nuclear energy can benefit mankind, but what about the gamma bomb? It is just a weapon? Tell me, what good can come of this inhumane radiation weapon? Their high-powered bombs can at least be used for mining and demolition, but what about your radiation bomb? Is it used as a light bulb? Just like biological weapons and bacterial bombs, which are simple weapons, what good aspects can you say they have? Could it be possible to increase the biodiversity of life on Earth? After all, viruses are also a type of living thing? I want to see how you can justify such purely inhumane weapons. Feel sorry. After hearing Sujia's words and knowing that the weapons he developed had caused some horrific massacres, Bruce Banner seemed a little painful. I've tried to commit suicide by swallowing a gun more than once, but the Hulk always spat out the bullet. Bruce Banner looked a little sad. In fact, he has attempted suicide more than once, but with the existence of Hulk, suicide is actually a luxury for Bruce. So, if possible, I hope you can kill me and don't hand me over to the US military. I don't want to cause any more misfortune. So, you just want to escape. Chen Mu looked at Bruce Banner coldly and continued, do you think you can escape all responsibility if you die? Do you think your death can save the lives of those innocent people? Then what should I do? Looking at the young man in front of him who was only in his 20s, Bruce Banner seemed to have found a life-saving straw and asked hurriedly, atonement, spend the rest of your life, use your wisdom to maintain world peace, find ways to make up for your mistakes. Chen Mu chuckled and continued, escape is never a solution to a problem. You can only make up for your mistakes if you work hard. Atonement. There was a flash of determination in Bruce Banner's eyes. Chen Mu's words were truly a life-saving straw for him. After all, a person who makes a mistake and only thinks about suicide is nothing more than a coward. But, because of the Hulk, I often cause some damage. However, when Bruce Banner thought of the Hulk, sadness flashed in his eyes. As long as Hulk exists, he won't be able to do something with peace of mind. That's easy, maybe I can help. Chen Mu smiled. To be honest, Bruce Banner was still somewhat useful. After all, he is an outstanding scientist who not only has profound research in the field of high-energy rays, but also has several doctoral degrees. He is a well-deserved genius scientist. Even Tony Stark only identifies with Bruce Banner and recognizes his intelligence and talent. Therefore, if Bruce Banner could follow him and become a member of SHIE, it would be a good choice. After all, Chen Mu has no good feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D., and being able to poach their future talents would be a win-win for Chen Mu with no harm in sight. Can you really do that? Bruce looked at Chen Mu expectantly. In fact, because Chen Mu, Sujia, and others have been wearing the Kirin armor, and Tony Stark is so high profile, the whole world knows how powerful the Iron Man suit is. This also makes Bruce believe that Chen Mu is also a genius who is no inferior to Tony Stark. Even though Chen Mu looks to be only in his 20s, Bruce Banner does not look down on him at all. How could a person who can create a battle armor that can defeat Hulk be bad? Is there really a way? Banner cares a lot about this. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chen Mu smiled. In fact, the system has completely analyzed the Hulk's mutation technology, so it is not impossible to help Banner perfectly control the Hulk. Can I leave with you? Bruce Banner also has some expectations for this. In fact, he also knew that he had a certain value, so if he wanted to leave with these people, it was not impossible. Dr. Bruce Banner. Chen Mu looked at Bruce seriously at this time and said solemnly, we are the Shenma Bureau, affiliated with China. I believe you also know what it means for you to follow us and leave. I know, but please allow me to go to China. Science has no borders. I hope to continue to use my abilities in China to make the world a better place, instead of aiding and abetting the evil and continuing to develop various inhumane weapons. After a moment's struggle, Bruce made the decision. He wanted to solve his own troubles with Hulk, but he also wanted to stay away from the US. Therefore, going to China is undoubtedly the best way. As for what he said, of course, he just said it casually. As for whether he is willing to do so in the future, isn't it up to him to decide? But the decision to go to China is real. If China can solve the Hulk hidden danger in him, then it would not be impossible for him to work for China in the future. Well, welcome Dr. Banner to the SHIE. Chen Mu smiled and extended his right hand towards Bruce. Thank you. By the way, I don't know what you are called. Bruce shook hands with Chen Mu, then scratched his head awkwardly and said rather embarrassedly, my name is Chen Mu, a member of the Spear Bureau. Chen Mu smiled and said this casually. Chen Mu, will we get into trouble by doing this? Although they really don't want to hand Bruce Banner over to the US military, it doesn't seem appropriate to take Bruce away directly. After all, the United States now claims that they have kidnapped Bruce Banner. If they take Bruce Banner away and return directly to China, it will inevitably cause a very troublesome diplomatic dispute. Trouble. Chen Mu was stunned, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and continued, Dr. Bruce Banner stole our Kylin armor, and we haven't caused trouble for the United States yet, but the United States is causing trouble for us. WTF? Everyone present was stunned. Wasn't Bruce Banner still standing there? How did he steal their Kylin armor? Then everyone's eyes lit up and they understood what Chen Mu meant. Number 2. The combat team leader looked at number 2 and winked. Clear. Number 2 nodded. Although he was a little speechless, he still opened the Kirin armor and walked out, looking helpless. Who made number 2 and Bruce Banner have similar body sizes? This is also the reason why Bruce Banner, who was unconscious, was allowed to wear his armor. The armor has already set its destination. It will go directly to the SHIE Bureau in China. Dr. Banner, don't worry. Chen Mu looked at Bruce Banner with a smile. Okay. Bruce Banner smiled bitterly, nodded, and obediently walked into the Kirin armor. Although I don't want to be labeled a thief, this is the only way to best deal with the current situation. And doing so will not cause trouble for China. Then I'll go first. Bruce, who already understood Chen Mu's thoughts, did not act pretentiously and walked directly into the armor. The battle armor was closed again, and it flew directly out of Yun 20. Then it turned around and quickly disappeared into the sky. It's a very simple method. You said that Bruce Banner was kidnapped by us, and now we are suing you. Bruce Banner also stole our armor and escaped. I still suspect that it was you who ordered it. It's enough that we didn't cause trouble to you Americans, but you actually have the nerve to come and cause trouble to us. If this is the case, then the follow-up process should be simple, right? Seeing this, Chen Mu no longer had the idea of staying any longer. It was enough to leave the problem to Sujia and the others to deal with. Chen Mu really doesn't want to deal with the US. It was already that evening when we returned to China, because the combat team had been arguing with the US military for the entire afternoon. In the end, after all, Bruce Banner had escaped, and General Ross had no choice but to let Sujia and others leave. As for holding them accountable for kidnapping Bruce Banner, don't joke, it's good enough that Chen Mu and the others didn't hold him accountable. After all, a set of Kirin armor is not cheap. The cost is as much as 60 RMB. Of course, if announced to the public, it must be 100 times more expensive, reaching million, and it has to be US dollars. After all, developing a set of armor requires countless scientific research funds, so what's wrong with pricing it a little higher? If you don't believe me, just ask Tony Stark, how much is his Iron Man armor worth? $30 billion? Sorry to bother you. In the end, Chen Mu and his friends returned safely to the embrace of their motherland. I also met Bruce Banner who had been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Chen Mu, when do we start? When Chen Mu returned to the industrial park again, he met Bruce Banner who had been waiting for a long time. Don't worry, Dr. Banner. Chen Mu looked at him calmly and said, your problem is not that difficult to deal with. There is no need to rush it in 1 or 2 days. By the way, are you used to staying here? After all, Bruce Banner is a foreigner, and the industrial park is full of China's scientific research elites. Most of these people are from the Shenmao Bureau, and they can also learn more knowledge in the industrial park. We can also do a good job of protecting the industrial park. Therefore, Chen Mu did not care about it at all, and did not hesitate to share any technology with the scientific researchers of the Shenmao Bureau. As long as they wanted to learn and were sure that they were indeed from the Shenmao Bureau, they could learn it. Of course, there is also a level determination system within the Shield Bureau. The more advanced the technology, the higher the level required to access and learn it. This also eliminates the possibility of advanced technology being stolen by spies. After all, everyone knows now that SHIELD is just a group of American lackeys, and its members are all a group of agents. God knows when they got into the SHIE and stole the confidential technology. Don't disbelieve it, SHIELD is really capable of doing such a thing. Petty theft is really SHIELD's favorite. Is it easy? Bruce Banner was speechless, but since Chen Mu said so, he had no way to continue to pester him, so he also spoke. I can speak Chinese, so I won't have any difficulty here. As a genius, Bruce Banner masters several languages, including Chinese, so he does not feel uncomfortable because of the change of environment. Dr. Banner, your problem comes from within yourself. You can try to study yourself first. Maybe you can find the answer yourself without my help. Chen Mu smiled and continued, I guess it was some kind of power in your body that caused you to absorb the energy of the gamma rays, which allowed you to survive and gave birth to a powerful being like Hulk. Myself? Bruce Banner is so smart that after hearing what Chen Mu said, he couldn't help but guess. This was indeed contrary to his previous research direction. He studied gamma rays, trying to find the answer in gamma rays, and never thought that the emergence of Hulk might also be due to himself. Although he was also very careful not to let the blood fall into the hands of others, in order to solve his own physical problems, he secretly sent the blood to another scientist he had never met. If it is really due to his own problems as Chen Mu said, then this blood will definitely cause a lot of trouble. And if that's the case, then if my blood, Hulk's blood, is not handled properly, it will cause a lot of trouble. When you defeated me in the Amazon forest, did you clean up the blood at the scene? Bruce Banner gave a wry smile and looked at Chen Mu and asked. It seems not. Chen Mu touched his nose. Before he could deal with it, General Ross arrived. If he hadn't been behind him, he would definitely not have had the chance to continue dealing with it. So if there is blood, it will definitely fall into the hands of General Ross. But so what? The US military could only create a monster like the abomination at most. Chen Mu said that he didn't need to take it to heart. Clap clap clap. Look who I see. Isn't this Dr. Bruce Banner who stole a Kirin armor from the SHIE Bureau? I didn't expect to see you in the industrial area of the SHIE Bureau. It's incredible. There was a burst of applause and some sarcastic remarks. Chen Mu and Bruce Banner looked over and saw Su Jiajun walking over with someone. The person who spoke was the one wearing an eye patch and had a black face. Oh, no, his face was originally black. He was the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury. I thought who it was. It turns out to be the director of that bureau. What can I do for you? Looking at the person who came, Chen Mu, who had no feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D., naturally did not have a good expression. It's the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Nick Fury didn't care at all about Chen Mu's rude hospitality. Instead, he said in agreement, this name is indeed a bit long. Then call it SHIELD, since the abbreviation of your agency is a shield. SHIELD is not bad. Chen Mu said indifferently. What a good name, S.H.I.E.L.D. It just happens that our duty is to isolate all dangers from the shield. Calling it shield just fits our responsibility. Haha. Chen Mu could only laugh at Nick Fury's shameless behavior of flattering himself. But if we call it SHIELD, isn't your country's SHIELD confronting us? Nick Fury came to Chen Mu and the others as if he was at home. He sat on the sofa, picked up a document on the coffee table and started reading it. Gamma bomb. Placed on the table were Bruce Banner's research results. He wrote down some principles and techniques of the gamma bomb and was about to hand it over to Chen Mu. He tried to use Chen Mu's technological capabilities to produce a device that could generate gamma rays to target the weapons he had once made. Or, develop some drugs that can alleviate the damage caused by gamma rays. He did this just to atone for his sins. Hearing that there were many innocent people in Afghanistan suffering from diseases caused by radiation, Bruce Banner wanted to do his best to make up for his mistake as much as possible. Humph, so this is what you, the SHIELD, are researching? Such inhumane weapons? It seems that we, SHIELD, need to reevaluate your purpose. Nick Fury placed the documents on the coffee table and slammed it hard, his face full of anger. It seemed that he felt very angry after seeing Chen Mu and the others researching this weapon. Haha, it seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet? Or are you just putting on an act? Who are you trying to scare? Chen Mu laughed and continued, this kind of thing was not researched by me, but by your American army, and it seems to have been used in actual combat. This weapon that you call inhumane is now blooming on the battlefield in Afghanistan. You still call yourself a shield, protecting the earth? The US military is openly using this inhumane weapon to carry out brutal massacres. Why don't you, S.H.I.E.L.D., take any action? Or are you, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the US military the same? For large-scale lethal weapons like this, S.H.I.E.L.D. might be assisting in the development. The US military is using this weapon on the battlefield, but Chen Mu doesn't believe it, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has no information at all. Perhaps, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US military are in cahoots with each other and are using the war to test this kind of weapon. Perhaps a lot of this kind of weapon is also stored inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Really? It seems like we should indeed do some investigation into the US military. After hearing Chen Mu's words, Nick Fury's expression remained calm. He suppressed his anger and just said this calmly. Don't act in front of me. Everyone knows that you are all agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., and you are the so-called king of agents. Why are you pretending in front of me? If you have something to say, just tell me. If you don't have anything to say, then please leave. You are not welcome here. Chen Mu didn't give any good face to the hypocritical Nick Fury. My purpose this time is for Dr. Bruce Banner. Seeing Chen Mu's firm attitude, Nick Fury did not hesitate any longer and directly stated the purpose of his trip. The Hulk is too dangerous, we must take him away. Take me away? To completely destroy me? Or lock me up for research? Bruce Banner looked unhappy when he heard about himself. He looked at Nick Fury coldly and continued to question, then I don't know why Director Nick Fury must take me away. Your power is too great and must be regulated to prevent it from causing greater damage. Nick Fury explained expressionlessly, and continued, and SHIELD is the best place to contain them. What I mean is that you, the Hulk, are too powerful, and we, SHIELD, have to lock you up. It's not safe anywhere else. Besides, in S.H.I.E.L.D., you can continue your research and live the life you like. No, I think the Spear Bureau is more suitable for me. Bruce Banner didn't want to listen to Nick Fury's words, so he refused directly and continued, SHIE is powerful enough to subdue the Hulk. It is in other places that the Hulk will cause greater damage. After all, Bruce saw hope of curing Hulk in Chen Mu, so how could he be willing to leave with Nick Fury? Besides, as for scientific research, I think the conditions here are very good, and I can do the research I like here. Bruce Banner's face was full of rejection of Nick Fury. Speaking of which, Bruce Banner remembers that Sujia had said before that it was SHIELD that asked SHIELD to kill him. How could Bruce have a good face towards this person who wanted to kill him? It doesn't matter where you do the research. Science has no borders. Nick Fury hadn't given up yet and continued to persuade, but the scientific research conditions in China are definitely not as good as those in the United States. Besides, look at this place, there are only Chinese scientists. It will be difficult for you, a foreigner, to integrate. Why are you going back to America? Are you going to continue researching those inhumane weapons you mentioned? Bruce was angry and slammed the table hard, staring at Nick Fury with green bloodshot flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Nick Fury got scared. He really didn't want to die. He didn't want to be slapped to death by Hulk. Ahem, well, if you're willing to return to America, America welcomes you anytime. Nick Fury forced a smile, but his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. As the high and mighty director of S.H.I.E.L.D., when has he ever suffered such a loss as he has in the past few days? He felt that he had suffered more in the past few days than in the previous 30 years combined. Go slowly and don't send me away. Looking at Nick Fury's leaving back, Chen Mu said calmly. Nick Fury paused, but did not look back and left directly. If you continue to stay here, you will only continue to suffer. How could the high and mighty director of S.H.I.E.L.D. continue to endure such humiliation? It's finally relaxing. Bruce Banner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when Nick didn't leave. Well, isn't this guy very hypocritical? Chen Mu asked Russ Banner with a smile. From what I know, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US military have a lot of cooperation. They were even involved in the gamma bomb I developed. Now, not only are they pretending to know nothing, they are also turning the tables, saying that researching such dangerous weapons is inhumane. We don't know who made this thing, and no one knows who is using it, but they are using it openly on the battlefield, without any regard for whether there are innocent civilians in the war zone. Guys like Nick Fury really have thicker skin than a city wall. However, as the saying goes, you can't get any meat without being thick-skinned. The development of S.H.I.E.L.D. to its current level is inseparable from the thick-skinnedness of its director Nick Fury. The negotiations between S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. have yielded results. After watching Nick Fury leave, Sujia turned to look at Chen Mu and continued. S.H.I.E.L.D. saw the power of the Kirin armor, and the negotiations went smoothly. S.H.I.E.L.D. promised to withdraw from China and establish an offensive and defensive alliance with S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, the so-called alliance is just a piece of waste paper. Whether the two parties are willing to abide by it depends on their mood. However, the only request from S.H.I.E.L.D. right now is that they want 2 sets of armor, and 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will come here soon to tailor-make them for them. 2 sets? What did Zhang Xian say? The director agreed. For Chen Mu, there was no difference between 1 set and 2 sets. The armor was just something mass-produced on an assembly line, and it had no effect on him. Okay then, wait for the S.H.I.E.L.D. people to come over, then send it directly to the industrial park and customize it for them. There are 2 styles, one for men and one for women. The people who wear them will come to the industrial park in person. They also want to customize weapons, but director Zhang Xian refused. A man and a woman, and they also want to customize their weapons. They must be Hawkeye and Black Widow from S.H.I.E.L.D. Only the weapons of these 2 people are different from ordinary ones. Hawkeye will definitely use a bow and arrow, and Black Widow will use a lot of weapons from beginning to end, but as for the armor, it depends on what weapons she wants to equip. However, Huaqiangbei Industrial Zone is not an arms company in name after all, and is not qualified to produce weapons. The Kirin armor has always been produced as an outer shell with space reserved for the assembly of weapons. The weapons were all produced by senior domestic weapons manufacturers. Of course, the drawings were provided by Chen Mu. Therefore, in response to S.H.I.E.L.D's request, S.H.I.E.L.D. simply refused. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not worry too much. Although the weapon displayed by the Kirin armor when fighting against Hulk was quite dazzling and able to force the Hulk into a desperate situation, but it doesn't seem to be something too high-tech. It's nothing more than a miniature guided missile and an energy launch device. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not short of these 2 technologies. Therefore, Nick Fury was not dissatisfied with the rejection of the S.H.I.E. He was already very satisfied that he had obtained 2 sets of armor as he wished. Allowing his 2 most trusted subordinates, Hawkeye and Black Widow, to wield such powerful weapons is a significant boost to S.H.I.E.L.D's strength. However, after inquiring from various sources and learning how many sets of Kirin armor the S.H.I.E. currently has, Nick Fury felt very unhappy. Look at Chen Mu. After developing the Kirin armor, he handed it over to their country's organization without hesitation. In just 1 or 2 months, he greatly increased the strength of a country. Not to mention anything else, just the organization of SHIEBA, with these 100 existing sets of Kirin armor, its strength can leap to the top of the world. At this moment, no organization can match the Spear of God Bureau. Not to mention, the Spear Bureau is still producing armor, and their strength will continue to increase. Let's look at Tony Stark in our own country. It was obviously he who first developed the Iron Man armor, such a powerful weapon, but what was the result? He put it in his bag as if he was holding something, and there was no chance that the armor would get out. If Tony Stark could also license the Iron Man armor to S.H.I.E.L.D. like Chen Mu did, with the strength of SHIELD, it will be able to quickly equip a large number of Iron Warriors. By then, the powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. will have no problem conquering the entire world. However, unlike those scheming high-level Americans, and unlike those profit-seeking capitalists who have pushed America to launch various wars on Earth, to be honest, Nick Fury really looks down on those people. After all, he knew very well that there were a large number of aliens in this universe. When he was young, he resisted the invasion of aliens. His good friend, Captain Marvel Danvers, is now fighting against the evil forces in some corner of the universe. There are a large number of other civilizations in the universe, and the Earth will be drawn into them sooner or later. Although SHIELD is a lackey of the United States, under the leadership of Nick Fury, it is always on guard against invasions from outside the Earth. On this point, Nick Fury is somewhat worthy of praise. SHIELD is not completely useless. The reason why SHIELD chose to compromise with SHIELD was because they saw the other party's strength. Although it is a bit regrettable that we cannot control this power ourselves, it is still a force on Earth after all. If we really face an alien invasion one day, the SHIED is a force that cannot be ignored. Perhaps, when they face any major crisis in the future, the SHIE Bureau can be a great help in helping them cope with the crisis. One difference between the Shenmue Bureau and other organizations is that it is an official organization under China, and China is not a very aggressive country. At least the existence of SHIE won't scare Nick Fury. Although it is said that the United States often exaggerates the threat from China, the top American officials actually know very well that as long as they do not go too far, China is not really that much of a threat. After all, according to the analysis of think tanks, the probability of China actively invading other countries is basically zero. Of course, this is not the main reason why Nick Fury compromised so quickly. The main reason is that the power of SHIELD is too strong and SHIELD has no means to fight against it. So, he had to bear with it. Being able to obtain 2 sets of such armor already made Nick Fury slightly satisfied. The next day, the SHIELD agents who wanted to customize their armor also arrived at the industrial park on time. As Shenmue expected, it was indeed Hawkeye and Black Widow. But it is also true that as the current force of SHIELD, it seems that only these 2 people are qualified to use the armor. Moreover, they are the only 2 who have gained Nick Fury's trust. The current SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra for a long time, and there are not many agents who can gain Nick Fury's full trust. Hawkeye, whose real name is Clint Barton, is a senior agent of SHIELD. He is good at close combat, shooting, and sniping. He can hit the target with any firearm. He can be said to be a perfect agent. Of course, what he is best at is bows and arrows. He is the one who can shoot an arrow through a target from 100 paces away. The other person, with a graceful figure and pretty face, was the Black Widow, whose real name was Natasha Romanoff, and she was once an agent of the Soviet Red House. She has a clear mind, quick actions, extraordinary skills, toughness, and ferocity, and there is a seductive look in her eyes. Her beauty is also her deadly weapon. She is an elite agent of SHIELD. The Black Widow has a great figure, burgundy hair, and every move she makes is full of temptation. She really couldn't understand what was going on when she saw Shenmue looking at her, and she even threw a coquettish look at Shenmue. Humph. Seeing this, Sujia on the side became unhappy. He snorted coldly and glared at Shenmue with a bad look. Shenmue looked puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with Sujia. To be honest, Shenmue is a typical Oriental man with traditional Oriental aesthetics. The type of person he likes is the elegant Oriental beauty. Although Western beauties are also good, especially those with great figures, but if he had to choose, he would still prefer Eastern beauties. Moreover, in Shenmue's eyes, the Black Widow is not really a great beauty. Her figure is indeed good, but it is still inferior to those professional supermodels. Speaking of models, the supermodel sisters that Tony Stark met last time had really amazing figures. By the way, it's time to discuss scientific issues with Tony. I should take some time to go to America again and discuss various technologies with Tony Stark. Of course, after a few days, maybe Tony Stark has some new technology, and I can go over and help him research it. It's definitely not for the purpose of having a life of luxury and debauchery with him. It's definitely not because of those models with amazing bodies. These 2 are agents of SHIELD, 2 sets of Kirin armor, technology tailor-made for them. Seeing Shenmue in a daze, Sujio thought that he was mesmerized by the beauty of the Black Widow. He glared at Shenmue again and said unhappily, "Do you need Yucha clothes?" Black Widow smiled and asked in a seductive tone, "Will the measurement be more accurate this way?" 32D, you can tell at a glance. If you want to exchange it for a month, that's no problem. Shenmue shrugged indifferently and said jokingly, "Hongmeng, measure the physical data for both of you." Having said that, Shenmue still gave instructions to the Hongmeng system. Born out of Jarvis, Hongmen's intelligence is more advanced. In the industrial park, there are sensors connected to Hongmeng everywhere. Shenmue gave an order. 2 infrared rays scanned Hawkeye and Black Widow, scanning them from top to bottom and scanning all their body information. And the model is established in the database. Your bodies have been scanned. It will take about 2 hours to produce the armor. You can drink some tea here. Once the armor is produced, you can leave directly. Hawkeye and Black Widow are not superheroes yet. They are just senior agents of SHIELD. Shenmue really doesn't want to have any contact with people who work as agents. This group of people does everything with a purpose. If you have been in contact with them for a long time, they might even take away your things. Although a thief cannot be an agent, a qualified agent is definitely a qualified thief. Shenmue chose to stay away from such people. Black Widow has a good figure and looks okay, but she is not Shenmue's type. If you really want to find a big shot, you might as well go and hang out with Tony. No, you should exchange techniques and technology with him. Compared to those supermodels with top figures, Black Widow is really not good enough. As long as you have money, you can find a top young model. Isn't she attractive? Black Widow is an agent who takes the mission as the goal and does whatever it takes. Whoever she wants can do it. Anyway, Chen Mu is not interested. You look quite experienced, young man. Black Widow was amazed that Chen Mu could judge her figure at a glance, and couldn't help but tease him. Without him, only hands are familiar. Having said that, he clenched his right hand into the air and made a grabbing gesture. Chen Mu smiled indifferently and didn't take it to heart. Hehe. Su Jia laughed at Chen Mu's sweet talk, with a look of disdain on his face. Mr. Chen Mu, since we are here, why don't you take us around and give us a tour of your company? Hawkeye Barton, on the other hand, did not forget his duties. As an agent, he always wanted to test the Shenmue Bureau and understand some things in the industrial zone thoroughly. Whatever you want. Our people will notify you when the armor is ready in 2 hours. Chen Mu's attitude towards these 2 future Avengers members is better than his attitude towards SHIELD. Although the Avengers was founded by S.H.I.E.L.D., its members later parted ways with S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of their different philosophies, most of the Avengers are fighting for humanity, not just for America. Anyway, they can't get anything in the industrial park. Information that needs to be protected, or places that require permission to enter. They are all controlled by Hong Meng, and the 2 of them have no way of entering these places. At most, he would just ask someone about the affairs of the Shenmue Bureau. For the Shenmue Bureau, there was no need to hide anything. Hong Meng started to produce the armor for Hawkeye and Black Widow. After seeing them off, Chen Mu's office finally became quiet. Bruce Banner is indeed a genius. After Chen Mu pointed out that Hulk might have mutated due to some genetic factors in his body, Bruce Banner began to conduct self-research. Comparing his own genes with those of ordinary people, he quickly discovered a difference. There is a strange genetic material in his genes that can cause him to have symptoms similar to schizophrenia. And because of the absorption of a large amount of gamma rays, the 2 underwent some magical changes, and the Hulk's consciousness was born. This is also why Hulk's intelligence is like that of a child and he has no way to communicate, because he has only been born for a short time. Hulk has only been born for about 5 years now, but because Hulk has appeared for such a short time, it is less than a few months in total, which is equivalent to a child less than 1 year old. Although he has a violent temper and a terrible desire for destruction, it is undeniable that he is a child. In fact, it is very easy to solve Bruce Banner's problem. One body has 2 consciousnesses, and these 2 consciousnesses will fight for control of the body. So we only need to suppress or directly eliminate one of the consciousnesses to solve Bruce Banner's problem very well. Bruce Banner is a little conflicted now. He also knows the current situation. The best solution now is to directly destroy Hulk's consciousness. In this way, the Hulk will never appear again, and Bruce Banner can only control his own body perfectly. He can control himself to transform into the Hulk. Of course, he doesn't like the Hulk's form, so he can always maintain his human body, which solves his hidden dangers. But what made Chen Mu speechless now was that faced with this solution, Bruce Banner was a little hesitant. He believes that Hulk also has his own life and he has no right to kill him inhumanely. This made Chen Mu speechless. But this body belongs to Bruce Banner, and he doesn't want to solve it this way, so he has to take other measures. Let the Hulk's consciousness merge with Bruce's to become a brand new Bruce Banner, just like after Avengers 4, Bruce and Hulk became one, consciousness merged with consciousness, and body merged with body. At that time, Bruce Banner will always maintain the form of Hulk, but he will also have the wisdom of Bruce Banner and will no longer lose control. This solution was found by Bruce Banner himself in the future, and now it is just brought forward. Because he thinks Hulk is also a life, Bruce Banner doesn't want to ignore life, so he chooses to keep the Hulk's body forever and chooses to merge with Hulk. Does this mean that Hulk also has human rights? So Bruce Banner should respect Hulk's human rights. Chen Mu found it difficult to understand this Western concept from beginning to end. Not only Chen Mu, even any random Chinese would choose to destroy Hulk's consciousness directly. Simply put, Bruce Banner's current physical condition is like suffering from schizophrenia. One consciousness belongs to Bruce Banner, and the other belongs to Hulk. To treat schizophrenia, the natural approach is to choose the good part of the spirit to keep and find ways to eliminate the other bad consciousness, that is, to let people choose between Bruce Banner and Hulk. Compared with the two, Bruce Banner is naturally more valuable. This is a very simple sacrifice, sacrificing the Hulk to fulfill Bruce's wish. The current situation is that Bruce gave up and let Hulk sacrifice himself, and was willing to sacrifice himself to fulfill Hulk's wish. Give up being a human and keep your body in the form of the Hulk. Bruce is no longer a human being, just like him in Avengers 4. Hulk is good at fighting, like a beast, but because he is too young and has no sense of right and wrong, Bruce Banner feels that Hulk is innocent. He cannot bear it and does not want to directly destroy Hulk's existence. Speaking of feeling sorry for yourself, do you think you felt too sorry for yourself when you were making all kinds of lethal weapons for America? Chen Mu really couldn't understand these people's values, but fortunately he was too lazy to care. Do whatever you want. If you want to merge with Hulk, then go ahead. Chen Mu can provide the technology anyway. Chen Mu, you'd better take a look at this. Looking at Chen Mu, who was daydreaming in the office, Su Jia came up at this time, holding a tablet computer in his hand and handed it to him. In New York, an emergency situation occurred. The US military was fighting an ugly monster, and it seemed that the US military was no match for it. Chen Mu took a look at the computer and couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this disgusting? I didn't expect that I brought Bruce Banner to China, and this monster was still caught by the US military. When capturing Hulk before, the Kirin armor showed no mercy and used all kinds of weapons to attack Hulk. Although Hulk has a strong recovery ability and seems not to have serious injuries, he is actually bleeding all over the place. There were bloodstains in many places on the battlefield. Later, because of the arrival of the US military, the combat troops had no time to clean up, and some of Hulk's blood was left behind. Naturally, all this blood fell into the hands of General Ross. General Ross, who had become somewhat obsessed with Hulk's power, naturally would not let go of these things and ordered his troops to collect them. General Ross was not convinced, and neither were any of his soldiers. Emil Brinsky, a cocky mercenary, was previously recruited by General Ross to go to Brazil to capture Bruce Banner. As a result, he was severely taught a lesson by the Hulk. How could the arrogant and conceited Brinsky tolerate such a thing? So he also tried to become stronger, and then fight with the Hulk to prove his strength. General Ross happened to be lacking an experimental subject, and he had previously obtained a batch of physical strengthening drugs from Stark Industries, which were said to be developed based on the super soldier serum used by Captain Rogers' Steve. However, due to incomplete information, it is only a semi-finished product. Since Stark Industries does not guarantee its effectiveness, it has been kept in the US military base by General Ross. And now that Tony Stark has become Iron Man, he no longer cares about the strengthening serum. To General Ross, this strengthening potion is like chicken ribs. It is tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away. However, since Bronsky, the mercenary, was willing to be a test subject, General Ross was happy to see it happen and agreed with Bronsky's idea. The two hit it off and injected him with the serum. However, Captain America's enhanced serum has a fatal hidden danger, not to mention that it was imitated by Tony Stark based on incomplete information, which further highlights this point. Good people will become better after using it, but bad people will only become worse after using it. Obviously, Bronsky is not a good person. After being injected with the strengthening drug, his body was strengthened, but his competitive spirit and desire to become stronger were also enhanced. Knowing that he is still unable to defeat the Hulk in his current state, Bronsky compromises and hides in the US military, looking for more opportunities. He finally found the blood of the Hulk. It has to be said that the US military is really full of talented people. The Hulk's blood was purified by them and became a semi-finished injectable drug. Of course, there was only one serum, and the clinical experimenters also had no resources. So it became a useless item that was a pity to throw away. Give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Feeling that he was still very weak, Bronsky picked up the Hulk serum again without hesitation and injected it directly into his body without considering any consequences. Then, just like the original plot of the movie, Bronsky turned into the monster of abomination. The difference is that this time there is no Hulk to stop him. Feeling that he is extremely strong, Abomination escapes from the US military base, wreaking havoc while preparing to flee America and live freely. Of course, he also has a knot in his heart and he must find Hulk to fight. What we need to do now is to swat these annoying flies of the US military to death. The ability to correct the plot is really daunting. Unexpectedly, even after taking the Hulk away, the monster Abomination was still born. Interesting, it seems the US military has developed something new. Seeing the appearance of hatred, Chen Mu, however, crossed his legs, looking like he was ready to watch a show. I think we can ask Bruce Banner to come and take a look. Chen Mu looked at the screen happily and continued, you should let Dr. Banner take a good look at the US military's appearance. Although this monster is not green in color, it looks a bit like the Hulk. This thing is definitely related to the Hulk. Maybe it is a monster created by the US military using his blood. Although he knew these things, Chen Mu was not in a position to say them directly, so he spoke of them in the form of speculation. Although it is just speculation, it is also a fact. Dr. Banner is still in his laboratory. Su Jia didn't say anything about Chen Mu's heartless look, or rather, she felt that it was none of her business and she just ignored it. The troubles created by you, the US military, must of course be solved by you, the US military yourself. Besides, they are far away on the other side of the ocean now, and there is nothing they can do even if they want to help. Is this a live broadcast? Send the link to Dr. Bruce Banner. Chen Mu felt a little regretful that he couldn't invite Bruce Banner to come and watch the live broadcast. After all, he couldn't continue to sow discord in front of him, which made it less fun. But the live broadcast link can also be sent to Bruce Banner, so that he can see for himself the conduct of the US military. Okay. Huaqiangbei Industrial Park can be said to be the most high-tech industrial park in China at present, and is in no way inferior to Tony Stark's park. Each laboratory is also connected to Hungman's network and has the technology of void projection, so it is a very easy thing to let Bruce Banner watch the live broadcast. You really have some bad taste. Su Jia was speechless about Chen Mu's bad taste. This is not a bad taste, but to let Bruce Banner see the true face of America, so that Dr. Bruce Banner will not want to return to America in the future. Chen Mu curled his lips. He was not really doing nothing, but had a purpose. If I remember correctly, Bruce Banner is obsessed with General Ross's daughter. There is no guarantee that he will return to America for love. Even though General Ross's daughter had already found a new boyfriend and they had even lived together for a long time, the boyfriend was a male lecturer who was well versed in human nature. But, as long as there is love, of course I will choose to forgive her. Abomination is different from the beast-like Hulk. He is a serious soldier and has a very strong combat talent. Even though he had become something hateful, he still maintained his clear consciousness, so he was able to perfectly exert his strength. Therefore, in his eyes, the military personnel were nothing more than serving food. They were able to ignore the hatred of all kinds of ordinary weapons, fight violently in the streets, beat the American troops to the ground, and pick up cars on the roadside and use them as weapons to smash them at the soldiers. As for whether there are any innocent people in that car, hatred doesn't bother to care. Therefore, many innocent people died in the abomination. But what does this have to do with Chen Mu? Anyway, it was only Americans who died. They themselves didn't feel sad, so why should Chen Mu feel sad? You know, in Chen Mu's original world, nearly 1 million people were about to die in America because of the epidemic, and America itself was not worried. So what should Chen Mu, as an outsider, worry about? After all, in their eyes, death is a normal thing. After all, birth, aging, illness and death are part of human nature. It's just a matter of one person's death. What's so strange about it? Although the incident of one person dying was repeated n times. Not bad, not bad. The US military is still very powerful, but it seems that its firepower is not good enough. As if watching a blockbuster movie, Chen Mu couldn't help but applaud as he watched the scenes in the video. It felt very satisfying to see American soldiers being smashed into meat patties by hatred. I have to say that the US military is very powerful. They are able to create monsters like the abomination. Chen Mu felt a little regretful when he said this. He continued, but it seems that their technology is not up to standard. This monster doesn't seem to listen to the US military. A lot of civilians died. Sujio was also looking at the screen, but unlike Chen Mu, she looked a little heavy. Although as Chen Mu said, these civilians who were unfortunately affected were just international friends, she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear it. But what if I can't bear it anymore? She was unable to help as they were across the ocean. Chen Mu, have you heard what happened in New York? At this time, Hawkeye and Black Widow, who were originally visiting the park, rushed into the office in a panic, with anxious looks on their faces. Oh, I see it. Are you talking about this monster? After the door opened, Chen Mu put away the amusement and gloating on his face. After seeing Hawkeye and the other man, he pointed at the computer on the table. The live broadcast on TV is still going on. The battle between the abominations and the US Army looks very exciting. In the center of New York, there are a large number of civilians, so it is difficult for the US military to use heavy firepower, and ordinary firearms are nothing more than a tickle to the hatred. After fighting for so long, the strongest individual firepower the US could mobilize was just the RPG rocket launcher. However, this thing still cannot cause any harm to hatred. The only thing that Abomination is afraid of is the helicopter's heavy machine gun. If hit by this thing, Abomination will still be injured. Don't worry. Isn't there Iron Man in New York? This monster won't be so arrogant for long, Chen Mu said calmly. Don't you Americans worship individual heroism? Besides, isn't Tony Stark in New York? Your Iron Man will save you from danger. However, it seems that even the current Iron Man cannot defeat Abomination. But what does this have to do with Chen Mu? Our director hopes to contact you. Hawkeye took out a mobile phone and placed it in front of Chen Mu. Oh, it was the Xiaoma mobile phone from Chen Mu's company. On the phone screen, Nick Fury's boiled egg-like face appeared. Hey, respected director of S.H.I.E.L.D., what can I do for you? Chen Mu greeted him with a smile on his face, as if he had no idea what had happened. Mr. Chen Mu, I hope to get help from the Shenmue Bureau. Nick Fury ignored Chen Mu's expression and directly stated his purpose. I think, Mr. Director, you have the wrong person. Chen Mu spread his hands helplessly and continued, if you want help, I think you should go to our director Zhang Xian. Besides, I don't think we can provide you with any help now that we are on the other side of the world. Besides, I don't think the Shenmue Bureau in China can provide any help to you in America. Chen Mu had no intention of helping Nick Fury when he asked for help. Besides, even if I wanted to help, there was no way I could do it. After all, the SHIEA is still in China, and it is impossible for it to help America, which is on the other side of the world. No, you can help. Nick Fury in the video looked serious as he looked at Chen Mu and said solemnly, since you can provide armor technology to SHIELD, I think you should also be a person who loves humanity. Our responsibility as SHIELD is to protect the Earth and humanity. Since you can help SHIELD and provide them with armor technology, I hope you can also help SHIELD and provide us with the same technology. So, you still haven't given up? The corner of Chen Mu's mouth twitched, and he had a new understanding of the shamelessness of Nick. I don't want to say the same thing a second time, but I have to say it again. I refuse. Looking at Nick Fury's expression, Chen Mu said with a cold face, and refused again without hesitation. Chen Mu, you don't really think that our Earth is the only place in the universe where there is life, right? Seeing that Chen Mu was unmoved, Nick Fury spoke again. Outside the Earth, in the vast universe, there are countless civilizations. The Earth is just a drop in the ocean among these civilizations. Nick Fury said calmly, as long as these alien civilizations continue to exist, our Earth will be in danger. Only by arming ourselves can we cope with future challenges. There are more than just humans in the universe, I know that for sure. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, the universe is so big, wouldn't someone be so arrogant as to think that only life on Earth exists in the entire universe? How many years has the universe been around? And how many years has humanity been around? If the time of the universe so far is counted as 24 hours a day, the birth of mankind does not even come to the last millisecond of this day. Moreover, the universe is infinitely vast. With such a huge universe and such a long time, how can life exist only on Earth? Don't be kidding. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs all its strength to protect our Earth. Nick Fury said solemnly, maybe you don't know that 30 years ago, when you were not even around, the Earth had already faced an alien invasion. And you want to say, that time it was all thanks to you, S.H.I.E.L.D., that you saved the world. Chen Mu's face was full of sneers. This was really the routine of American movies. When aliens who can travel across the universe and alien civilizations who can migrate between planets come to Earth, it is America that saves the Earth every time. Do you believe it when I tell you? Look at the picture displayed on the computer. Now an abomination is attacking you. The American troops are retreating step by step and don't know where to go. You tell me that these soldiers can repel the invasion of aliens? What a bullshit? Yes. In response to this, Nick Fury did not hesitate to flatter himself. After all, so much time has passed, who has any evidence? However, the last time the Kree Empire tried to invade Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. did contribute some effort. But is this the real reason? Nick Fury thought that since no one else knew the details and there was no evidence, wasn't it him who had the final say? Since you were able to repel the aliens 30 years ago, your technological capabilities must be very powerful. I don't need to embarrass myself with my backward armor technology. Chen Mu curled his lips. He had nothing to say to the shameless Nick Fury, so he prepared to turn off his phone and cut off contact with him directly. Mr. Chen Mu, just like the appearance of this monster this time, if we have strong combat power, we can prevent all such situations from happening. Although he was speechless after being retorted by Chen Mu, Nick Fury still wanted to try hard and continued to persuade. Haha, don't think I don't know. Chen Mu sneered, looked at Nick Fury, and continued, Dr. Banner told us a long time ago that the research on gamma rays is not only done by the US military, but it seems that your S.H.I.E.L.D. has also provided a lot of help. And this time, the appearance of this monster is probably related to you, right? Could the US military develop Hulk serum solely through its scientific research capabilities? Chen Mu didn't believe it. Therefore, there is definitely the shadow of S.H.I.E.L.D. involved here. Even Chen Mu could completely believe that the appearance of Abomination was definitely related to S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe they want to try to create the same monster using Hulk's blood. It's just a pity that it seems like I have failed and now I can't control the situation, so I want to run to Chen Mu for help. By the way, let's use some moral blackmail to see if we can get some armor technology. Unfortunately, Chen Mu, who has seen through everything, will definitely not be fooled. Even if he didn't know all this, Chen Mu, who had no feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and knew that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. a long time ago, would never hand the armor to them. Can you watch those innocent civilians die at the hands of monsters and remain indifferent? Nick Fury seemed to be unaware of what Chen Mu said, and continued to ask. Your own country is indifferent to the civilians. Why should I, a person far away on the other side of the world, care? Chen Mu smiled coldly. You can ignore the lives of your own people, so why do you worry about it? Unlike the United States, which likes to point fingers at other countries but turns a blind eye to what is happening in its own country, China is just the opposite. China never interferes in the internal affairs of other countries and only cares about its own country. Stop pretending and pretending. Don't forget that you and the US military created that monster. All the casualties should be blamed on you, not anyone else. There is a cause and an effect. The deaths of civilians were entirely caused by you. Chen Mu was very unhappy with the US military and S.H.I.E.L.D. for shirking their responsibilities and using it to morally blackmail him, and he was ready to cut off the connection directly. When your armor is ready, take it and go back to your country. If you have time, you can deal with the monster yourself. As he spoke, Chen Mu looked at Hawkeye and Black Widow, pointed at the computer screen in the live broadcast, and continued, you, S.H.I.E.L.D. and America, created this kind of monster, of course you have to solve it yourselves, instead of thinking about how to clear yourself of responsibility first, or even how to gain benefits from it. This kind of behavior really makes me feel sick. Chen Mu didn't want to deal with people like Nick Fury at all, so he didn't have a good face towards Hawkeye and Black Widow at this moment. What else are you saying? For all mankind? For the Earth? Was this monster created for the Earth? Was it created to make weapons to kill humans? These people's behavior made Chen Mu feel disgusted. Watching the live broadcast on the screen, the fist fight between the two monsters, and what S.H.I.E.L.D. did, Chen Mu became furious. What does it have to do with me if more civilians die? Wait, two monsters? Oh my god, why did Hulk run over there? Why did Hulk run over there? Watching the live broadcast, two huge monsters were fighting each other with fists and flesh, and Chen Mu looked confused and puzzled. Isn't that Hulk? Wasn't Bruce Banner in his own lab? How did he suddenly end up in America, across the world? And he was fighting with the abomination. Everyone present, even Nick Fury on the other side of the video, looked bewildered. No one could have imagined that this would happen. How could the Hulk, who was far away in China, suddenly appear in America and fight with the abomination? Everyone present was confused. What was going on? Hong Meng, turn on the monitor in Dr. Bruce Banner's laboratory. Seeing this situation, Chen Mu ordered the Hong Meng system to find out the reason. Okay, sir. After Hong Meng finished speaking, a screen was projected on the desktop, which was Bruce Banner's laboratory. The laboratory is empty at this moment. Where is the shadow of Bruce Banner? Play the video. I want to see how Dr. Bruce Banner disappeared. Chen Mu still cares very much about this. After all, in his own industrial park, there were layers of protection from the SHIEA, and he really couldn't imagine who could take Bruce away quietly and send him to the United States, across the ocean. Unless, the video playback, after being edited by Hong Meng, directly played the scene where Dr. Bruce Banner disappeared. Dr. Bruce Banner, or the Hulk, looked anxiously at the screen, which was showing a live broadcast of the abomination wreaking havoc in New York. Today's Bruce Banner has chosen to coexist with Hulk. Through the technology provided by Chen Mu, Bruce Banner has successfully merged with Hulk and completely accepted Hulk's existence. They have become one and become a new Bruce Banner. Of course, just like in the future Avengers 4 plot, Bruce Banner can only maintain the form of the Hulk at all times, but he also retains all of Bruce Banner's original memories. Bruce Banner on the screen always looks like the Hulk. Just as Bruce Banner was looking at the screen anxiously, a golden halo appeared in front of him. Even through the surveillance camera, it was easy to see that on the other side of the golden circle was New York, the street where hatred and destruction were taking place. Seeing this situation, Bruce Banner didn't even hesitate. He stepped directly through the golden light gate and disappeared into the laboratory. And he also passed through this golden light gate and suddenly appeared in New York, appearing in front of Hate. Not surprisingly, he started fighting with him right away. As expected, mage. In the Marvel world, there are all kinds of magical professions, and magician is one of them. Portal, that's the specialty of the Earth Wizard. Just draw a circle and you can open a portal connecting two places. It is very convenient. So, who sent Hulk to New York? Looking at the bald man, Nick Fury, on the phone screen, Chen Mu had the answer in his mind. Another bald man, Earth Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One. As a being that has survived for thousands of years, Ancient One possesses extremely powerful strength. The mage organization she founded has been secretly protecting the Earth for thousands of years. Compared to SHIELD, the mages are the real guardians of the Earth. However, since the Hulk has been sent to New York, Chen Mu has no choice but to watch the live broadcast on TV in silence. What is this? Is this your new technology? Looking at the appearance of the portal, Black Widow blinked and looked at Chen Mu curiously and asked. No. Chen Mu glanced at the Black Widow unhappily and continued, this method looks like that of a magician. Mage. Black Widow looked at Chen Mu curiously and said, are there mages on Earth? How could I know? Chen Mu was speechless about the Black Widow who always wanted to obtain information. Then why do you say you look like a wizard? Black Widow was very persistent about this and continued to ask. As a senior agent, Black Widow never forgets her duties in any situation. Never forget to gather intelligence under any circumstances. Isn't this kind of scene often seen in your American games? Chen Mu rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, the skill of portal seems to appear in many games. Okay. The Black Widow nodded boredly. She had no idea what to do with the stubborn Chen Mu. So, she also looked at the screen carefully. She was quite concerned about Hulk and Abomination fighting in New York. The power of the Hulk is much stronger than that of the Abomination, but now, the battle between Hulk and the Abomination is in a stalemate. I saw two naked men with blasting muscles fighting each other on the streets of New York, leaving huge holes everywhere. In the original movie plot, Bruce Banner was injected with gamma energy inhibitory fluid, which greatly reduced Hulk's ability. Facing the fake Abomination, he was pinned to the ground and beaten. Fortunately, as time passed, Hulk's strength slowly recovered, and he later killed Abomination. And now, although Bruce did not inject the inhibitor, because he chose to coexist with Hulk, although he looks like the Hulk now, he is actually Bruce Banner. As a genuine scientific researcher, fighting has never been his strong point, so Bruce can only exert less than 10% of the Hulk's power. So the fight with hatred is still evenly matched and there is no win. A person's strength is closely related to his combat awareness. Although Hulk's consciousness is like that of a child and he has no wisdom and is like a reckless man, the beast-like Hulk actually has a very strong combat awareness and can perfectly exert his own strength. But now that Bruce Banner's consciousness has taken over, it's rather embarrassing. He had great strength, and it wasn't even weakened at all, but he was pinned to the ground and rubbed by hatred. If it were someone else, or if Hulk was the main character, Abomination would have been beaten into a pulp by now. However, Chen Mu is now in China. Even if he wants to help, he is helpless. He can only watch the Hulk being beaten by Abomination on the screen. Boom boom boom. It would have been fine if he had just been beaten for being hospitable, but the problem was that the American soldiers present saw another monster and, in a panic, picked up rocket launchers and started a crazy attack. This group of people are the ones who make things worse. They are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Just now, Bruce Banner had a little chance to fight back, but he was blown to a complete loss by this wave of rocket launchers. I have to say, the US military is really awesome. Your army is really... Watching the US military's indiscriminate bombing of Bruce Banner, even Sujia couldn't help but start complaining. Hey, Chief, can you notify the US military? Hawkeye was also extremely embarrassed. Bruce Banner went over to help, but was completely stunned by the actions of the US military. I have already notified the US military. Nick Fury's face turned darker, but he still spoke calmly. Of course, he didn't bother to care about the accidental injuries to the US military. Hulk was thick-skinned and could not be killed anyway, so he naturally didn't have any psychological burden. However, Hulk is now apparently controllable, which makes Nick Fury very unhappy. The Hulk has been studied in America for so many years without any progress, and now he can control himself after just a few days in China. Although he doesn't look as strong as the previous Hulk who lost his mind, combat awareness is something that can be cultivated. So, Hulk now has greater potential than before. Of course, that would be fine. Hulk was able to control himself, but now he has become a member of the SHIE Bureau and a fighting force on the Chinese side, which makes Nick Fury, who likes to be in control of everything, very unhappy. Furthermore, he was very clear about Bruce Banner's stay in China, but what happened now? Bruce Banner, who was on the other side of the world, ran to New York in the blink of an eye. This terrifying delivery capability makes Nick Fury full of worries. If the SHIE Bureau possessed this kind of power, then where in the world would they not be able to go? With the ability to quickly deploy forces around the world and its powerful army of steel warriors, China is now probably the most powerful country in the world. Since it is not clear how Hulk got to New York, Nick Fury naturally thinks that this is some kind of new technology of SHIEA. As for Chen Mu, he also has an expression of ignorance on his face. Will Nick Fury believe it? As the director of SHIELD, he is suspicious by nature and won't trust anyone. Naturally, he thought Chen Mu was acting there. After all, he did that often. He said one thing and thought another, saying that American civilians had nothing to do with him, but at the same time he wanted to save them. The Chinese people really have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. As expected, Chen Mu is a saintly bitch, and saintly bitches are easy to control. There is still a chance to obtain the armor technology. Of course, this is just Nick Fury's wishful thinking. Sure enough, after receiving the news from S.H.I.E.L.D., the US troops no longer launched blind attacks. Instead, they aimed their eyes at Abomination, causing it considerable trouble. It did help the Hulk, and gave Bruce Banner some relief. Dr. Bruce Banner's combat awareness is still too poor. Looking at Bruce Banner, who was only able to fight against Abomination with the assistance of the US military, Sujia commented, he has great power but cannot control it well. It seems that Dr. Banner needs some good training. Because Chinese soldiers tend to have some obsessive-compulsive disorder, and Sujia is the same. Seeing that Bruce Banner now has great power but is unable to use it, it feels somewhat uncomfortable and hard to accept. I think Dr. Bruce Banner may not want to train. Although he has turned into the Hulk now, Chen Mu believes that his consciousness still belongs to Bruce Banner. He probably doesn't have much interest in military training. So Chen Mu said it with certainty. Then wait until Dr. Bruce Banner comes back and assign him an instructor to see if he will accept it. After all, Bruce Banner has now joined the SHIE, so Sujia also hopes that Dr. Bruce Banner can receive good training. Although he won't be sent to the front line, we hope that he can at least have some ability to protect himself. It wouldn't be like now, being beaten to a pulp by hatred. Now is not the time to talk about this. At least Bruce Banner has to defeat the monster first. Chen Mu smiled speechlessly, looking at the screen. Bruce Banner was once again in a passive position. He was really speechless. Abomination is just a defective product of the Hulk, a monster transformed by a trace of the Hulk's serum. Now that the Hulk himself has come, he was beaten so badly, it's really embarrassing. Speaking of which, isn't SHIELD supposed to protect the peace of the Earth? How come this monster has been so arrogant for so long, and no one from SHIELD is around? Seeing Bruce Banner in a passive position, Chen Mu couldn't help but look at Hawkeye and Black Widow, and ask the same question at the same time. Of course, because the video was on, Nick Fury also heard what Chen Mu said. Faced with powerful monsters, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. don't have the power to deal with them, so handing them over to the military is the most appropriate choice. Nick Fury said calmly. So, what is the meaning of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence? Chen Mu laughed, looked at Nick Fury, and continued to ask him, didn't you say before that decades ago, alien forces invaded the Earth and were stopped by your S.H.I.E.L.D.? What? You can even stop aliens that can travel across the universe, but you are stumped by such a monster. In fact, with the current strength of SHIELD, it is not impossible to subdue Hulk or Abomination. However, Nick Fury, who is cautious by nature, will never reveal his cards. Even though Abomination had already caused a lot of damage, S.H.I.E.L.D. still chose to stand by and watch. Because judging by the power of hatred, the US military could actually kill him without caring about the losses. But the Abomination was also very smart. He chose New York as the battlefield, which made the US military somewhat cautious and not dare to use heavy firepower easily. Could it be that decades ago, your S.H.I.E.L.D. drove the alien forces out of the Earth because your agents infiltrated the alien forces and caused sabotage inside the alien forces, causing them to escape in embarrassment? Chen Mu never missed any opportunity to mock Nick Fury and said jokingly, "You know what, it seems that Danvers is really a spy in the Kree Empire?" Nick Fury remained silent about this. Could he say that it was a woman who drove the aliens away? Isn't this saying that I am not good enough as a man? Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has the power to stop this monster, it takes time, and there is no way for our people to be quickly delivered to the battlefield. Nick Fury looked at Chen Mu calmly and continued, "As for you, SHIE, since you can send Bruce Banner to New York, why don't you send a few more soldiers over? Are you going to just watch those innocent civilians being killed by this monster? I wonder why too." Chen Mu was speechless. Who knew what the Ancient One was thinking? Why did he send Bruce Banner to New York? As for Nick Fury's moral blackmail, Chen Mu was too lazy to even pay attention to it. "I'm sorry, the Spear of God Bureau is just a small military organization in China, dedicated to maintaining the safety of the Chinese people. Regarding the tragedy in your country, we can only say that we can do nothing to help. Besides, as a military organization, the Spear Bureau does not have your country's authorization and cannot go to your America. So, you can only wish for the best." Chen Mu felt happy secretly when he saw the abomination using various vehicles as throwing weapons to kill the soldiers one by one, but his face showed a look of compassion. "Come on, let's act, who can't do that?" It must be said that the US military is indeed the most powerful army on Earth. With their skilled coordination and powerful firepower, any enemy who dares to provoke them will surely be torn to pieces. Looking at the live broadcast on the computer, Chen Mu couldn't help but say this. Of course, that's completely ironic. A group of American soldiers, plus the Hulk Bruce, can be said to be a very powerful lineup, but facing an abomination, he was beaten to a pulp by him alone. This made Chen Mu, who was far away in China, unable to bear to watch. After all, Abomination only used some of Hulk's blood and purified serum to create a strengthened monster. Perhaps there was also some credit from the incomplete version of Super Soldier Serum produced by Stark Industries. But with just these two things, there is no way that the US military and a Hulk could be stumped, right? Let's not talk about the Hulk, who is not as good as he used to be. Bruce, who has the power of his prime, has always been an honest scientific researcher, so it's understandable that he can't exert his own strength. But, isn't your US military too lame? The battle has been going on for quite some time. The US military has mobilized several armored vehicles and even tanks from nearby military areas. There are also several armed helicopters in the sky. However, facing the abominations that were able to dodge flexibly, they were unable to attack at all. Instead, all kinds of heavy weapons blew the streets into a mess. Whether it was Hawkeye or Black Widow in front of Chen Mu, or Nick Fury on the other side of the phone, they could all hear Chen Mu's sarcasm, but they had no room for rebuttal. It was because the performance of the US military was so unbearable that they couldn't bear to watch it. It is undeniable that the US military's individual combat equipment is indeed the best in the world. Various advanced weapons are emerging in an endless stream and are extremely powerful. But no matter how powerful it is, it must be able to hit the target. The abomination, which was as agile as a monkey, was simply difficult to be hit by these weapons. Naturally, these powerful weapons all became decorations. Nasty flies. Abomination pranced about the street with a look of anger on his face. After he was injected with the Hulk serum, he got the powerful strength he had always dreamed of. He wanted to find Hulk for a head-on fight, but he didn't expect to be targeted by the US military first. To be honest, today's Brinsky, or Abomination, because of his own powerful strength, simply ignored these armies and wanted to let them go. Unexpectedly, this group of ants dared to attack him. Then you can't blame yourself. Thinking of hatred viciously, he launched a powerful attack on the US military without hesitation. The firearms that were always effective in the past are nothing more than a tickle to the hatred. The bullets from the automatic rifles cannot break the hatred's skin at all, which makes the hatred even more arrogant. Unless it's an anti-material bullet, it can't do any harm to him. Therefore, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The abomination could easily throw a car weighing several tons as if it were a stone. If a thing of this weight hit a person, that person would be turned into meat paste. The abomination, who was in the midst of killing, suddenly found that the Hulk he had been thinking about appeared in front of him. Without wanting to think about other problems at all, Abomination rushed forward and fought with Hulk. It must be said that Hulk's power was beyond Abomination's expectations and was indeed extremely powerful. But, it's just a bit too stupid. In Abomination's eyes, Hulk is just a child with great strength but no idea how to use his physical advantages, which allows Abomination to find opportunities to knock him down every time. You don't deserve this kind of power. Knocked the Hulk down once again, Abomination looked at him viciously, and used the barb on his elbow to press against Hulk's neck, temporarily making him lose the power to resist. Abomination was filled with jealousy at the fact that Hulk had such great power. Perhaps this is the side effect of the super serum, and the hatred and jealousy are infinitely magnified. Ahem, why do you want to hurt innocent people? What made Abomination even more angry was that the Hulk, who was controlled by him, actually spoke such words intermittently. Is the Hulk intelligent? But so what? Although Abomination was surprised, he was not too surprised. After all, he still had his own wisdom, so when he saw that the Hulk still had his own wisdom, he did not care too much. Although it was somewhat different from the information he got from the military, the hatred at the moment no longer mattered. Why? Because we who have power are gods to them. Abomination grinned, revealing a vicious smile, and threw another fierce elbow at the Hulk's face, knocking him away. And you, with all your great power, are nothing but a coward. Abomination walked towards the Hulk step by step, his eyes full of disdain. In my opinion, those ordinary people are nothing more than ants. Killing them is fine. This is what they deserve. And you will soon be like them. You are not worthy of your current strength at all. Deep in the heart of hatred, a desire arose. He wanted to completely seize the power of the Hulk. Just watch me crush all those ants to death. Looking at the weak Hulk Bruce, Abomination grinned and tore off the car door on the roadside. The huge door was like an axe in Abomination's hand and suddenly threw it towards the soldiers not far away. With a sharp sound, the car door directly split the passerby in half, leaving only the upper body, lying miserably on the ground. Under the powerful force, any object appears to be extremely sharp. The poor American people are always in dire straits. That's enough, stop it. At this moment, an angry roar sounded, a hot laser shot over from a distance, and a red figure flew over quickly. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Hey, look who this is. Isn't this the famous Iron Man, Tony Stark? He blocked the attack with his hand, took a look at the person who came, and couldn't help laughing. You monster. Looking at the hatred that spoke human words, Tony Stark in the Mark armor had anger in his eyes. He had been improving his armor in his laboratory. If Pepper hadn't run into the laboratory, he wouldn't have known what was happening now. In order to break through his own armor, Tony, who got new elements from Chen Mu, immediately began to update his armor. The suit of armor he is wearing now is number 6. It uses a new energy source and has more powerful strength. It is much stronger than Mark III. So, after knowing what happened here, Tony rushed over without stopping, determined to stop this monster. Tony Stark, do you see the power I have now? Looking at Iron Man, Abomination looked at him with ridicule and asked, thanks to you. If it weren't for the enhanced serum made by your Stark group, I wouldn't have such strength. Haha, in the end, I should be thanking you? Haha. As he said this, he laughed arrogantly. Super Soldier Enhancement Serum? Upon hearing this, Tony Stark looked embarrassed, but fortunately, no one inside the armor could see his expression, which was already ashen. Therefore, everything that is happening now is actually related to Tony Stark. So, I should be thanking you? Ha ha ha, you bastard. Tony Stark gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the hateful words. He remembered that he had indeed given General Ross the Super Soldier Serum before. At that time, Stark Industries was still an arms dealer, and he himself had not yet become Iron Man. No, in Europe and the United States, they did not have a definition of man, so it was more appropriate to call him Iron Man. The cooperation with the US military hopes to replicate the miracle of Captain America and use the information left behind to develop a super serum. Because it was not perfect, even after Tony's own research and completion, there seemed to be no major problems, but there were no test subjects, so this thing was shelved. After handing over the semi-finished product to the US military, Tony never asked about it again. In fact, this thing is more or less successful and can greatly enhance the user's strength. It is just a side effect, or a flaw, it is still stronger than the original version. The serum used by Captain America Steve can make the user, good people better, and bad people worse, and the thing created by Tony Stark seems to have an even stronger effect. After successfully injecting the serum, Bronski's strength has been greatly improved. In the movie, when he fought with Hulk for the second time, the strength he showed was much stronger than before. It can be said that he was reborn. Although he was unable to withstand Hulk's kick and suffered severe fractures all over his body, this also demonstrated another kind of terrifying recovery ability. He suffered comminuted fractures all over his body, but unexpectedly, he fully recovered in just a short period of time thanks to his own recovery ability. It's really amazing. Here, we have to talk about Tony Stark's genius. It seems that he can be the best in every different scientific field. However, after deciding to terminate all arms deals, Tony also ended all cooperation with the military, which naturally included the development of this serum. What Tony didn't expect was that General Ross actually used the serum directly. Not only that, but he also gave it to the guy in front of him who had become a hateful person. I really am aiding and abetting the evil. Sure enough, severing ties with the US military is the best option. Whenever Tony thought of Chen Mu's ridicule of the US military, he felt a little depressed. Now he saw with his own eyes that the US military was indeed the troublemaker in this world. It seemed that everything would be messed up by them. Although Tony would feel somewhat regretful, after all, it was indeed he who developed the serum, and the emergence of Abomination was somewhat related to him, but not much. After all, he was just a tool for manufacturing, and all the consequences were actually caused by the people who used this tool. In other words, the responsibility for all this lies with the US military and General Ross, not Tony Stark. However, the hateful words made Tony feel particularly unhappy, and he had to kill this guy to make up for his mistake. Perhaps, this can also be considered as silencing the witness. Dr. Bruce Banner, can you still fight? Tony, who was determined to kill the hate, asked the Hulk beside him. No problem. With the arrival of a strong reinforcement, Bruce Banner regained some confidence. On the way here, Tony had already understood the whole story from Nick Fury, so he also knew that the Hulk was on his side and was his helper in dealing with Abomination. Although you, Kevlar, will certainly conceal some of the causes and consequences of the incident, but generally speaking it's enough, so Tony Stark is also clear about some of the current situations. Although the arrogant Tony doesn't want to cooperate with others, who can blame him for not having much confidence himself? The strength of Mark 6 has been greatly improved, but he doesn't have much confidence in using it to defeat the abomination. But with the help of the Hulk, the possibility of winning is greatly increased. So, Tony and Bruce quickly formulated a battle plan, and fought with the abomination again, gradually gaining the upper hand. Read the chapter review and add skirt. So, this thing was indeed made by the US military. Chen Mu, who was far away in China on the other side of the earth, watched the live video broadcast, marveled at it, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Old hermaphrodite. There are a lot of surveillance cameras in New York. Hong Meng controls these monitors and broadcasts the battlefield live to the computer in all directions without blind spots. So, naturally, I heard the hateful words clearly. Chen Mu's words also made several people from SHIELD look unhappy. It is said that one should not expose someone's shortcomings when insulting him, but you have directly exposed the ugliness of the United States. I'm curious, if this kind of incident happened in America, where at least hundreds of people died, including dozens of ordinary civilians, how would you deal with it? Chen Mu was full of curiosity and continued to ask him, this incident seems to be very serious. How will your authorities deal with it? Can it be solved simply by guiding public opinion? In the United States, they claim to be a free country, especially freedom of speech, but that is just kidding. In fact, no matter which country you are in, even your own country, you will not be allowed to make inappropriate remarks at all. The only difference is the degree of control. The control power of the United States is quite terrifying, the best in the world. Yet, there are still people bragging about freedom of speech. If it is really free, why don't you try posting some videos praising Chinese life on Facebook or Twitter? Believe it or not, you will be restricted in a matter of minutes. They may even delete your posts and ban your account. Are you afraid? We will follow the procedures, and the families that have been harmed by this incident will receive subsidies from the government. Nick Fury said expressionlessly, besides, this was just an accident. No one wants something like this to happen. Good man, he never said a word about how hatred came about. Don't forget, this guy hate was completely created by the military. It was the military that injected him with incomplete super soldier serum, causing Bronsky to become even more arrogant. Desiring more power, he stole the Hulk serum from the US military and injected it into his own body again. This is how the monster of hatred was born. So, in all, the US military is the culprit of this incident. However, being in America, ordinary people can never get out of the information cocoon woven by America. The information they can see is only the information that the American government wants them to see. Therefore, incidents like this where hundreds of people die are not a big deal in America. Besides, hundreds of people die from gun crimes in the United States every day. What's the big deal about the hundreds of people killed at one time by this abomination? After all, tens of thousands of Americans die from gun violence every year. Scientific progress is always accompanied by sacrifice. Nick Fury simply explained it very calmly. Well, very good, very powerful, dedicating themselves to science, these American civilians are truly great. Chen Mu curled his lips, and he had a better understanding of the shamelessness of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, that's very American. Chen Mu had nothing to say. Sometimes, when some accidents happened in China and several or more innocent civilians were injured or even died, America was like a shark that smelled blood and was more excited than anyone else. However, they selectively ignore their own affairs. Just like now, the battle between Abomination and the Hulk has caused hundreds of casualties and countless economic losses, but S.H.I.E.L.D. or the US authorities will only suppress this matter. Democracy, human rights and freedom are words said to others, but they are not applicable to one's own country. The emergence of hatred was just an experimental accident. It wasn't a big problem to suppress it. Even if you can't suppress it, wouldn't it be enough to just give Abomination a supervillain personality? Anyway, the Marvel world is not peaceful, and supervillains often pop up. Besides, governing a country with lies is a fine American tradition. What's the problem with lying? Only in the plot of Avengers 1, when the Chitauri alien army invaded America, this matter could not be covered up. After all, the whole world was watching at that time, and it was impossible to cover it up. Compared to the alien invasion in the future, the damage caused by Abomination now is just a drizzle. You are really amazing. Public opinion is in your hands. You can play with it however you want. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a little emotional about this. It is hard to imagine what the three views of Americans would be like living in a world woven by lies. So, are these civilians innocent? Not necessarily. In the years since World War II, the United States has launched many wars of invasion. Without the support of these so-called innocent civilians, the US military would not have been able to launch such attacks. These so-called innocent civilians were actually accomplices. In Chen Mu's opinion, they deserve to be put to death. Of course, there are also truly innocent people who died tragically at the hands of hatred, and Chen Mu can only express regret. Even your American politicians don't feel sorry for you. Chen Weiyuan is in China, why are you worrying about it? Fortunately, the video has recorded everything. Then we can show your true faces to the whole world. Chen Mu felt deeply unhappy about Nick Fury's specious behavior. Therefore, I also want to discuss the other person. He was careless and didn't dodge. Nick Fury was very depressed. He didn't expect that he would fall into Chen Mu's trap. The other party actually recorded what he said as evidence. This is just like hunting geese all year round, but getting your eyes pecked by them. However, S.H.I.E.L.D., which controls the internet all over the world, is not too worried. Even if Chen Mu makes this video public, it will not be able to spread. Even if it is spread, they can still turn the tables and say that it is a fake video. Forget it, I'm just teasing you, don't take it to heart. Looking at Jack Fury, whose face turned even darker, Chen Mu waved his hand, then saw the battle coming to an end in the live broadcast and said to Nick Fury, Dr. Bruce Banner has been researching technology to plant trees in the desert in our country recently. He is trying to control desertification, but he is now stuck in a bottleneck. I hope you can send him back as soon as possible. As is standard in the superhero world, in the Marvel world, superheroes always beat supervillains. Not to mention, Tony Stark, Iron Man, the undisputed male lead, and Bruce Banner, the second male lead. With the blessing of the two protagonists' halos, the mere hatred was quickly defeated. The current battle situation seems fierce, but it is basically a foregone conclusion. Abomination is exhausted. Although his strength comes from Hulk, there is a huge gap between his strength and Hulk's, and his physical strength still has a limit. After fighting for so long, Abomination is now at the end of its strength. Faced with the pincer attack from Iron Man and the Hulk, the battle was about to end. Therefore, Chen Mu did not forget to say this to Nick Fury. After all, Bruce Banner has already joined the SHIE Bureau, right? Chen Mu is also the technical consultant of the SHIE Bureau. As a colleague, Chen Mu naturally hopes to ensure Bruce Banner's safety and allow him to return to China safely. Dr. Bruce Banner is a well-known doctor in America. He has a girlfriend and some of his students here. Whether or not to go to China is up to Dr. Bruce Banner to decide. We have no right to decide. As for the Hulk, who is such a powerful fighter, Nick Fury naturally doesn't want him to go to China. The power of SHIE is already too strong now. If Hulk joins it, Nick Fury can hardly imagine how powerful SHIE will be by then. Besides, Nick Fury was still a little worried about Chen Mu's scientific research ability. He was afraid that Chen Mu would be able to master the Hulk-related technology and create more controllable Hulks. If this happens, it will be a nightmare for any force. Therefore, Nick Fury intends to put obstacles in the way of sending Bruce Banner back to SHIE. 2. Chen Mu nodded expressionlessly, looked at Sujia beside him, and asked, didn't the production department say that the machine broke down? It seems that the production of all products has come to a standstill. That's right, the machine broke down and is still under repair. I don't know when it will be repaired, so the production of armor has also stopped. Sujia understood immediately, nodded and said so. Hawkeye and Black Widow were both silent. I think now that Dr. Bruce Banner has found his new research topic, he must be anxious to go back. Faced with Chen Mu's threat, Nick Fury's face turned even darker, but he still finished his words calmly and directly cut off the call. He was afraid that when he looked at Chen Mu's expression again, he would not be able to help but smash his phone. Nick Fury gave in. Compared to Bruce Banner, Hawkeye, and Black Widow's Kirin armor are obviously more attractive. Bruce Banner is a person with his own thoughts, and because the US military has been hunting him for 5 years, Nick Fury knows very well how hostile Bruce Banner is to America. Even if he was forced to stay, Bruce Banner would find an opportunity to leave America. In this case, Nick Fury weighed the pros and cons and made a decision quickly. Nick Fury hung up the call directly because the battle on the other side was over. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, with the cooperation of the two, finally defeated Abomination. 472_407_238. When Tony controlled Abomination, Bruce Banner finally succeeded in mastering his own power. A punch filled with anger hit the hateful one directly on the forehead, knocking his head crooked. With the cervical vertebra broken, even if it was hatred, he would have died instantly. Not to mention, the powerful shock would probably turn his brain into a paste. This is the real power of the Hulk. Before, Bruce Banner was timid and restrained in his battle with the Abomination, and the power he could exert was really limited. Now, Bruce Banner, who can fully control the Hulk's power, has truly become one with the Hulk wholeheartedly. This is Bruce Banner, in Hulk form for the first time, beating his enemy to death. Although many people have died at the hands of Hulk, Bruce Banner has never experienced it personally. But this time, Dr. Bruce Banner is in the lead, and his consciousness is very clear at this moment. Did I kill someone? Bruce Banner looked at his own hands in disbelief. For some reason, he did not feel the slightest bit of reluctance when he killed someone with his own hands for the first time. He even felt a little happy. Perhaps this is the influence of Hulk's consciousness on Bruce Banner. This monster is not a good person. He disregards life and has killed many innocent people. I am just doing justice for God. Bruce Banner thought this silently, and when he thought of the ordinary people who had been ruthlessly slaughtered by hatred in front of him before, he felt relieved. It was a hateful death, and it was what he deserved. Bruce Banner would not feel any discomfort or guilt about it. Dr. Bruce Banner, that punch you just threw was really powerful. It was confirmed that the Abomination had been killed. Tony Stark was very happy. He landed next to Bruce Banner, kicked the body of the Abomination on the ground, and said to Bruce Banner, Stark, is what he said true? Bruce Banner ignored Tony's slightly playful words, but looked at him with a worried look on his face, and asked with a heavy heart, "Is this monster really created by the US military?" Tony was silent, the smile on his face faded, and he also looked a little heavy-hearted. Emil Brynski was born in Russia, grew up in England, and eventually joined the Royal Marines of the British Armed Forces. He was quickly promoted to captain. Not long ago, he was hired by General Ross as a mercenary to carry out a secret mission in Brazil. After returning, he was quickly promoted to colonel in the US Army. Tony Stark easily searched out Brynski's information and said, "Dr. Banner should be very clear about the secret mission to Brazil. It should be the mission to capture you." In addition, after returning to the US military base, Brynski was injected with super soldier serum. He was already paranoid, and his personality became even more unreasonable. After finding an opportunity, he snatched the serum purified from your blood and injected it into his own body, which turned him into the monster he is today. Jarvis is very capable. In a short period of time, he investigated the whole cause and effect of the matter and restored the truth to a near-ideal level. Tony never trusted Nick Fury and others, so he didn't take Nick Fury's previous words to heart. Sure enough, there was a big difference between the results of his own investigation and the results of his own investigation. In the whole thing, S.H.I.E.L.D. played the role of a mastermind. Providing technical support and deliberately guiding Brynski, the emergence of Abomination is also inseparable from the layout of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D., who thought they could control everything, obviously messed up again. Although the Hulk serum did work and could greatly enhance the strength of the injector, it seemed that they could not control it at all. Therefore, Tony Stark was even more disgusted with S.H.I.E.L.D's actions. So, this is all true. Bruce Banner's face looked grim. He knew that what Tony said was absolutely true. He knew better than anyone what S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US military were like. However, looking at the devastated ruins around him, Bruce Banner felt deeply guilty. If it wasn't for him, does S.H.I.E.L.D. still have my blood? Bruce Banner was a little worried. He knew that if S.H.I.E.L.D. still had his blood, they would definitely continue their research. By then, the tragedy of today would definitely happen again. It probably isn't there anymore, who knows? Tony shrugged and continued, "But if it is the super soldier serum, there is indeed only that one. Fortunately, it has been used by Bronsky. I just don't know whether S.H.I.E.L.D. or the US military has copied the serum. The super soldier serum is not so easy to copy, so Tony doesn't have to worry too much. As for the Hulk serum, well, Tony really doesn't know how much S.H.I.E.L.D. has. Don't dwell on this issue too much." Tony patted Hulk's arm and consoled him, "After this accident, I guess the military won't continue to research this thing anymore, right?" He wanted to pat Bruce Banner's shoulder, but the height difference was too big and he couldn't. If he flew up to pat his shoulder, it would be too awkward. After all, the emergence of hatred did scare some people and they dared not continue their research. Even Hydra, which was hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D., was frightened by Abomination, fearing that it would create such an uncontrollable monster again. Hope so. In this regard, Bruce Banner could only sigh and pray in his heart, hoping that his blood would fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait, blood, Mr. Blue? When he was escaping, Bruce had been trying to solve his own problems, so he contacted a doctor who called himself Mr. Blue and mailed him a lot of blood. If Mr. Blue is found by S.H.I.E.L.D., then his blood will naturally fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Bruce, you don't have to worry too much. To withstand the transformation of the Hulk serum, you must have a strong body, and it is basically impossible for normal Earthlings to have such a strong body. Tony was more rational and continued. Bronsky was able to withstand the Hulk's power only after he used the super soldier serum. However, there is no second supply of this thing now, so the possibility of this monster appearing again is still very low. Tony was right about that. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is secretly coveting Hulk's power, even the appearance of Abomination this time also has their shadow. But it is precisely because of this that, through the appearance of Abomination, they realized how difficult it is to obtain the power of Hulk. Dr. Banner, I heard that you went to Chenmu's industrial zone to do research. Tell me, how many generations of Chenmu's armor have you researched? How does it compare to my current armor? Tony Stark, who is extremely competitive, is also somewhat concerned about Chenmu's Kirin armor. He had previously hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D's network through Jarvis, and he also knew that Hulk had been defeated by more than a dozen warriors wearing Kirin armor in the Amazon jungle. So, after meeting Dr. Bruce Banner, Tony was very curious about this and wanted to know which armor was stronger, his current armor or Chenmu's Kylin armor. Well, I'm not sure. Bruce Banner scratched his head and was about to say something when a golden halo suddenly appeared under his feet again. Bruce Banner fell down without noticing it. The halo disappeared, and only a note was left where Bruce Banner was before. Dr. Banner is back where he belongs. Tony was startled. He found it hard to believe the sudden appearance of the light gate. Looking at the note on the ground, he couldn't help but read out the information on it. So, this is Chenmu's new technology? A space teleportation device. This was the only explanation he could find for what he saw. It seems like I should also go to Chenmu's industrial area to have a look. It seems like he has more good things. Obviously, Tony mistook the wizard's portal for Chenmu's technology. However, if Chenmu could get in touch with a wizard, he would naturally have the opportunity to analyze the magic of the portal. At that time, it would not be impossible to explain the portal from a scientific perspective. Perhaps in the near future, Chen Mu will be able to use technology to perform magic. Sir, Dr. Bruce Banner is back. In Chen Mu's office, Sujia had just taken Hawkeye and Black Widow away when Hong Meng's voice was heard. Came back. Chen Mu was shocked, but after thinking about the magician's ability, he didn't find it strange anymore. What really puzzled Chen Mu was why Gu Yi sent Bruce Banner to the United States and asked him to fight the abomination, but didn't want him to appear in front of him. Isn't it said that Master Ancient One is the guardian of the Earth, who will evaluate all unstable factors on Earth and then eliminate the threats in the bud? Moreover, the current duty of Master Ancient One is to resist invasions from other universes and other dimensions. As a time traveler, Chen Mu should be an outsider no matter how you look at it. Logically, as she has done in-depth research on time, she should be able to see it at a glance. I just don't know why she has never seen him. After all, in the past few months since he traveled through time, Chen Mu has done a lot of things and has changed many things in this world. Chen Mu was really surprised that Master Gu Yi didn't come to have tea with him. Let's go over and have a look. Chen Mu thought about it and prepared to go over to see Dr. Bruce Banner. What? Just as Chen Mu was about to go over, a golden light gate appeared on the table in front of Chen Mu. Yes, that's right, there was only a very small portal on the table, only the size of a palm. After a note fell out of it, it disappeared. Analysis of the teleportation spell is in progress. Analysis level is 50%. The system quickly captured the portal that appeared not far in front of Chen Mu, but because there was no direct contact and it disappeared very quickly, the Huaqiangbei system still analyzed part of it, with the degree of analysis reaching 50%. So, as expected, in this world, magic is actually technology, or in other words, the two are actually the same thing. Looking at the system prompts, Chen Mu fell into silence. Chen Mu was unable to perform the teleportation magic with a 50% resolution. To put it bluntly, although the system analyzed part of the teleportation magic and allowed Chen Mu to have some related knowledge, it was only a half-baked level and it was impossible for him to perform it himself. Besides, there is no magic tool or hanging ring for wizards to perform magic. The resolution is less than 100%, and there is no way to conduct scientific research. Chen Mu looked at the 50% resolution, feeling helpless. It would be nice if the portal could last a little longer. In this way, as long as the system completely analyzes the portal magic, Chen Mu will be able to use it himself. If he does scientific research on it, he may be able to cast various magics without any magic tools. Moreover, after conducting scientific research, I am afraid that we will be able to directly understand the essence of magic. In this way, as long as we have enough understanding of magic, we can even cast spells with some kind of instrument. After thoroughly mastering the spells, you might be able to combine them with machinery, like Asgard, combining magic and technology to create all kinds of magical weapons and tools. This will definitely be of great help in enhancing China's strength. Who knows, China may become the second Asgard. However, let's not talk about other spells first. Just this magic portal, if I learn it and can use it with technology, wouldn't it be equivalent to China mastering the Rainbow Bridge? The reason why Asgard can control the 10 realms is not only because of its own strong strength, but also because of the teleportation ability of its Rainbow Bridge, which is also crucial. Being able to teleport quickly between stars, this ability to project forces is simply a nightmare for all the worlds. Think about it, 2 worlds are at war, and Asgard directly uses the Rainbow Bridge to send several powerful people to carry out a decapitation operation and kill the most important people of the other side. This war is basically over. Not to mention, the Rainbow Bridge is not only a teleportation device, but also a star-destroying weapon. The existence of this thing is like nuclear weapons on Earth, and it is also a powerful deterrent weapon. Therefore, I must find a way to learn the magic of portal. I must learn the magic of portal. For Chen Mu, other magic is far less useful than the magic portal. Just think about it, if we can fully analyze the magic of portal and understand its essence, we can use technology to create some kind of device to directly use the magic portal. Isn't this an alternative space teleportation technology? Just think about it, every warrior is equipped with powerful armor, and can open a portal with a wave of his hand, which makes support or retreat very convenient. The most bizarre thing is that Chen Mu is now able to control the Hulk's mutant ability, if there are warriors who are willing to undergo the transformation and become Hulk warriors. Just imagine, you are wearing the Kirin armor and fighting with others. The opponent finally breaks through the armor and destroys it. As a result, the warrior who comes out of the armor directly turns into the Hulk and starts the second round of battle. I am afraid no one can withstand it, right? That scene is so frustrating just thinking about it. Dr. Bruce Banner needs this time to grow up. As for you, now is not the time to learn magic. Looking at the note that fell out of the portal and landed on the table, Chen Mu looked over and saw these words written on it. Does Dr. Banner need this time of growth? Looking at the handwriting on the note, Chen Mu couldn't help but fall into silence. To be honest, Bruce Banner's fate has been completely changed by Chen Mu. And because of Chen Mu, Bruce Banner and Hulk have merged into one almost 10 years earlier. Although this solved Bruce's hidden danger, it also caused Bruce to lack a lot of future experiences and growth. Bruce Banner now has a strong body, but the strength he can exert is very limited. Besides, Chen Mu did not lie when he confronted Nick Fury before. After Dr. Bruce Banner handed over the information about the gamma bomb to Chen Mu, the research topic he now focuses on is no longer about weapons, but planting trees. After years of development, China has attached great importance to the environment. In addition, desertification has become increasingly serious in recent years, and China is facing the trend of desert expansion. This is not just a problem in China, every country in the world is facing this problem. Of course, this does not apply to some small countries that are so small that they don't even know what a desert is. Natural disasters will never defeat the great Chinese nation. Faced with the growing expansion of the desert, the Chinese began to plant trees, scientists began to study how to effectively plant trees in the desert, and even the entire society is working towards this end. After 2 years of exploration, Chinese scientists have found a solution. They have selected suitable tree species and researched suitable adhesives that can glue yellow sand into soil. They have begun planting trees in China's deserts. Bruce Banner, who originally wanted to stay away from weapons research and contribute to the world, was shocked after seeing this scientific research project and wanted to jump into it immediately without hesitation. When Abomination appeared before, Bruce was studying relevant information. That's right, the Hulk came to China and planned to go to the Northwest Desert to plant trees. Bruce Banner needs to grow this time? Does that mean that in the future, Bruce Banner's power will still be needed? Looking at the words on the note, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile. He threw the note away, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. I won't give Bruce Banner another chance to take action. Since you like planting trees and like to repair the earth, then the Hulk, just go to the Northwest. As for the Hulk's power, Hong Meng informed Zheng Xian, the director of the SHI Bureau, to recruit soldiers in the SHI Bureau who are willing to do the Hulk experiment. It is completely voluntary. If the experiment is successful, you will have the power of the Hulk and provide valuable experimental data, which will provide a more solid foundation for subsequent experiments. If you fail, you will die. Of course, in fact, there is no risk at all in breaking through the technology through system analysis. At this moment, Chen Mu has actually mastered the perfect controllable Hulk mutation technology. As long as the soldiers are willing, Chen Mu can make them obtain the perfect Hulk power, and they will not develop a second personality like Bruce, or like him now, always maintain the appearance of the Hulk. The advanced version of the Hulk mutation technology allows soldiers to master the power of the Hulk without any defects. At the same time, the soldiers will always maintain an ordinary human form. As long as they want, they can actively enter or exit the Hulk state, making the Hulk controllable. Therefore, Chen Mu did not take to heart what the Ancient One said, that Bruce Banner needed this time to grow. Whether Bruce grows or not is of no significance to him. Anyway, Bruce Banner, the Hulk, will no longer have the opportunity to show himself. Because, in the Chinese army, there will be countless Hulks who can perfectly control their own power. As for me, although I really want to master magic now, it is still a little too early for me. Although he did not comment on the first sentence on the note, Chen Mu actually agreed with the second sentence. Even if he had analyzed 50% of the magic knowledge, Chen Mu knew that casting magic required something called magic power. From a scientific point of view, magic is the energy of the universe. In fact, it is not limited to just one type. There are many kinds of cosmic energy. To cast magic, one mainly needs a controllable energy. But Chen Mu currently has no energy in his body. If he wants to learn magic, where does he start? Mr. Chen, have you done any research on the Hulk's mutation? While she was daydreaming, Sujia had already pushed open the door of the laboratory and came in front of Chen Mu, her eyes full of surprise. She had personally experienced the power of the Hulk. At that time in the Amazon, it took 11 warriors wearing Kirin armor, along with 10 other fighters, to subdue the giant Hulk, so his strength had certainly been witnessed with one's own eyes. Sujia still remembers Hulk's strong body that can ignore most guns on the earth. Anyone want to volunteer? Because Chen Mu never said that the experiment was 100% successful, and he even said that if the experiment failed, he would die. In addition, Chen Mu had only been in contact with the Hulk for a few days. How can research make progress? Therefore, Chen Mu did not hold out much hope. The risk was too great, and it involved the risk of death, so surely not many people would sign up. However, what Chen Mu needs is actually just one volunteer, so Chen Mu still has some expectations. Too many. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of comrades have submitted reports, and many more are being submitted. A lot of. Hearing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but be stunned. He really didn't expect that such a situation would actually occur. Everyone actually signed up enthusiastically to participate in this unsecured and even very dangerous experiment. Too many comrades signed up. After receiving your notification, we quickly received registration information. In less than a minute, there were more than 20 people. Sujia smiled bitterly and said, if I hadn't suspended the registration channel, there would probably be hundreds of volunteers by now. In response to this, Chen Mu couldn't help but fall silent. Are they all trying to become stronger? Chen Mu asked uncertainly. Who doesn't want to become stronger? But, what made them sign up is mainly a sense of responsibility. Sujia rolled his eyes and said unhappily, if it weren't for being too ugly to become the Hulk, I would also like to sign up. After all, she is a girl, she loves beauty, and she is a beautiful girl. She must be very resistant to turning into the Hulk. If you turn into the Hulk, you can still use highly elastic pants, but if you are a woman, are there such highly elastic bras? Didn't I tell you that there is a certain degree of danger? If the experiment fails, you will die. Chen Mu smiled bitterly. He had not expected so many soldiers to volunteer. He was worried that Zhang Xian had not fully conveyed his words and had not informed him of the failed experiment. You know, no experiment is safe. Su Jia nodded and said nonchalantly, if it is necessary research and is destined to be sacrificed, most comrades will stand up without hesitation. Because in this way, their sacrifice will be exchanged for the success of the experiment, which will be worth it for them. Just like mine clearance, their sacrifice can give their comrades a greater chance of survival, so for these lovely soldiers, it is all worth it. Chinese soldiers are never afraid of sacrifice. Comrades who volunteered will directly leave a suicide note. Hearing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel moved. They all came here with an attitude of sacrifice. The members of the Shenmao Bureau are recruited after layers of selection. They are all loyal and patriotic soldiers. Even in the original army, this group of people are the most sacrificial. Aren't they afraid of death? Yes, who wouldn't be afraid? Su Jia smiled bitterly and continued, they are all fathers of children, sons of parents, and husbands of wives. No one is not afraid of death, and our Ji Fengjun is no exception. However, compared to death, what we fear more is that our motherland is bullied by foreign countries and our compatriots are ridiculed by foreigners. Today's society may seem peaceful, but war is actually only one step away from us. Even though China has enjoyed peace for so many years, in Chen Mu's original world, even in 2022, there has been no war in China. This has led many people to mistakenly believe that they are living in a peaceful era. No, you are totally wrong. This era is not peaceful. You just live in a peaceful country. Our strong motherland will block all external forces where you can't see them. China, a peace-loving country, will never take the initiative to provoke trouble. Even so, there will always be people who come to provoke and people who are jealous of others' success. Open your eyes and take a good look. In other parts of the world, war is raging right now. The same is true for the Marvel world where Chen Mu lives, even now. Although China is weak, it has maintained a precious peace. In this world dominated by Western powers, China is caught in the cracks and is still working hard to protect its civilians. This is really very valuable. Look at other countries. The Middle Eastern countries are currently in the midst of war. In comparison, we can see how precious peace in China is. The Hulk's experiment is different from other experiments in that we can start with animals first. For experiments that lack mice, the first person to lie in the laboratory, in other words, is the mouse. Chen Mu's tone seemed a little heavy, because just with his words, these people from the Spear Bureau signed up enthusiastically, which touched him a lot. This almost completely unconditional trust made him feel indescribable. If the Hulk's experiment can succeed, our sacrifice will be worth it. At this time, Zhang Xian also came over. After not seeing him for a few days, his face had the aura of a superior. Any possibility that can make the country stronger is worth trying. With the Kylin armor, it is undeniable that you are one of the top players in the entire Earth. But this is not enough. It is not enough to rely solely on a battle armor to make China stand at the top of the nations. Therefore, the Shenmao Bureau, or China, needs more and more powerful forces. Perhaps because they have been weak for a long time, rabbits seem very enthusiastic about anything that can increase their strength. You guys are putting a lot of pressure on me. Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile, and said with some emotion. So, you have to make the experiment as successful as possible. Su Jia looked at Chen Mu with a smile and spoke in a casual manner, but one could see the heaviness in her eyes. Don't worry. Without absolute certainty, I won't let the soldiers take risks. Chen Mu also spoke solemnly about this. Chen Mu is still very confident about this. Through systematic scientific research breakthroughs, the Hulk mutation technology can be said to be very complete at this moment. All the information exists in Chen Mu's mind, so as long as the experiment is carried out step by step, it will definitely be successful. Because it is the perfect Hulk mutation technology, it must be irradiated with gamma rays, so a large amount of energy is needed to provide energy for the gamma device. Fortunately, Chen Mu had already mastered the technology of the arc reactor, so he had no worries about energy at all. To mutate the Hulk, a lot of energy is needed. Almost a day's worth of energy from the arc reactor is needed to stimulate the mutation. 2 arc reactors have been built in the industrial zone. That means that while the original production capacity is guaranteed, 1 arc reactor can be mobilized for testing. Zhang Xian nodded. He also knew everything about the industrial park well. After all, he also had advanced studies here before. The production of the Kylin armor cannot be stopped, so we can only use 1 reactor for the experiment. Today's industrial park is still producing Kirin armor. Although there is no better material such as gold titanium alloy, special alloys are still used to continue production. Therefore, nearly 20 sets of Kirin armor are produced every day. Basically, all of these armors were handed over to the Spear of God Bureau, who distributed them and let the warriors use them so that they could become familiar with the use of the armors as soon as possible. Of course, these low-end armors will also be sent to the frontline troops later, and the most important place they will be distributed to fire brigades in various places. That's right, this batch of armor is not a combat unit, but is used in the fire department. Powerful armor can minimize the damage to the fire department. At the same time, armor equipped with various firefighting equipment is of great help in firefighting and disaster relief. The year was 2008. The earthquake in Sichuan in the previous half of the year was still fresh in the memory of the people across the country. This batch of armor was used first in the fire department. Although Chen Mu was surprised, he could understand it. Although the armor is powerful, it will not be used directly in war in the hands of Ji Feng's army. Only one experiment can be conducted each day. I will arrange it. Tell your comrades about the danger and choose a soldier to come over. Speaking of this, a trace of pity flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. Everyone knows that testing the law with one's own body, especially for the first group of people, is extremely dangerous, and it is unknown whether they can survive. But even so, these comrades will not have any fear. The first test subject, no matter what, is definitely the most dangerous. By the way, besides this matter, I came here to see you about something. After Zhang Xian arranged everything, he said to Chen Mu, about the People's Liberation Army. Because of your armor, the military now has great confidence in your weapons. As for the army, I hope you can develop a batch of armor with heavy firepower that can replace tanks and become the new king of land warfare. Replacing tanks. Making heavy armor? After hearing Zhang Xian's words, Chen Mu couldn't help but touch his chin. This is not a very difficult thing. To be honest, isn't the heavy mecha similar to the Iron Overlord made by Obey before? Don't be fooled by its bulky appearance, but in fact, it is only compared with Tony's Iron Man Mark III. If it is on the battlefield, this thing is much more flexible than a tank. Not only does it have powerful firepower, but this thing can also fly. It has a powerful weapon system. After all, it is so big that it can be equipped with more weapons than iron armor. Heavy armor can easily provide firepower coverage. Therefore, if it is simply used as a weapon of war, Iron Overlord has too many advantages over Iron Man. There is such technology. We just need to modify the Kylan armor a little bit. Chen Mu nodded and said, I will sort out the information later and give it to you directly. The production capacity of the industrial park for the production of Kylan armor is basically full. If you want to produce this kind of heavy armor, you can hand it over to other military industrial departments. The production capacity of Huaqiangbei Industrial Park is limited. Now, the production capacity is basically full in the production of Kirin armor. If we want to produce Iron Overlord, we can only hand it over to other military industrial departments. Thank you very much. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Chen Mu with gratitude and said, I will hand the things over to Lu Jun safely. Oh, there is one more thing. The Navy handed over the Variag to our Shenmao Bureau. After dealing with these things, Zhang Xian finally smiled, looked at Chen Mu, and continued, the Variag aircraft carrier, after a long journey in 03, was finally delivered to our Navy. After being refurbished, it was originally going to be launched as the first aircraft carrier of our Navy, but General Zhang handed it over to our Shenmao Bureau. The Variag, which is the future Liaoning aircraft carrier, is unexpectedly also present in this world. It is China's first aircraft carrier. In 1999, China purchased the Variag, which arrived in China on March 2002-3. During the journey, it was blocked by Western countries for various reasons and was forced to return to its original port many times. The Variag was dismantled to the point where only the outer shell was left. It drifted aimlessly on the sea for a long time before it finally arrived in China. The goal of the Jifang Army is to modify and manufacture this unfinished aircraft carrier and use it for scientific research, experiments, and training purposes. Nowadays, the military has mastered complete aircraft carrier information and is also carrying out independent production and manufacturing. I believe that within a few years, domestically produced aircraft carriers will be able to be launched. What Chen Mu didn't expect was that the chief would simply give the aircraft carrier, this important weapon, to the Shenmao Bureau with a wave of his hand. General Zhang, as the founder of the Shenmao Bureau, has provided a lot of help to our Shenmao Bureau. Zhang Xian smiled and continued, now this aircraft carrier has been modified by the Shenmao Bureau and has more powerful capabilities. Thanks to the arc reactor technology you provided, the battleship has powerful energy. We installed an anti-gravity device for it. Now this aircraft carrier has the ability to fly. Chen Mu was confused. The aerospace aircraft carrier came out now, or was it developed by China itself? Anti-gravity devices have been invented a long time ago. All countries have this technology, but it requires powerful energy to power it. Basically, no country will install this device on its weapons and equipment. If the energy problem is not solved, the anti-gravity device will be useless. Therefore, after Chen Mu gave the improved arc reactor technology to China free of charge, the anti-gravity device that had been shelved for a long time was taken out again. Moreover, it was directly installed on the aircraft carrier. Combined with the 4 arc reactors installed in the aircraft carrier, the Variag, an old-era aircraft carrier, was transformed into an aerospace aircraft carrier. The aerospace aircraft carrier will serve as the Shenmao Bureau's mobile air base and will cruise in Chinese airspace for a long time. Zhang Xian also seemed very proud of this. This is the world's first aerospace aircraft carrier, which was much earlier than that of the United States. Although America is also developing this thing, due to insufficient energy, it is impossible to make it fly. The US military, or SHIELD, does have many aircraft carriers and corresponding technologies, but they are far inferior to the current SHIELD aerospace carrier. Even later, when the Avengers storyline began, S.H.I.E.L.D. also had an aerospace carrier, but due to energy constraints, it used nuclear power, but the energy generated was not enough to allow it to take off stably. It is impossible to make an aircraft carrier take off simply by relying on an anti-gravity device, so 4 high-thrust propellers were installed, making the aerospace aircraft carrier look very strange. Who made Tony Stark never hand over the technology of the arc reactor to America or S.H.I.E.L.D. from the beginning to the end? In desperation, S.H.I.E.L.D. could only use inferior nuclear power devices to provide energy. However, this aerospace mothership of the Shenmue Bureau now relies entirely on anti-gravity devices to fly. It has no propellers and looks much more advanced. The new Variag, named Fengtian, will be delivered the day after tomorrow. I hope you can come in person and participate in the trial voyage of the new ship. Because it was built in Fengtian province, this aircraft carrier was named Fengtian. When it is delivered the day after tomorrow, the Shenmue Bureau will drive the Fengtian to the deep sea, and then activate the anti-propulsion device and fly directly into the sky. From then on, the Fengtian ship would cruise in the air most of the time, guarding the vast rivers and mountains of the motherland. This warship is just the first one. In the future, our country will launch more and more aircraft carriers. These aircraft carriers will also be equipped with the same anti-gravity devices. They will sail normally on the sea, but if war really comes, they will be mobile fortresses. China is not keen on war, but it must ensure that it has sufficient strength. Only with strong power can we protect the rivers and mountains of our motherland. Not having a sword in your hand and having a sword in your hand but not using it are two different things. This is what a great scientist from China once said, and Chen Mu agrees with it deeply. Even our Shenmue Bureau will have several aerospace carriers in the future. We must have enough power to protect our homeland. Zhang Xian's eyes were full of determination and vision for the future. Because of the appearance of Chen Mu, a large amount of high technology was provided to China almost free of charge, which made China's strength soar in this short period of time. In return for the favor, China is providing Chen Mu with as much convenience as possible. But what caused some headaches for the Chinese side was that it was precisely because Chen Mu had no desires that made them very nervous. Without any exchange of interests and relying solely on patriotism, how long can this relationship last? The Chinese side is also very afraid that Chen Mu will abandon the country one day. So, Zhang Xian put away his smile and looked at Chen Mu seriously. There is one thing General Zhang asked me to ask you. What do you want? The Chinese side will do its best to achieve it for you? You want it? Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand indifferently and continued, really not. If I really want to say it, maybe I just hope that the motherland can be strong. In his previous life, the disheartened Chen Mu ended his life when he was left with no other options. When he made this difficult decision, he had already let go of everything. We are all people who have seen through life and death. What other desires can we have? The only regret is that he didn't end up together with his girlfriend in his previous life. However, things have passed, and Chen Mu naturally won't dwell on it anymore. Because he has died once, Chen Mu has almost no desire for money or anything like that. This is extremely valuable in this materialistic age. Why? Hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask. He really didn't expect that Chen Mu would answer like this. Why? Chen Mu shook his head in amusement and asked, if you want your motherland to be strong, what else can you ask for? That's right. Zhang Xian smiled. That was indeed the truth. This is what I am pursuing now. In this era, we, who are dominated by the West and have thousands of years of history, are just supporting roles in this world. In history, in almost every era, China has been the most powerful country in the world, and now, Chen Mu wants to make this country glorious again. 5,000 years ago, we faced floods like the Egyptians. 4,000 years ago, we cast bronze like the ancient Babylonians. 3,000 years ago, we thought about philosophy like the Greeks. 2,000 years ago, we were as brave and good at fighting as the ancient Romans. 1,000 years ago, we were as wealthy as the Arabs. And now, what Chen Mu wants to do is to allow China to truly compete with America in all aspects. In this world where superheroes are respected, Chen Mu wants to make every Chinese soldier a true superhero. Although, in Chen Mu's opinion, every soldier is a superhero, what Chen Mu has to do is to make them live up to their name. Let them all have the power to match it. Don't you Americans worship superheroes? Then let me show you what a real superhero is. So what do you think of the country? After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian looked at Chen Mu and continued, in our country, things are not as unified as before. The establishment of the Shenmue Bureau was only possible after several military generals overcame all objections. It can be said that the Shenmue Bureau is actually a product of compromise. After all, this country has a huge population of 1.3 billion. Although the central government has strong appeal and can unite the will of the majority of people, there will always be people who have other ideas. Not everyone can make selfless contributions to the country. At the same time, the country's top leaders actually have different opinions about Chen Mu. Except for a few traders, most people hope that their country can be better. Therefore, except for some people whose interests are affected and are very unhappy with Chen Mu, most of the country's top leaders are goodwilled towards Chen Mu. Besides, Chen Mu's several products have greatly enhanced the strength of the military. In the eyes of the military, Chen Mu is a hot commodity and they are all looking forward to more of his products. Why would anyone want to cause trouble for him? being under layers of protection from the Shenmue Bureau and the military. This is the main reason why Shenmue has been able to be successful all along. Who dares to cause trouble? To be honest, Shenmue's various technologies can bring about tremendous changes in people's livelihood. Take the arc reactor alone. The energy it produces far exceeds that of a nuclear power plant, and there is no pollution at all. It is capable of producing large amounts of energy at a very low cost. Nowadays, in China, this thing is being promoted intensively in secret. It will not be long before the people across the country can use free clean energy. Shenmue's improvement of people's livelihood also made the government feel favorable towards him, with the support of both the military and the government, who would dare to feel uncomfortable to cause trouble for Shenmue? In short, I never care who gets my technology. As long as he is Chinese and works hard for the development of China, I have no opinion. Looking at Zhang Xian, Shenmue continued word by word, there are also various weapons. I sent them to the military for the same reason. I don't care how the domestic competition is, whether it's hawks or doves, as long as we can make sure these weapons are not aimed at people in our own country. It doesn't matter whose hands they are in. Whether these weapons are used to protect his own country, or even used to invade other countries, Shenmue doesn't care at all. He only needs to know that these weapons can bring strength and prosperity to the motherland, and that is enough. No matter whether the rabbit is black or white, as long as he is a rabbit and has his motherland in his heart, Shenmue doesn't care. The only requirement is that these weapons should not be pointed at our compatriots in the future. No matter what factional disputes there are among the top leaders, no matter what different factions there are, it is enough to know that they are all Chinese. As long as they are all working for the development of China, then for Shenmue, nothing matters. Focus on explaining the protagonist's position. Some readers are always upset that the protagonist gives things to the country for free and think that this behavior is stupid. Many things in the world are not just about benefits. At the same time, explain the protagonist's attitude. The protagonist actually doesn't care who has the weapons or the different interest groups in the military and government. What matters is that he identifies himself as a Chinese. That's why it doesn't matter whether the weapons are used to protect himself or to invade others. No matter whether the rabbit is black or white, as long as he is a flower-growing family, he is qualified to use it. Zhang Xian left, taking Shenmue's position and opinions with him. In fact, far away in a coastal military region, several high-ranking generals, including the bureau chief, had actually heard the entire conversation between Shenmue and Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian actually had an information transmission device on his body, and their conversation was transmitted to the people present in real time. So, there's no need for you to think too much. The director smiled, with a hint of smile in his eyes. He was deeply moved by Shenmue's words. It was rare to see a young man so patriotic and selfless. The various technologies provided by Shenmue have provided breakthrough help for many technologies in our country. Another big boss also smiled. Although the weapon information provided by Shenmue was mainly used on armor, all of its technologies were fully integrated. It can be said that each individual weapon is of some help to that type of domestic weapon. Not to mention the material technology, the technology of the arc reactor alone is enough to upgrade the entire Chinese army. All vehicles, whether airplanes, tanks, or even ships, can have their power greatly improved by replacing the arc reactor. Our military's Dongfang missiles have changed their energy sources, and their range has been greatly improved. With the replacement of the reactor, any missile can easily fly around the ground. Just based on this point, upgrading the existing short-range and medium-range missiles into ultra-long-range missiles will give any backward country the confidence to dialogue with the powerful countries. Not to mention, China is not a weak country, but a real big country with nuclear weapons. China's strategic deterrence capability was already strong, but now it is even more powerful. Not long ago, the improved Vostok 17 missile completed its test launch. This time, our country was full of confidence and did not conceal the test launch of this weapon at all. The hypersonic missile plus the super-endurance arc reactor is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When the Vostok 17 missile streaked across the sky in the stratosphere above the high seas at a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, all other countries fell into collective silence. In addition, the Vostok 17 missile can also make various trajectory changes, which makes everyone tremble with fear. This weapon can easily attack any target. Any air defense system seems like a joke in front of it. Finally, the test missile, after flying around the Earth in many twists and turns, successfully hit the intended target, an old cruise ship that was about to be scrapped within the territorial waters. The powerful Dongfang series of missiles amazed everyone. The aircraft carrier fleet of a certain country, which had been showing off its strength near the South China Sea not long ago, retreated hundreds of kilometers in disgrace without hesitation. I'm scared. Judging from the missile tested by China, if a war really breaks out, this aircraft carrier fleet can be destroyed in minutes. Therefore, the military fleet that received the notice evacuated without hesitation. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Looking at the old comrades in front of him, the director smiled and continued, Shenmue has now forged a sharp sword for us. We are no longer afraid of the military power of countries on Earth. This is the truth. Given the current combat capabilities of countries on Earth, what does China have to fear? America? It really has become a paper tiger? We will not invade other countries, but if any country dares to provoke us, we will not be polite. Another general who was obviously a hawk also smiled. Over the long term, due to the inferior military strength, the Chinese army had suffered a lot of losses in recent years, and its own waters were often invaded by a group of evil guests. Although there were many brave officers in the army who wanted to overturn the table and start a fight, they had to swallow their anger again and again for the sake of the overall situation. But now, with its powerful army, it no longer has to endure this kind of humiliation. In the past, at times like this, the doves, who took the overall situation into consideration, would always give good advice, but now, even the dove generals think the same as the hawks. When you can no longer endure it, there is no need to endure it anymore. In the past, we were tolerant because we had no other choice and we did not want to cause disputes. However, now that we have all kinds of high-tech and powerful weapons, what else can we endure? In 1 month, the National Day will be here. This time, we must let the whole world see that the Oriental Dragon has awakened. We will not allow the clowns to continue to jump up and down. China also needs a grand military parade to increase the self-confidence of its people and boost morale. The Fengtian will be handed over to the Shenmao Bureau the day after tomorrow. Together with the No. 001 aerospace aircraft carrier that is being built at the shipyard, the Killa will also be launched soon. At that time, the National Day military parade will feature 2 aerospace aircraft carriers forming a dual aircraft carrier formation. There will be 2 aerospace aircraft carriers at the National Day parade. Just think about it, and you can imagine how excited the people across the country will be. It's not just an aircraft carrier, it's also an aerospace carrier that can fly. With these 2 warships, I believe all Chinese people will be able to feel an unprecedented sense of security. The J-35 fighter jet has also made rapid progress due to the 5th-generation aircraft technology provided by Chen Mu. Its improved model will also be used as a carrier-based aircraft for the aerospace aircraft carrier and will be delivered on schedule at that time. In just a few months, all the generals present felt a sense of unreality. After Chen Mu appeared, China's military technology has made great progress. How long has it been? This year's military parade is about to become as sci-fi as a Hollywood blockbuster? A few months ago, no one present would have imagined that these sci-fi weapons would appear at the military parade. In addition to the various types of armor from various military branches, Chen Mu's kindness to us is already beyond repayment. The bureau chief sighed. Fortunately, Chen Mu was not a person who cared about interests. Even though he provided so many weapons to the army, he never asked for anything in return. This was very commendable. Chen Mu and his family will be protected by our navy from now on. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for them will have to walk over the wreckage of our navy. The bureau chief was inspired by this. Get lost, this is my army's business. Your navy just needs to stay in the territorial waters. Chen Mu's family lives inland. They are under my jurisdiction. At this time, the army leader was unhappy and slammed the table and said, if anyone dares to cause trouble, I will directly send 2 regiments, no, send 2 divisions to destroy him. Hey, why can't our navy do anything about it? I can drive an aerospace carrier over there. You have already spoken. What else does my Air Force have to say? The Air Force chief couldn't help but roll his eyes at the quarrel between his old comrades. Haha, anyway, if anyone dares to cause trouble, my military is made up of rough men who will only use fists to enforce reason. The big guys present looked at each other and smiled, all showing the same smile. The military has secured Chen Mu? Zhang Xian left, taking Chen Mu's position and opinions with him. In fact, far away in a coastal military region, several high-ranking generals, including the bureau chief, had actually heard the entire conversation between Chen Mu and Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian actually had an information transmission device on his body, and their conversation was transmitted to the people present in real time. So, there's no need for you to think too much. The director smiled, with a hint of smile in his eyes. He was deeply moved by Chen Mu's words. It was rare to see a young man so patriotic and selfless. The various technologies provided by Chen Mu have provided breakthrough help for many technologies in our country. Another big boss also smiled. Although the weapon information provided by Chen Mu was mainly used on armor, all of its technologies were fully integrated. It can be said that each individual weapon is of some help to that type of domestic weapon. Not to mention the material technology, the technology of the arc reactor alone is enough to upgrade the entire Chinese army. All vehicles, whether airplanes, tanks, or even ships, can have their power greatly improved by replacing the arc reactor. Our military's Dongfang missiles have changed their energy sources, and their range has been greatly improved. With the replacement of the reactor, any missile can easily fly around the ground. Just based on this point, upgrading the existing short-range and medium-range missiles into ultra-long-range missiles will give any backward country the confidence to dialogue with the powerful countries. Not to mention, China is not a weak country, but a real big country with nuclear weapons. China's strategic deterrence capability was already strong, but now it is even more powerful. Not long ago, the improved Vostok 17 missile completed its test launch. This time, our country was full of confidence and did not conceal the test launch of this weapon at all. The hypersonic missile plus the super-endurance arc reactor is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When the Vostok 17 missile streaked across the sky in the stratosphere above the high seas at a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, all other countries fell into collective silence. In addition, the Vostok 17 missile can also make various trajectory changes, which makes everyone tremble with fear. This weapon can easily attack any target. Any air defense system seems like a joke in front of it. Finally, the test missile, after flying around the Earth in many twists and turns, successfully hit the intended target, an old cruise ship that was about to be scrapped within the territorial waters. The powerful Dongfang series of missiles amazed everyone. The aircraft carrier fleet of a certain country, which had been showing off its strength near the South China Sea not long ago, retreated hundreds of kilometers in disgrace without hesitation. I'm scared. Judging from the missile tested by China, if a war really breaks out, this aircraft carrier fleet can be destroyed in minutes. Therefore, the military fleet that received the notice evacuated without hesitation. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Looking at the old comrades in front of him, the director smiled and continued, Chen Mu has now forged a sharp sword for us. We are no longer afraid of the military power of countries on Earth. This is the truth. Given the current combat capabilities of countries on Earth, what does China have to fear? America? It really has become a paper tiger? We will not invade other countries, but if any country dares to provoke us, we will not be polite. Another general who was obviously a hawk also smiled. Over the long term, due to the inferior military strength, the Chinese army had suffered a lot of losses in recent years, and its own waters were often invaded by a group of evil guests. Although there were many brave officers in the army who wanted to overturn the table and start a fight, they had to swallow their anger again and again for the sake of the overall situation. But now, with its powerful army, it no longer has to endure this kind of humiliation. In the past, at times like this, the doves, who took the overall situation into consideration, would always give good advice, but now, even the dove generals think the same as the hawks. When you can no longer endure it, there is no need to endure it anymore. In the past, we were tolerant because we had no other choice and we did not want to cause disputes. However, now that we have all kinds of high-tech and powerful weapons, what else can we endure? In 1 month, the National Day will be here. This time, we must let the whole world see that the Oriental Dragon has awakened. We will not allow the clowns to continue to jump up and down. China also needs a grand military parade to increase the self-confidence of its people and boost morale. The Fengtian will be handed over to the Shenmao Bureau the day after tomorrow. Together with the No. 001 aerospace aircraft carrier that is being built at the shipyard, the Killa will also be launched soon. At that time, the National Day military parade will feature 2 aerospace aircraft carriers forming a dual aircraft carrier formation. There will be 2 aerospace aircraft carriers at the National Day parade. Just think about it, and you can imagine how excited the people across the country will be. It's not just an aircraft carrier, it's also an aerospace carrier that can fly. With these 2 warships, I believe all Chinese people will be able to feel an unprecedented sense of security. The J-35 fighter jet has also made rapid progress due to the 5th-generation aircraft technology provided by Chen Mu. Its improved model will also be used as a carrier-based aircraft for the aerospace aircraft carrier and will be delivered on schedule at that time. In just a few months, all the generals present felt a sense of unreality. After Chen Mu appeared, China's military technology has made great progress. How long has it been? This year's military parade is about to become as sci-fi as a Hollywood blockbuster? A few months ago, no one present would have imagined that these sci-fi weapons would appear at the military parade. In addition to the various types of armor from various military branches, Chen Mu's kindness to us is already beyond repayment. The bureau chief sighed. Fortunately, Chen Mu was not a person who cared about interests. Even though he provided so many weapons to the army, he never asked for anything in return. This was very commendable. Chen Mu and his family will be protected by our navy from now on. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for them will have to walk over the wreckage of our navy. The bureau chief was inspired by this. Get lost, this is my army's business. Your navy just needs to stay in the territorial waters. Chen Mu's family lives inland. They are under my jurisdiction. At this time, the army leader was unhappy and slammed the table and said, if anyone dares to cause trouble, I will directly send 2 regiments, no, send 2 divisions to destroy him. Hey, why can't our navy do anything about it? I can drive an aerospace carrier over there. You have already spoken. What else does my Air Force have to say? The Air Force chief couldn't help but roll his eyes at the quarrel between his old comrades. Haha, anyway, if anyone dares to cause trouble, my military is made up of rough men who will only use fists to enforce reason. The big guys present looked at each other and smiled, all showing the same smile. The military has secured Chen Mu. Hawkeye and Black Widow's armors have been produced, and they have left with their armors. After Zhang Xian left, Su Jia said this to Chen Mu. In addition, Zhang Xian has already arranged the first person to conduct the Hulk experiment. Su Jia looked at Chen Mu and said, come to think of it, you have also seen our comrade from the last mission we carried out in Amazon, number 2 at that time. Chen Mu thought about it and still had an impression of this tough soldier. It was his armor that was used to send Bruce Banner back. His name is Wang Wei. He was a former Chinese naval aviation pilot with the rank of 2nd lieutenant. After the establishment of the Shenmao Bureau, he was selected to become a member of the Shenmao Bureau because of his outstanding ability and patriotism. And because of his outstanding driving ability, he became one of the first warriors to use the Kylin battle armor. It turns out his name is Wang Wei. Chen Mu nodded. We used code names instead of names because it was just a small mission. There will be no life-threatening situation. This time, because you have to go and sacrifice yourself for the experiment and become the first experimenter, there are very big risks and it may even endanger your life. So, Sujia also said his name. When performing a dangerous mission, people usually leave their names behind. Perhaps, this name will be posthumously named a martyr. Of course, Chen Mu will not let Wang Wei become a martyr. His Hulk mutation technology is actually very perfect. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Wei will become China's first super soldier. And he's not a half-baked super soldier like Captain America, but the real, extremely powerful Hulk. Let's go to the laboratory. Has Wang Wei gone there yet? Chen Mu expressed his highest respect to this brave soldier and asked seriously. It's already waiting in the laboratory you arranged earlier. Sujia also seemed to be in a very heavy mood. She was not as confident as Chen Mu. After all, this was the first time they had conducted an experiment, and there were no mice to carry out the experiment. Therefore, to put it bluntly, Wang Wei directly acted as a guinea pig this time. This is very dangerous. Normally speaking, the probability of death due to experiments is very high. Doesn't Wang Wei know about this? No, he knew very well that he would be the first guinea pig. But he also knew that if he succeeded, his motherland would have an incomparably powerful force. He is not afraid of sacrifice. Sacrificing for the motherland and the nation is the most ideal destination for him after becoming a soldier. When Chen Mu and Sujia arrived at the laboratory where the Hulk mutation technology was being tested, Wang Wei had been waiting there for a long time. In the laboratory, there are several Chinese scientists who are top experts in biotechnology and gamma-ray research. Their abilities are among the best even internationally. They all came here to observe and learn about this experiment. At this moment, everyone present had a serious expression because they all knew this experiment will be extremely dangerous. As an experimental subject, Wang Wei's chance of survival is theoretically less than 1%. Don't worry, Lieutenant Wang Wei. After research, this technology has become very safe, and the success rate is actually very high. Seeing everyone's depressed look, Chen Mu encouraged them, if I'm not absolutely sure, I won't let our country's soldiers take this risk. Even so, everyone present thought that Chen Mu was comforting Wang Wei. After all, the characteristic of mutation technology lies in the word mutation. Since it is a mutation, it is naturally difficult to control. If it can be controlled, it is not called mutation but transformation. Then this experiment should not be called the Hulk mutation experiment, but should be called the Hulk transformation experiment. However, he was not wrong, because the technology produced by the system was already 100% certain, and it was called the Hulk transformation plan, which was very appropriate. Dr. Chen Mu, you don't need to comfort me. From the moment I joined the army, I have been ready to sacrifice my life for my country. No matter what the result is, I will not have any regrets. Wang Wei's eyes were full of determination. As a Chinese soldier, he believed that if he could sacrifice himself in exchange for the strength of his motherland, he would do it without hesitation. I'm not a PhD. I graduated from a second-rate university. Chen Mu scratched his head and said with a smile, but don't worry, I won't let any hero of the motherland fall in front of me. Chen Mu was joking, hoping to ease Wang Wei's nervousness, but it made Sujia on the side roll her eyes speechlessly. You go to a second-rate university and don't even have a PhD, doesn't that make others more nervous? Oh, it's okay, I believe you. Wang Wei smiled, his eyes sparkling, and he continued, let's not talk about whether this experiment will be successful or not. Dr. Chen Mu, the armor you designed for the military has already been of great help to the country. In my opinion, you are a hero of the motherland. I believe that you can continue to create miracles. As for second-rate universities, Wang Wei smiled and scratched his head, then continued, I haven't even been to college. But in my eyes, you are much better than those experts, professors, and doctors. Wang Wei is a rough man who doesn't even know what's above a PhD, so calling Chen Mu doctor is actually the greatest affirmation of him. Obviously, Wang Wei knew the danger of this experiment, but because of his unconditional trust in Chen Mu, he was fearless. At the same time, as a Chinese soldier, he is willing to take any risks for his motherland. Thanks for your trust. Hearing this, Chen Mu put away his smile, looked at him seriously, and said, it seems that I have another reason to ensure the success of the experiment. Chen Mu would never let a soldier who trusted him so much sacrifice himself in his experiment. So, Lieutenant Wang Wei, are you sure you understand the results of the experiment? Chen Mu looked at Wang Wei seriously and said, if the experiment fails, you will die. And if you succeed, you can become like the Hulk and have the ability to transform. Are you sure you want to conduct the experiment? As he spoke, Chen Mu had already arrived in front of the instrument in the middle of the laboratory. A serum had been placed inside the instrument in advance, which was Bruce Banner's Hulk serum. The serum extracted through the technology provided by the system is not like the half-baked one that Bronsky injected before. It can enable the injector to have the same potential as the Hulk himself. After being exposed to a certain amount of gamma rays, the transformed Hulk is no worse than the Hulk himself. Come on, Dr. Chen Mu, I won't have any regrets. Wang Wei took off his shirt, revealing his solid body. His muscles, honed by years of training, were full of powerful beauty. To be honest, Chen Mu was a little envious of this perfect body with 8-pack abdominal muscles. I have already written my suicide note. Even if I die on the test bench, I will not regret it. Wang Wei said this firmly, and then lay down on the test bench without hesitation. Then, let's begin. Chen Mu had a serious expression on his face. He picked up the serum, came to Wang Wei, and injected it into Wang Wei's body. What? As the serum was injected, Wang Wei on the laboratory table suddenly twitched his body, obviously in pain. He clenched his fists and suppressed the pain with his strong will. The Hulk serum was rapidly transforming his body, and green bloodshot flashed in Wang Wei's open eyes. Proceed to the next step. Seeing this, Chen Mu calmly operated the machine. The test bench was controlled and moved into the isolation room in front. Inside the isolation room, there was a gamma-ray generating device. Now, Wang Wei's body is also being transformed by the serum, and now, all it needs is enough gamma rays to provide enough energy, and the experiment is basically close to success. As the door of the isolation room was completely closed, everyone at the scene fell into silence. Everyone was praying secretly for Wang Wei, hoping that no accidents would occur. Anxious waiting is always long. Less than 10 minutes seemed like a year to everyone present. It seemed like a very long time had passed. When the green gamma light in the isolation room disappeared, everyone was waiting anxiously, looking at the door of the isolation room. Bang bang bang. There was a sound of footsteps, but the sound was a little loud. Unlike the others who looked nervous, Chen Mu looked at the door calmly. Squeak. The door opened and a huge figure walked out. The big green guy is exactly the Hulk. His resolute facial features were exactly the same as those of Second Lieutenant Wang Wei, except for the color of his skin and a huge difference in his body shape. Second Lieutenant Wang Wei. Su Jia stood in front of Chen Mu, his eyes full of tension. Although the experiment seemed to be successful and Wang Wei successfully turned into the Hulk, the only thing that was not confirmed now was whether Wang Wei had his original consciousness. If he couldn't control himself like the Hulk, then it would be a big trouble. Chen Mu Sujia felt a little regretful, regretting that he had not made sufficient preparations. If the experiment failed and created a powerful and irrational beast like the Hulk, then everyone present would be in danger. After all, Sujia is not wearing armor now. What a mistake. I didn't prepare for the worst. Sujia felt somewhat guilty about this, as he seemed to have not fulfilled his role as a bodyguard well and had not considered all possible situations in advance. Wang Wei from the Kailan unit of the Shenmao Bureau, come and report. After walking out of the door, the Hulk Wang Wei suddenly stood up straight, and his huge body gave a standard military salute. At the same time, the Hulk uttered Wang Wei's words. Although the tone of voice had changed, everyone knew that this was Wang Wei. This proves that the experiment was successful. Without generating any other consciousness and possessing a perfect Hulk body, the Hulk transformation experiment got off to a successful start, and the first experimenter was declared a success. Oh, it worked. Chen Mu's mouth curled up, and the Chinese scientists who were also in the laboratory also shouted excitedly. The success of the Hulk experiment means that our army will have a special force, a powerful team composed entirely of Hulks? Not yet. If Lieutenant Wang Wei can change back into his own body at will, the experiment will be considered a success. Seeing the happy researchers and Sujia, Chen Mu looked at Wang Wei and asked, Second Lieutenant Wang Wei, how do you feel? Report, I feel great. Hulk Wang Wei placed his hands in front of him and said in disbelief, this is an incredibly powerful force. I need some time to get familiar with this power before I can use it better. At this time, Wang Wei, who had personally experienced the power of the Hulk, finally understood why it was so difficult to fight the Hulk in the Amazon jungle. Because this body is so powerful that it is unbelievable. Not only is his skin thick and tough, but his strength is so powerful that it seems like he can explode at any time and can smash everything in front of him to pieces. Fortunately, when dealing with Hulk, he was able to rely on the flexible Kirin armor to deal with him and adopted the kite-flying strategy to defeat him. Perhaps, if there were not 10 comrades present at the time, it would seem difficult for just 1 or 2 Kirin warriors to defeat Hulk. I feel like I can easily lift a tank with my current strength. The Hulk's strength is at least tens of tons, so lifting a tank like a barbell is really no problem for him. We can test the Hulk's power later. Now, can you control your body and return to your original appearance? This is the key point. If he cannot return to his original appearance, then for Chen Mu, this experiment is a failure. Although for China, being able to transform soldiers into powerful Hulks may be considered a success, but for Chen Mu, who strives for perfection, this is far from enough. Let me try. After hearing Chen Mu's words, Wang Wei closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. Soon, he found a feeling, as if he could really control his body. As a soldier who has been exercising his body all year round, Wang Wei has perfect control over his body. Therefore, he can easily control his new body. After hearing Wang Wei's words, everyone else present looked at him eagerly. The experiment of transforming into the Hulk has actually been successful. If the transformation can be controlled at will, it will be a pleasant surprise for the military. Then this experiment is not just a simple success, but it has created a perfect Hulk transformation experiment? Sure enough, as Wang Wei finished speaking, his huge Hulk body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon returned to his original body. The Hulk transformation plan was a perfect success. Phew, it worked. Wang Wei was holding up his pants which were stretched out after turning into the Hulk, with a look of excitement on his face. At this moment, with the help of Chen Mu, he has become a perfect Hulk, even more perfect than the original Hulk Bruce Banner. Great, the experiment was successful. Seeing that Wang Wei was able to transform back into a human, everyone present was very excited, including Chen Mu. Although he has always had great trust in his Huaqiangbei system and has full confidence in himself, Chen Mu would always be very excited when he saw the results. It's worthy of being called China's Huaqiangbei, so awesome. Well, maybe the only downside to the Hulk is that when he gets bigger, his clothes and pants will be torn, right? Maybe color? Although the shorts Wang Wei is wearing now are specially made and have great stretchability, and did not break even when he turned into the Hulk before, but because of this, the shorts have been stretched too big and now he can't wear them. They are loose and Wang Wei is holding them up to avoid exposing himself. In that case, why don't you try again and turn into the Hulk? Seeing this, Chen Mu was a little amused. Speaking of which, the Hulk's pants are a god-level item. After all, every time the Hulk transforms, his pants are intact. Of course, this technique is actually not difficult. Although he turned into the Hulk, in fact, compared with ordinary people, his size is not exaggerated. As long as the pants are very elastic, it is difficult to be directly torn. Besides, it was taken into consideration that after the experiment was successful, the subject would turn into the Hulk, so when making preparations, Wang Wei had already changed into the prepared costume, so there is no problem now. Yes. After hearing Chen Mu's words, Wang Wei took a deep breath. Under his control, his body quickly grew bigger like an inflated balloon, and his baggy pants turned into tight pants again. Not bad, I can switch at will. Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction at the result. The transformation of the controllable Hulk has been successful. Hong Meng, have all the experimental data been recorded? Seeing that the experiment ended perfectly, Chen Mu asked the intelligent program. Sir, the data has been recorded. Subsequent transformation experiments will be successful as long as you follow the steps. Send the good news to Zhang Xian and tell him that warriors who want to transform into the Hulk can sign up now. The perfect completion of the transformation experiment made Chen Mu very happy. This means that in the future, China will have an army composed entirely of Hulks? With an army like this, who on earth can stop them? However, according to China's principle of keeping a low profile, this thing will probably be kept as a trump card and will not be easily revealed. Alternatively, instead of establishing a Hulk Corps, the Hulks could be dispersed among the various armies. For example, the Kylin armor of the Shenmao Bureau before, as for the current Wang Wei, he could have turned back to his original appearance. He could have returned to his army and continued to drive his Kylin armor. The only difference is that Wang Wei has an extra trump card, which allows him to transform into the Hulk anytime and anywhere. Think about it, Wang Wei was driving the Kirin armor and engaging in a fierce battle with the enemy. The two seemed evenly matched, and Wang Wei was even at a disadvantage. After a battle, the Kylin armor was destroyed and Wang Wei was free from the armor. The enemy thought it was over, but Wang Wei turned into the Hulk and started the second round of battle. Who can hold on? The armor is no longer an equipment that enhances Wang Wei's strength, but instead becomes a limiter that restricts his strength. Anyone who dares to break this limiter will truly face doomsday. Thinking of this situation, Chen Mu couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you a devil? The gamma ray generator requires a lot of energy. The daily production capacity of a reactor is enough to run once. In other words, this laboratory can allow one soldier to have the power of the Hulk every day. Speaking of which, the production capacity is still not enough. The serum is easy to produce and the production speed is very fast, but there are too few arc reactors in the industrial park now, and the production capacity must be increased. Since the experiment was successful, we will leave first. Seeing the researchers eager to try, Chen Mu smiled and shook his head, then said to Su Jia standing beside him. Now that the experiment has been successful, Second Lieutenant Wang Wei has also become the Hulk. These researchers are naturally curious about this powerful mutation and want to study Wang Wei's current Hulk body. After all, such opportunities are rare. Before this experiment, who can find Hulk to do some research for him? I'm afraid you want to be reborn quickly. Wang Wei's mouth twitched when he saw the group of researchers who wanted to study him, but he did not object at all. As a soldier, he still respects these intellectuals very much. Moreover, he also needs to know the specific condition of his current body, so it is no harm to let these scientific researchers do some research on him. After all, we are all colleagues working in the Spear Bureau, so it won't be a big deal if we just study it. Su Jia, talk to Zhang Xian and find a way to get more land near the industrial zone. We must expand the industrial zone. Not to mention other tasks, just the task of producing the Kirin armor seems not enough. Now there is the task of transforming the Hulk. The current industrial park is obviously not enough. Oh, I was just about to tell you about this. Su Jia handed the tablet to Chen Mu and said, Huaqiang North Industrial Zone will select 10 provincial capital cities to establish new industrial zones. By establishing 10 industrial zones at one time, Huaqiangbei's production capacity will directly see a qualitative improvement. It turns out that I am not cut out for business. I have never managed these things. No wonder I failed miserably in my previous life. But fortunately, now in China, I have provided tremendous help to my motherland. In return, the country has basically helped me solve all the problems. Also given a very capable secretary. Su Jia is not only a soldier, or an agent, but she is also very capable in business. In Chen Mu's opinion, Su Jia is the perfect combination of Black Widow and Pepper Potts. She is also a beauty with an oriental face. She makes Chen Mu feel pleasing to the eye and makes him feel much better. Just like now, I just wanted to propose expanding production capacity, but it turns out that others have already arranged it. Next to the Huaqiang North Industrial Zone will also be the Shenmao Bureau's roadbed base. The Shenmao Bureau will be fully responsible for security. Free bodyguards, don't use them in vain. With the security of the Shenmao Bureau, Chen Mu can rest assured. The members of the Shield are not only the elites of the original armies, but they are also equipped with armor. In the future, there may even be the Hulk hiding in the crowd. With such a level of security, it would be difficult to imagine any problems. Su Jie had already arranged the site selection for the Huaqiangbei Industrial Zone in various provinces. There must have been help from the military and political aspects, and the Spear of God Bureau must have also made a great effort. After all, the Shield Bureau will also build a new base next to the industrial zone. This is a mutually beneficial thing. The Hulk transformation experiment has been a perfect success. The SHIE Bureau will continue to select suitable candidates to carry out the Hulk transformation. As expected, the existence of the Hulk is not suitable to be made public, but it is enough to leak some information so that other countries can know of its existence. In fact, there may be spies from other countries in every military and every department. However, the Shield Bureau does not have such worries. After all, if you want to successfully enter the Shenmao Bureau, you must undergo strict political review, and you must not be a person with a history of bad behavior or some problems with your resume. There is no way to pass the review. Political review is already very strict, not to mention the political review of the Shenmao Bureau, which is extremely strict. Therefore, Chen Mu never worried about any problems that might occur in any bureau. The technology handed over to the Shenmao Bureau had a very low possibility of being leaked. The success of the Hulk transformation experiment has made everyone very excited. All the soldiers who want to gain powerful strength and defend their country have signed up enthusiastically, hoping to be successfully selected one day. And this was not hidden from Bruce Banner. Therefore, when Dr. Banner heard that Chen Mu was conducting the Hulk transformation experiment, his mood was very complicated, and he found Chen Mu with a heavy heart. Are you also conducting experiments on the Hulk? Bruce Banner looked at Silence seriously. He has always been against such experiments. Because of the experiments conducted by the US military, he became very disgusted with the practice of conducting human experiments. That's right. Chen Mu did not hide anything and nodded in admission. This is human experimentation, and it is extremely inhumane. This is the only way Bruce Banner could protest. Protest against Chen Mu's inhumanity. Humane. Chen Mu smiled, signaled Bruce Banner to calm down, and continued, before the experiment on humans, no animals were used in the experiment, so this human experiment is the first time, and the experimenters, to put it bluntly, are guinea pigs. Then why are you conducting such an experiment? Do you know how dangerous it is? It is precisely because of this that Bruce Banner became even more emotional, because in his opinion, it is unimaginable that the drug is directly used clinically on the human body without even being experimented on animals. The danger is too high. If one is not careful, there is a 99% chance that the subject will die. He would never do such an experiment no matter what. However, Chen Mu did it, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Do you believe that these experimenters were all volunteers? Chen Mu waved his hand and asked Hong Meng to retrieve the information, which displayed the information of the soldiers who had signed up enthusiastically at that time. I have tried to propose this experiment before and informed everyone of the dangers, saying that there is a 9% chance of death in this experiment. However, these lovely people were not frightened at all. They seemed to have not seen the warning that there was a 99% chance of death, and they still signed up enthusiastically. Don't they know that they are guinea pigs? Bruce Banner looked at the hundreds of registration information. Registration was terminated because Su Jie closed the registration channel. Otherwise, he didn't know how many more soldiers would sign up? No, they knew it very well. Chen Mu motioned Bruce Banner to sit on the sofa and continued. They all signed up without hesitation even though they knew all the dangers. Chinese soldiers are never afraid of sacrifice. What they fear is not being able to sacrifice for their country and their people. The first experiment was a perfect success. Second Lieutenant Wang Wei is now undergoing adaptive training. The experiment went perfectly, and he has perfectly preserved his sanity. The surveillance footage of the training room was brought up. On the screen, a large green man was Wang Wei, who was doing physical training. Or it can be said to be adaptive training, so that one can master the power of this body as soon as possible and fully exert all the strength. There were at least 10 scientific researchers around him, assisting him in recording and adjusting some data, striving to help Tang Ren become familiar with his power as quickly as possible. Obviously, the experiment was very successful. After Wang Wei turned into the Hulk, he was not aggressive at all and his sanity was not affected at all. Second Lieutenant Wang Wei knew the dangers he would face before conducting the experiment, but he chose to do it without hesitation. This is the suicide note he wrote before the experiment. Chen Mu asked Hong Meng to retrieve a piece of information, which was the suicide note that Wang Wei had written before. Bruce took a look with a complicated expression. He was a genius and had a very good grasp of Chinese characters. He quickly finished reading the entire suicide note. The content is very simple, and there is actually only one meaning throughout the article. He is willing to make any sacrifice for the prosperity and strength of his motherland. These are the Chinese soldiers. At this moment, Bruce Banner had a complicated expression. It can be said that it was Lieutenant Wang Wei's own request to conduct the experiment on himself. The military didn't force him to do it. There is a huge gap between Chinese soldiers and American soldiers in this regard. The Chinese army will not force any soldier to do a dangerous thing, but it is often the Chinese soldiers who voluntarily request to do it. But the US military is not like that. In the US military, soldiers are actually consumables, and the relationship between the US military is more like that between a company and its employees. The military doesn't bother to care about the life or death of soldiers. If they die, the worst that can happen is a pension. Besides, Bruce Banner, who once worked as a researcher in the US military, knows it very well. When conducting human experiments on some shameful research, American soldiers are often the best candidates. Because they are isolated from society and have few external contacts, no one will notice even if they lose contact. And even if he died, he could still attribute it to an accident during training. So, it is unbelievable that the US military is secretly conducting some horrific human experiments on their own soldiers. This was also the case in Chen Mu's original world. Some of America's shameful biochemical and bacterial research even secretly uses their own soldiers as human experimental subjects. From various clues, it can be seen that many American soldiers have contracted some inexplicable viruses and died unexpectedly. The same is true in this world. As one of the former participants, Bruce Banner is well aware of this. Therefore, Bruce Banner's attitude towards the military has always been very unfriendly, and he hates what they do. But now in China, he saw a different army, which overturned his previous ideas. The Chinese army and the American army are truly two completely different extremes. Bruce Banner has been in China for some time now, and has a basic understanding of the situation here. What surprised Bruce Banner the most was that in this country, the relationship between the army and the people was very harmonious, which was different from the bitter and hostile relationship between the army and the people in the United States. In China, the relationship between the military and civilians is affectionately called the close relationship between fish and water, which is an inseparable feeling. In China, the people always have unconditional trust in the army. Bruce Banner has always been puzzled by this. Why is this so? Now, after reading the suicide note written by Lieutenant Wang Wei, he had a little understanding. Chinese soldiers are true heroes who are able to sacrifice themselves for their country and their people. Compared with those self-proclaimed superheroes in the United States, these Chinese soldiers are worthy of the title of heroes. A hero should not be like those so-called superheroes in America, who are called heroes simply because they have great power and fight crimes. These Chinese soldiers can be considered true heroes. Perhaps, they will not have superhuman physiques, nor will they have sci-fi weapons. However, they are the ones who can be called heroes because they perform heroic deeds in their mortal bodies. I suddenly feel that the superheroes in various American comics are somewhat ridiculous. In the Marvel world, there are some comic book companies, such as the DC Comics company next door, which exists in the Marvel world, so America does have the concept of superheroes. And now, Bruce Banner feels that the heroes in comics seem to be a little unworthy of their reputation. Having the power to do heroic things and not having the power but still doing heroic things are two completely different concepts. Facing danger head-on despite knowing it's dangerous is what a hero does. Bruce Banner recalled the various reports he had seen before. In this year, a major earthquake struck China, leaving countless people homeless and in crisis, but the Chinese soldiers went up without hesitation. Without carrying any weapons, they took various tools and went to the disaster area to carry out relief work without hesitation. When the people of Huiguo saw the arrival of Huiguo soldiers, they all burst into tears, because they knew that what they saw was hope. That's right, in the eyes of the Chinese people, soldiers will always be their support and their hope. Under mutual trust, Chinese soldiers are willing to sacrifice for the people, and the people also give them unconditional trust and unconditional preferential treatment. On various occasions, Huiguo has a tradition of giving priority to soldiers. From this, it can be seen that the people of Huiguo love and respect soldiers. Of course, there are all kinds of birds in a forest. After all, there are 13 billion people, and there will always be some weirdos who will question these things and make some ridiculous remarks about the preferential treatment of soldiers. Soldiers are given priority, and that is what they deserve. This scene would never happen in America no matter how hard you try. The Hulk's power is too great. If it is used for evil, it will be an unimaginable disaster. Doing evil? Dr. Banner, you may not know much about our army. Chen Mu shook his head with amusement and continued, you won't see such things as doing evil in our army, let alone in the soldiers of the SHIEA. They are all people who have gone through several rounds of political review, and all of them are loyal to their country and have a deep patriotic heart. Would such a person take advantage of his increased strength to commit evil? Absolutely not. This is where Chen Mu firmly trusts. This time, Bruce Banner was silent again, because he could not refute what Chen Mu said. Although the contact time was not long, Bruce Banner also understood the character of these soldiers. Compared with myself, these soldiers are so noble that I don't know where they are. So subconsciously, Bruce Banner had already agreed with Chen Mu's words and agreed with them conducting such an experiment. But, the power of the SHIE Bureau is already strong enough, and China already has enough power to protect itself. Why do we still insist on pursuing the power of the Hulk? This is also the only question Dr. Bruce Banner has now. Not to mention anything else, the Kirin armored core alone is already invincible in this world. You are already so powerful, why do you still persist in pursuing more power? It's not enough, it's not enough. No matter how much force we have to protect our country, it's still not enough in my opinion. Chen Mu looked at Bruce Banner calmly and continued, this world is huge. Outside of the Earth, there is a vast universe. It has always been the ancestral motto of the Chinese nation to be prepared for danger in times of peace. This is why the Chinese nation has a history of 5,000 years. These are all based on experience. Not having a sword in your hand and using it with a sword in your hand are two different things. Chen Mu poured Bruce Banner a cup of tea and said calmly, this is what a great scientist in our country said, and I will enshrine it for my code. In the eyes of you Western powers, these things may be weapons of death and powerful military strength, but in the eyes of my country, they are just shields to defend our homeland, or in other words, the power to build our homeland. You know what? During the earthquake, soldiers suffered heavy losses. There were many examples of soldiers sacrificing their lives to save others. They were all ordinary people, most of them were young people in their 20s. They sacrificed their young lives to save their compatriots. In my opinion, they are all heroes. Chen Mu was extremely serious when he said these words. As a hero, why can't I provide them with strength? Whether it is the Kirin armor or the transformation of the Hulk, which gives these people powerful strength, Chen Mu never worries about any bad consequences. If we really talk about quality, these soldiers are more like heroes than the so-called superheroes in America. For a group of people like this, are you worried that they will act recklessly by relying on their own strong strength? Absolutely not. Whether it is armor or Hulk transformation, if such power is given to them, they will only use it to protect their compatriots. If the soldiers who went to rescue the earthquake earlier this year had the equipment we have now, or if they could turn into the Hulk like 2nd Lieutenant Wang Wei is doing now, they would have been able to save more people. On this point, the United States and China are very different. In China, the army always exists to protect the people. Faced with Chen Mu's words, Bruce Banner was speechless, but for some reason, in his heart, he agreed with Chen Mu's words. The Chinese army truly exists to protect China? This can be clearly seen from the relationship between the military and civilians. Being a soldier in America is a profession, while being a soldier in China is a duty. There is no comparison between the two. However, Dr. Bruce Banner is also very clear that although China is still pursuing the principle of peaceful conduct, is it really posing no threat? The Chinese civilization has been able to last for 5,000 years. Is it really because of its friendliness? I'm not sure. Bruce Banner, who has studied Chinese history these days, sees it very clearly that the reason why China has a history of 5,000 years is that it was fought for. People often say that Russians are a fighting nation. I'm afraid they haven't learned history well. The real fighting nation should be the Chinese. Fighting against the sky, fighting against the earth, fighting against people, starting from 5,000 years ago, from natural disasters to man-made disasters, the history of China is actually a history of blood and tears written by wars. Although such a country has been pursuing benevolence and righteousness in recent years, its core has never changed. The spiritual core of the Chinese people can actually be summed up in two words: struggle. War has never been something that the Chinese nation fears. Fortunately, China's top leaders are generally pacifists today, but what if one day the person in power is a radical expansionist? China at that time was an absolutely terrifying existence that made people's scalps tingle. Bruce Banner left without saying anything else because he knew that no matter what he said, it would not change Chen Mu's decision. Although they had not been in contact for a long time, Bruce Banner already knew what kind of person Chen Mu was. It can be said that Chen Mu is a complete nationalist, just like Hitler back then. What's more terrifying is that he possesses a genius brain that can develop all kinds of powerful weapons, and he can give them to his country without hesitation or reservation. Fortunately, Chen Mu's country is not like his former America. If Chen Mu was born in America, the world would have been completely occupied by America long ago. Fortunately, the current China is really not aggressive as Chen Mu said. It can be said that the combat capability of the Spear Bureau alone is enough to defeat all countries on this planet. As someone who knows the Hulk's power best, he naturally knows better than anyone how terrifying the Hulk's power is. What's even more terrifying is that China now has the ability to mass-produce the Hulk. Besides, the SHIE Bureau also has a large number of Kirin armors, and that is a legion that can truly kill the Hulk. With such a powerful military force, China still maintains its previous attitude towards things as before, being humble and low-key. At the same time, Bruce Banner couldn't refute Chen Mu's words. If such power falls into the hands of America, it will be a disaster for the whole world. However, if such power falls into the hands of China today, it will be good news for the whole world. Perhaps just as Chen Mu said, this world is very big and there are more civilizations outside the universe. And if one day there really is an alien invasion, then the existence of China would be a good thing for the Earth. So, after weighing the pros and cons, Bruce Banner gave up the idea of persuading Chen Mu to terminate the Hulk transformation plan. He knew very well that it was impossible to ask Chen Mu to give up the power of the Hulk. Moreover, even if Chen Mu was convinced, the country's political leaders would definitely not agree. Then, naturally, we can only wait for him to let nature take its course. With no other options, Dr. Bruce Banner chose to lie down. He planned to go to the desert himself to implement his plan of planting trees. He didn't want to get involved in these things anymore. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Chinese soldiers are a benevolent group of people. Even if the Hulk's power falls into their hands, the world will not be in danger. And if the Hulk's power fell into the hands of the US military, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Anyway, things have come to this point. Bruce Banner has no right or ability to interfere anymore. He is ready to forget everything and honestly use his intelligence to plant trees in the northwest of China. At the very least, this is truly contributing to the Earth's environment. Tomorrow is the day when the Fengtian ship is launched. We can go to the provincial capital now. After seeing Bruce Banner off, Sujia came to Chen Mu and reminded him of the next itinerary, the Fengtian ship. As China's first aircraft carrier, Chen Mu has actually been fascinated by it for a long time. Chen Mu felt a little regretful that he had not been able to visit the place in person in his previous life. Fortunately, after coming to the Marvel world, he actually had the opportunity to personally participate in the launching ceremony of the Fengtian ship. Naturally, he would not miss it. The predecessor of the Fengtian, the Variag, is a very old aircraft carrier with a full load displacement of more than 60,000 tons. In fact, it is far behind the current American aircraft carriers. Moreover, its deck design is still from the World War II era. There is a protruding gliding springboard in front of the deck to facilitate the takeoff of carrier-based aircraft at that time, but it is of little use for today's fighter jets. I don't know what kind of modifications this antique aircraft carrier will undergo in the hands of the SHIE Bureau. Since the itinerary had been arranged long ago, Chen Mu and Sujia put on their respective armors and flew directly to Fengtian province. They arrived at their destination in less than an hour. It's really spectacular. Looking at the aircraft carrier in the port, which was as tall as 7 or 8 stories, Chen Mu was filled with amazement. Although he had all kinds of advanced black technologies, it was actually his first time to come into contact with such a huge machine. It doesn't look like the photo. Looking at the aircraft carrier that had been drastically modified, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a little strange. The aircraft carrier at this moment is completely different from the Variag. Today's aircraft carrier has 4 arc reactors installed inside, which are mainly used to activate the internal anti-gravity device so that it can fly directly. In fact, if the anti-gravity device is not installed, the energy that an arc reactor can generate will far exceed that of an ordinary nuclear reactor, giving it power comparable to that of America's nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Therefore, at this moment, the Fengtian's World War II-style deck has disappeared, and its deck looks similar to that of the United States nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. After all, an aircraft carrier with powerful energy can directly use an electromagnetic catapult and does not need a glide deck at all. Chen Mu didn't know that the various technologies he provided had actually stimulated the development of Chinese science and technology. These technologies may seem to be just one or a few simple technologies, but in fact, these technologies are the top technologies in their fields. These cutting-edge technologies directly stimulated the development of Chinese science and technology, bringing about a technological explosion in China, a country that originally did not have strong science and technology. The next day, after attending the launching ceremony of the Shenmao Bureau's aerospace aircraft carrier, Chen Mu and Sujia returned to the industrial park. The aerospace aircraft carrier of the Shenmao Bureau actually has a very high technological content. Not to mention the anti-gravity device, just the various top air defense weapons and long-range strike weapons of China have made its offense and defense reach a very powerful level, not to mention the existence of various electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, and other future weapons. Of course, all these technologies are now in Chen Mu's technology library. In fact, not only electromagnetic guns, but also laser weapons, they have actually been manufactured a long time ago, but because of the constraints of energy, they have not been able to be used effectively. And all of this was solved because of the arc reactor provided by Chen Mu. This is why these weapons can be carried on the Fengtian ship. The energy provided by the 4 arc reactors is enough to make these weapons operate easily. Once the system optimizes these weapons, we can separate these technologies out, or directly produce the design drawings of the 2nd-generation aerospace aircraft carrier. After returning to Huaqiangbei Industrial Zone, Chen Mu had a rare moment of leisure. By the way, Sujia, how are the sales of Xiaomu's mobile phone now? Now that he had some free time, Chen Mu thought about it. In addition to his military industries, he also had many civilian industries. Not only does his company Xiaomu Technology produce mobile phones, it also produces his father's prosthetic limbs. And now, Xiaomu mobile phone is definitely the most profitable project on the earth. It seems that even Stark Industries has made a lot of money from it. You still remember this? Sujia rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, the Xiaomu phone has been released for less than a month, but due to its extremely high cost-performance ratio, its sales volume has reached a terrifying level around the world. The domestic version of the Xiaomu mobile phone has shipped 800 million units in China, and there are still a large number of orders. The supply has long been sold out. The company has found a number of OEM factories and is working overtime to manufacture them. Even so, there is still a situation where supply cannot meet demand. Who makes Xiaomu's phone cost less than 1,000 yuan? In this era of feature phones, the sudden emergence of this smartphone has directly confused mobile phone giants such as Nokia. 1,000 yuan is not expensive for most families in China. After all, at the same time, slightly smartphones like Nokia and Apple Watch cost 4 to 5,000 yuan, and in terms of functionality, they are still far behind. Unless they are making a stick or simply for sentimental reasons, no one would buy such an expensive and backward thing. Anyway, traditional mobile phone manufacturers are basically finished because of the emergence of Xiaomi mobile phones. Although the international version of the Xiaomi mobile phone is much more expensive than the domestic version, the global shipments have reached an astonishing 20 million units, and the supply is also in short supply. Stark Industries is manufacturing at full capacity, but the supply is also in short supply. It seems that entering the mobile phone industry was a very correct choice for Stark. The domestic version of the Xiaomi phone has earned you hundreds of millions of RMB a month. In addition, your dividends from the international version should be worth $1 billion US. In fact, the configurations of the domestic version and the international version are exactly the same, but the prices of the two are very different. The price of the international version is 4 or 5 times more expensive than the domestic version. It is hard not to make money. The configurations of the Chinese and international versions are the same, but some people in China still think the international version is better and go to great lengths to buy it. There are quite a few such people in China, at least 400,000 or 500,000. Chen Mu was speechless about this, but he was not surprised. In this era, many people still believe that things from abroad are better, and even the air in foreign countries seems to be sweeter. What's more, the international version of the Xiaomi mobile phone is produced by the super enterprise Stark Group, so it is definitely more reliable than the little-known domestic Xiaomi technology. Looking at the names, these people feel the difference. Xiaomi technology sounds like a low-end product, not high-end at all. It might as well be called dummy technology. And Stark Group, listen, a foreign name, how high-end? This is not a joke. In this era, a large number of Chinese citizens do think so. Anything that has something foreign in it will be considered high-end, and anything that is purely domestically produced will only make them feel low-end. This is also why there are 4 or 500,000 people who are willing to spend several times more money to buy the so-called international version, which is exactly the same as the domestic version. Chen Mu was helpless about the current widespread situation in the country, and he understood why the bureau chief was troubled by it. Today's people have very low sense of national self-confidence, and they really need an inspiring military parade to awaken their self-confidence. Oh, there is one more thing. The Indian market is also a huge market that cannot be ignored. We plan to use lower-end configurations to open up the Indian market. It has to be more low-end, because India is poor. Even if it is sold at the price of the Chinese version, it will not sell well. Although there are many rich people in India, there are more poor people in the whole country. In this strange country, more than 90% of the people live below the poverty line. Buying a Xiaomi mobile phone worth 1,000 RMB is really as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, this market can only take the low-end route. Ahem, I can't pretend I didn't hear this. At this time, a slightly awkward voice sounded, and a person appeared at the door of the office, a South Asian man dressed in fancy clothes. Obviously, he was an Indian. Ah, you are. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at the visitor with curiosity. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Jinger, a Bollywood star, is also the image spokesperson for our Xiaomi mobile phone in India. Su Jia looked at the people coming down and said to Chen Mu, at our invitation, Mr. Jinger came to our industrial zone today to shoot an advertisement for the Indian special edition Xiaomi mobile phone. I can't pretend I didn't hear that your company wants to cut our mobile phone configuration in India. Jin Ji walked up to Chen Mu with a smile on his face, and extended his hand to him in a friendly manner with an exaggerated smile. My name is Jinj. I'm honored to be the spokesperson for your company's mobile phones. However, can we discuss the configuration of the mobile phones in India? Of course, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Ginger. Chen Mu also showed a happy smile and shook hands with him. Chen Mu's happiness came truly from the heart, because the system gave him a hint at this time. Scanning, Eternals, 1%, 5%, 10%. I wanted to add a few chapters, but it seems that the readers can't wait any longer, so I won't add any more chapters and just go straight to the plot. King, a well-known Indian action actor and Bollywood star, is very popular in India and has starred in several popular Bollywood films. He is also the brand spokesperson for Xiaomi mobile phone in India. Mr. King, you should also be aware of the spending power of ordinary people in your country, right? Su Jia looked at Jinj calmly at this time and said, the international version of Xiaomi mobile phone is priced at $700. Except for a small number of high-end users in your country, few people can afford this amount of money to buy a mobile phone, right? In response, Jinger nodded. If we talk about the country with the biggest gap between the rich and the poor, it must be India. The international version of the Xiaomi phone is simply beyond the reach of your country's consumption capacity. If you want to promote smartphones in your country, you have no choice but to lower the configuration. But, as far as I know, the price of Xiaomi's mobile phone in China is not even $200. The price is less than 1,000 yuan, which is quite high compared to the international version. The exchange rate between the US dollar and the RMB this year is almost 1 to 7. So, the Xiaomi phone, which costs less than 1,000 yuan, is actually less than $200. The government supports it. When people buy mobile phones, the government will subsidize part of the money to our company. That's why Xiaomi mobile phones are so cheap in our country. Chen Mu came up and said with a smile, the most important thing is that there are no messy taxes, so Xiaomi mobile phones can be sold at this price. Of course, this is just Chen Mu's nonsense. Why is it so cheap in China? I just did it because I wanted to do it. To be honest, the cost of Xiaomi's mobile phone is not low, but in China, it is really sold at a low price. In addition, the country has given Chen Mu's company the green light all the way, not only without collecting taxes, but also helping to promote it vigorously, which really gives Chen Mu enough face. But, do you in India also want such treatment? If your country can cancel tariffs or provide subsidies for the purchase of mobile phones, I think the price of Xiaomi mobile phones in India can be kept very cheap. Chen Mu said this with a smile on his face. Let the Indian government pay for its people? Don't joke, Jin Ji, who lives in this place, knows better than anyone that this is absolutely impossible. Not to mention anything else, India has a weird tradition, namely the caste system. This thing divides their people into different classes naturally, and it is hereditary. In other words, if your father is of a high caste, then you will be born into a high caste. If your father is of a low caste, sorry, you will be a low caste all your life and there will be no chance of turning things around. Because you can't even enjoy a better education. Even people of different castes cannot get married, because if they do so, the high caste people will be relegated to the low caste group and will never be able to turn things around. Therefore, in this place, caste is basically fixed. There are 4 castes in India, from high to low, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. In addition, there is a kind of untouchable. This is a very strange and traditional chain of contempt. In Indian society, most people are in the lowest caste. Even in the eyes of their own high castes, these low caste people are not even considered people, but just two-legged sheep. Although the Indian government has legally abolished the caste system in recent years, how could something that has lasted for thousands of years be ended so easily? Anyway, in the eyes of Indians, caste will always exist. As for asking the bigwigs of the Indian political cauldron to pay for these untouchables, what a pipe dream. Although, Jinj also belongs to the ranks of the masters. Is there no other way to solve it? Jinji shrugged and asked with a raised eyebrow. It's impossible to sell it to you at a loss. Sujia said speechlessly. In her opinion, this group of Indians were really weird. They were poor because they had no money. However, the Indian market is indeed very large, and it is impossible to give up. Of course, as a high-income earner, King is definitely a rich man and can buy anything he wants. But the vast majority of people in India are struggling to make ends meet. Do they want to spend hundreds of dollars to buy a high-end smartphone? You also have to sell the kidneys first. Perhaps in the future, Xiaomi's mobile phone will be awarded the title of kidney machine. Our solution is to reduce the configuration, which can reduce the cost and the price. Sujia finished speaking calmly, looked at Jinj, and continued. We don't have any political connections in India. If you have a way, you can start with taxation, and then reduce costs. It won't be a problem to lower the selling price. In India, high caste status is sometimes more powerful than high-ranking government officials. Even people in the government may have to listen to these people. And King, as a Bollywood actor who has been passed down from generation to generation, is said to be a wealthy man over there, so he may have such an identity. But it would be inappropriate to lower the specs of all mobile phones in India. Jinj couldn't help but complain. In fact, he didn't care whether those low-caste people could afford mobile phones. The main thing was that if the configurations were all lowered, then would the rich people like them also use low-end products? This is so inconsistent with his status. In this era, the Xiaomi mobile phone, as the first smartphone, had no configurations at all and they were all the same. It's simple. 2 new models of Xiaomi mobile phones were launched in India for the first time. One has significantly reduced configuration, and the other has enhanced configuration. We'll lower the configuration of the Xiaomi phone so that they can afford it if they can pool their money together. We've even thought of a name for it, Xiaomi Phone Youth Vitality Edition. As for the high-end version, it is called Xiaomi Mobile Phone Pro, so that people of status can use high-end mobile phones that match it. After understanding Jinj's meaning, Chen Mu came up with a solution. Or we can enlarge the screen and call it Xiaomi Phone Pro Max, or we can directly give them a customized version, made of pure gold and inlaid with a few diamonds, to make it look high-end. The 2 people present were immediately amazed by Chen Mu's solution. How could it be like this? You really are a business genius? Yes, that's it. Jinj's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers and said, please give me a phone like this. You can name your price, up to $100 million is no problem, but it must be suitable for my status. This is real money. After all, this guy is an eternal who has survived on Earth for 7,000 years. After such a long period of time, even a pig can have a lot of wealth. King, one of the eternals on Earth, possesses powerful strength and eternal life. I have been on Earth for at least 7,000 years, and I can say that I have witnessed the development of mankind with my own eyes. Eventually, after the Eternals disbanded, he went to India and became an actor in Bollywood. As a fighting system, the Eternals all have the ability to control cosmic energy, and so does King. King can call upon cosmic energy and shoot it from his hands like a firearm, and can also compress the energy and release it with greater power. Just like Naruto's Rasengan Shuriken, it can make the emitted cosmic energy have more powerful destructive power. Of course, every Eternal is several times stronger than humans, even more powerful than the gods of Asgard. This has to be said that the Eternals, as a race created by the Celestials, are extremely powerful individually. However, in the movie universe, the abilities of the Eternals are restricted and split, and different abilities are given to each member of the Eternals. In fact, the perfect Eternals basically have all the abilities of the Eternals in the movies, and can be said to be a collection of them. On Earth today, the Eternals can be said to be greatly weakened beings. Just like the Hulk, their strength is not that high, but even so, the power of the Eternals is far beyond what humans can match. As creations of the Lord of Heaven, the Eternals can be said to be an alternative type of robots. They are completely a technological creation, and this can be fully analyzed by the system. Therefore, when Shenmue saw King, the system had already begun to analyze the Eternals' technology. While chatting with Ginge, the analysis progress bar was slowly moving up. Haha, I want a phone made of pure gold, preferably inlaid with a few diamonds, and the physical button under the screen should also be replaced with rubies. As an Indian, no, Jinger just looks like an Indian, but after living in India for a long time, he naturally developed the habits there. I have an inexplicable feeling for gold. Therefore, the Xiaomi mobile phone made of pure gold is exactly what he has always dreamed of. Money is not a problem. Does Ginge, who has lived for 7,000 years, look like someone who is short of money? Besides, having existed for such a long time, I don't care much about money. To him, money is nothing more than a string of meaningless numbers. Xiaomi mobile phone, the first truly rich gold customized version was customized by Ginge. I don't care whether it's equipped or not, the main thing is that it must be luxurious enough. In this regard, Ginge has only this one request. That's absolutely no problem. Sujia, please make the arrangements. Seeing the resolution getting higher and about to be full, Shenmue was naturally in a good mood, and said so to Sujia who was standing beside him. Sujia's face was filled with black lines, but he still turned around and left obediently. In her opinion, Ginger is just a Bollywood star, and maybe has the status of an Indian aristocrat, but to her, it doesn't matter at all. What made Sujia speechless was why Shenmue was so enthusiastic about this star from India. Could it be that you are his fan? Think about Bollywood movies and traditional Indian arts, which involve singing and dancing all the time. Although some of his movies are really good and it's okay to watch them occasionally, it's really hard to imagine if you are really a fan of his. No problem. We can definitely give you a pure gold Xiaomi phone. When you take out this phone, you will definitely become the focus of the audience, no matter where you are. Of course, it's hard not to attract attention if you carry a gold brick with you. Of course, as an Eternal, King is not afraid of any threats. Even if he takes out a gold brick, would he be afraid that someone would rob him as an Eternal? Haha, yes, that's it, that's what I want. After hearing what Shenmue said, Jinji couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. As a star, he naturally needs exposure. And if he could take out a small gold mobile phone from his pocket at any time, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. What celebrities need is exposure and traffic. In Jinji's opinion, only this pure gold Xiaomi mobile phone is worthy of his status. Sir, we should go shoot the commercial. At this moment, a slightly fat Indian man came up and spoke to King respectfully. Hello, my name is Karen, and I'm Mr. Ginger's servant. This submissive and respectful man is Jinji's servant and has been serving Jinji for decades. He knew that King was an Eternal. After all, he had been with King for decades. He had seen with his own eyes that King's appearance had not changed at all from beginning to end. Servant? Like Alfu, Batman's butler servant in the DC comics. Shenmue looked at the fat Indian man with a smile and asked him curiously. Haha, I like this name, Karen. From now on, you will be my servant and butler, just like Alfred in Batman. Jinger said this to Karen with a smile on his face. Then we won't talk anymore. I hope to see you next time. After the commercial is finished, if we have time, we can go for a drink. Sir, after the commercial is finished, we have to return to the crew to continue filming the movie. The flights have already been booked and there is no way to postpone it. Karen, the servant at the side, whispered to Jinger. As a servant, he even did the work of an agent. That's a shame. We can only have a drink together next time. But it looks like I have to buy a private jet. Jinji smiled and said to Shenmue, I like you very much. If you are free, you can come to my crew. I can arrange a guest role for you. Maybe you can become famous. Well, forget it. I'm usually busy. Shenmue couldn't stand the singing and dancing performances in Indian movies. He shuddered and refused without hesitation. That's a pity. With my help, you will definitely be successful in the entertainment industry. Jinger shrugged and continued, then I'll go shoot the commercial. I'll see you later if I have the chance. Having said that, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Shenmue, then turned and left. There will be a chance. Looking at Jinji's back, Shenmue's mouth corners slightly raised. Analysis complete, Eternals, 100%. Being able to come into contact with the Eternals in the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park was completely beyond Shenmue's expectations. This is a good thing that comes right to your doorstep. The system has fully analyzed the technology of the Eternals, which also means that Shenmue can directly create his own Eternals. King, one of the Eternals on Earth, possesses powerful strength and eternal life. I have been on Earth for at least 7,000 years, and I can say that I have witnessed the development of mankind with my own eyes. Eventually, after the Eternals disbanded, he went to India and became an actor in Bollywood. As a fighting system, the Eternals all have the ability to control cosmic energy, and so does King. King can call upon cosmic energy and shoot it from his hands like a firearm, and can also compress the energy and release it with greater power. Just like Naruto's Rasengan Shuriken, it can make the emitted cosmic energy have more powerful destructive power. Of course, every Eternal is several times stronger than humans, even more powerful than the gods of Asgard. This has to be said that the Eternals, as a race created by the Celestials, are extremely powerful individually. However, in the movie universe, the abilities of the Eternals are restricted and split, and different abilities are given to each member of the Eternals. In fact, the perfect Eternals basically have all the abilities of the Eternals in the movies, and can be said to be a collection of them. On Earth today, the Eternals can be said to be greatly weakened beings. Just like the Hulk, their strength is not that high, but even so, the power of the Eternals is far beyond what humans can match. As creations of the Lord of Heaven, the Eternals can be said to be an alternative type of robots. They are completely a technological creation, and this can be fully analyzed by the system. Therefore, when Shenmue saw King, the system had already begun to analyze the Eternals' technology. While chatting with Jinj, the analysis progress bar was slowly moving up. Haha, I want a phone made of pure gold, preferably inlaid with a few diamonds, and the physical button under the screen should also be replaced with rubies. As an Indian, no, Jinger just looks like an Indian, but after living in India for a long time, he naturally developed the habits there. I have an inexplicable feeling for gold. Therefore, the Xiaomi mobile phone made of pure gold is exactly what he has always dreamed of. Money is not a problem. Does Jinj, who has lived for 7,000 years, look like someone who is short of money? Besides, having existed for such a long time, I don't care much about money. To him, money is nothing more than a string of meaningless numbers. Xiaomi mobile phone, the first truly rich gold customized version, was customized by Jinj. I don't care whether it's equipped or not, the main thing is that it must be luxurious enough. In this regard, Jinj has only this one request. That's absolutely no problem. Sujia, please make the arrangements. Seeing the resolution getting higher and about to be full, Shenmue was naturally in a good mood, and said so to Sujia, who was standing beside him. Sujia's face was filled with black lines, but he still turned around and left obediently. In her opinion, Ginger is just a Bollywood star, and maybe has the status of an Indian aristocrat, but to her, it doesn't matter at all. What made Sujia speechless was why Shenmue was so enthusiastic about this star from India. Could it be that you are his fan? Think about Bollywood movies and traditional Indian arts, which involve singing and dancing all the time. Although some of his movies are really good and it's okay to watch them occasionally, it's really hard to imagine if you are really a fan of his. No problem. We can definitely give you a pure gold Xiaomi phone. When you take out this phone, you will definitely become the focus of the audience, no matter where you are. Of course, it's hard not to attract attention if you carry a gold brick with you. Of course, as an Eternal, King is not afraid of any threats. Even if he takes out a gold brick, would he be afraid that someone would rob him as an Eternal? Haha, yes, that's it, that's what I want. After hearing what Shenmue said, Jinji couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. As a star, he naturally needs exposure. And if he could take out a small gold mobile phone from his pocket at any time, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. What celebrities need is exposure and traffic. In Jinj's opinion, only this pure gold Xiaomi mobile phone is worthy of his status. Sir, we should go shoot the commercial. At this moment, a slightly fat Indian man came up and spoke to King respectfully. Hello, my name is Karen, and I'm Mr. Ginger's servant. This submissive and respectful man is Jinji's servant and has been serving Jinji for decades. He knew that King was an Eternal. After all, he had been with King for decades. He had seen with his own eyes that King's appearance had not changed at all from beginning to end. Servant? Like Alfu, Batman's butler servant in the DC comics. Shenmue looked at the fat Indian man with a smile and asked him curiously. Haha, I like this name, Karen. From now on, you will be my servant and butler, just like Alfred in Batman. Jinger said this to Karen with a smile on his face. Then we won't talk anymore. I hope to see you next time. After the commercial is finished, if we have time, we can go for a drink. Sir, after the commercial is finished, we have to return to the crew to continue filming the movie. The flights have already been booked and there is no way to postpone it. Karen, the servant at the side, whispered to Jinger. As a servant, he even did the work of an agent. That's a shame. We can only have a drink together next time. But it looks like I have to buy a private jet. Jinji smiled and said to Shenmue, I like you very much. If you are free, you can come to my crew. I can arrange a guest role for you. Maybe you can become famous. Well, forget it. I'm usually busy. Shenmue couldn't stand the singing and dancing performances in Indian movies. He shuddered and refused without hesitation. That's a pity. With my help, you will definitely be successful in the entertainment industry. Jinger shrugged and continued, then I'll go shoot the commercial. I'll see you later if I have the chance. Having said that, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Shenmue, then turned and left. There will be a chance. Looking at Jinj's back, Shenmue's mouth corners slightly raised. Analysis complete. Eternals, 100%. Being able to come into contact with the Eternals in the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park was completely beyond Chen Mu's expectations. This is a good thing that comes right to your doorstep. The system has fully analyzed the technology of the Eternals, which also means that Chen Mu can directly create his own Eternals. Eternal life, it's really enviable. As Jin Ji left, Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh. By the way, after living for 7,000 years, the Eternals seem to have made no progress and are simply too weak. If the ancestors of China could have been given such a long lifespan, China would have left the Earth long ago. Not to mention anything else, if Qin Shi Huang had lived for 7,000 years, the entire galaxy would probably have been flying the flag of the Qin dynasty. In the original world of Noodles, as a movie that caters to the increasingly political correctness of America, The Eternals has received rave reviews. Not to mention Pestis, who mourned for Hiroshima in Eternals. Just the various weird settings in this movie are enough to make people speechless. In order to reflect gender equality, the 10 Eternals were forcibly transformed into 5 males and females. In order to show that there is no racial discrimination, these 10 Eternals all have the appearance of different ethnic groups. In order to avoid discrimination against people with disabilities, one of the Eternals is deaf and mute. As mentioned earlier, Phastos, who mourned for Hiroshima, was the epitome of political correctness. He is black, fat, and gay. In short, this movie is a mess in order to cater to American political correctness. However, in this world, the Eternals, who possess endless lifespans, are naturally not to be underestimated in their strength. Although these Eternals seem to be disabled, if they can break through their technology and become perfect Eternals, then their power will still be very strong. With China's industrial power, there is no way to create the Eternals. However, a system that can create something out of nothing and produce the corresponding materials can do it. After all, the Eternals are a race created by the Celestials. Although they are similar to robots, the materials they use cannot be found on Earth at all. It is simply impossible to manufacture it by relying on China's industrial power, or the power of the Earth. Therefore, it is still somewhat difficult to make the Eternals a powerful force in China, unless Chen Mu continues to use the system to manufacture. However, it is difficult to do it relying solely on Chen Mu's system. The higher the level and the more powerful the item, the more time it will take to produce. Chen Mu took a look and found that if he wanted to create the current Eternals, which was similar to King's, with incomplete technology, it would take a full month. This could be said to be the longest time the system has ever taken to create something. To be honest, the incomplete version of the Eternals is really not that good. It would be better to make a technological breakthrough first. Although he has already obtained the Eternals technology from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this Eternals has obvious flaws, so Chen Mu is still prepared to upgrade it first. It takes a month just to upgrade. But I can wait. Chen Mu, who pursues excellence, started upgrading the research and development without hesitation. It's only a month, it will be over quickly. For Chen Mu, the Eternals can be said to be the product of the highest technology he has ever come into contact with. After all, this is the product of the God group, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary things. Chen Mu has always felt that his own strength is too weak. Although he doesn't care and is not obsessed with his own strength, it would be beneficial to him if he could use the Eternals technology to strengthen his own strength. Besides, even if he cannot use technology to transform himself, he can still create 2 eternal bodyguards. With the strength of the Eternals, they are fully capable of ensuring their own safety. If the Eternals, after perfecting their technology, can reach the capabilities of their original selves, then their strength will absolutely be unrivaled in this universe. There must be 2 perfect Eternals. Even if Thanos, a half-Eternal, comes to cause trouble for Chen Mu, he will only end up coming in headfirst and going out sideways. Among the Eternals on Earth, Icaros should be the most powerful. He has the ability to fly, strong physique, and can release cosmic energy through his eyes, just like Superman's laser eyes in DC Comics. Icaros, who possesses super strength, super speed, super power, and the ability to fly at high speeds, is actually somewhat similar to Superman in terms of abilities. In addition, Icaros can also use cosmic energy to release energy shields to resist various attacks. He can be said to be a very comprehensive warrior. In addition, the Eternals have many superpowers, such as illusion, mind control, and magical weapons. In short, they have many abilities. Most of the perfect Eternals have combined multiple abilities. Flying, super speed, and super strength are basically standard. To be honest, they are not much different from Superman of DC next door. Of course, there is no need to compare bugs like Silver Super, Thinking Super, and Gold Super. However, the perfect Eternals are not a big problem compared to Superman in the Man of Steel. In fact, the Eternals and their rivals, the mutants, were all created by the Celestials. The original intention was to protect the growth of intelligent creatures. When the number of intelligent creatures on a planet reaches a certain level, the gods will appear, and new members of the god group will be born with huge intelligent creatures as sacrifices. However, while protecting humans, the mutants changed and became new hunters, threatening human survival. Therefore, the purpose of the Eternals' birth was to fight against the mutants in order to protect humans. For this reason, they were even designed to look exactly like humans. In fact, whether it is the Eternals or the mutants, the meaning of their existence is to allow the seed of the Lord of Heaven to be born and allow the appearance of God to occur. As long as a god appears, it will inevitably lead to the complete destruction of the planet it is on. And now, on Earth, there is a seed of the god group. When the number of intelligent creatures, that is, human beings, reaches a certain level, the god will appear. At that time, the Earth will be destroyed, and a new tribe of gods will be born. So, now there is one more task. Recalling the plot of the Eternals, Chen Mu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His goal is to make China great and return to its peak, but if someone wants to destroy the Earth, then this mission will definitely not be accomplished. Therefore, no matter what, he needed to stop this so-called divine appearance. Of course, Chen Mu is also very interested in the so-called God group. It would be interesting if the system could also analyze the God group. Touching his chin, this thought flashed through Chen Mu's mind. Never mind that for now, let's get some Eternals out first. Although the Eternals can be considered robots, in fact, they are also creatures like humans. They have their own thoughts, and even their love, hate, and emotions are exactly the same as humans. The Celestials created the Eternals just like they created humans, and now, relying on the system, Chen Mu can do the same thing. Of course, the Celestials can produce Eternals in large quantities, but Chen Mu can only rely on the system to produce Eternals one by one. But every time counts, it's a power comparable to Superman's. After figuring this out, Chen Mu stopped worrying about it and started to organize the abilities of the Eternals that he had previously analyzed. The entire Eternals are actually a race created by the Celestials, and their various abilities are also bestowed by the Celestials. And now, Chen Mu has also discovered and mastered this method of using energy in Jinj. The power of the Eternals comes from the use of cosmic energy. Different ways of operation determine different abilities. King's ability is to be able to shoot out cosmic energy like a bullet, which is an advanced application of cosmic energy. In other words, as long as we can use cosmic energy and operate it in this way, we can use cosmic energy like King and fire energy bullets. Chen Mu extracted the technology of the energy circulation circuit from Jinj separately and studied it repeatedly out of curiosity. Is this like a kind of magic? If we operate the cosmic energy in this way, we can launch it with great power. This thing can be used as a weapon. As long as the energy is moved in a specific way, a certain force can be exerted. And if this operating circuit is placed on a certain machine, naturally this machine will also have this effect. Now, the only energy circulation circuit that Chen Mu has mastered is the one on Jinj's body. It can amplify the power of energy and then shoot it out. Simply put, this operating circuit can only be used to make something similar to a gun. Well, give it a try. Chen Mu did what he said. He came to his workbench, picked up various materials, and started lifting weights. Chen Mu had analyzed firearms before, so he was very clear about their structure and principles. He quickly made a prototype of a firearm on the machine tool. Although the cosmic energy has been analyzed in King, it is still a little troublesome to capture it. Since we are only using energy, why not try other energies directly? Chen Mu's system is very powerful, but it can only be used as an auxiliary and has some limitations. The system must have seen or even touched the technology before it can reversely analyze it, and then transmit all its technical principles to Chen Mu's brain, allowing him to master it quickly. However, cosmic energy is not something that can be produced by machines, it already exists between heaven and earth. Even the Eternals are only calling upon energy from the surrounding space. The strength of the power they can exert depends entirely on how much cosmic energy they call upon. Chen Mu currently does not have a machine that can capture cosmic energy, so naturally he is preparing to use other energies instead. The most common energy is naturally electrical energy. However, if electrical energy can be used, it means that the arc energy can also be used directly. If I remember correctly, the arc reactor was manufactured by imitating the energy on the cosmic cube. It can be said that the level of the arc's energy is actually quite high. I don't know which is stronger, compared with the energy of the universe. Try using batteries first. Use large capacity batteries to see how many times they can be used. Using a special metal that can conduct energy as an energy conduction circuit, Chen Mu quickly carved an energy circuit on the gun that was similar to the one in King's body. Then, Chen Mu directly connected the battery to the gun in his hand. This is a prototype gun, so it looks weird and doesn't even look like a gun. However, it is undeniable that it is indeed a very dangerous weapon. Well, let's give it a try. After casually assembling the grip of the gun, Chen Mu came to an empty space in the laboratory and pointed the muzzle of the gun at a metal target in the distance. When the trigger was pulled, a blue light quickly condensed at the muzzle of the gun, and then shot out, hitting the target in an instant, causing a strong flash of light. This is pure electrical energy, and the destructive power it causes is actually not that high. Of course, because it is just electrical energy, it has the effect of paralyzing the opponent. But this thing is actually quite useful to equip. If someone gets hit by this thing, they will be paralyzed immediately, right? Although you won't die from it, being hit by a plasma machine is not a pleasant experience. Under normal circumstances, you will be knocked unconscious by the electric shock. It can be equipped to the police for use. It is very effective in subduing petty thieves. After all, the bullets of this stun gun are made entirely of plasma condensed from electrical energy, and the firing speed is extremely fast as lightning, much faster than normal bullets. It is very suitable for subduing some criminals. This thing can be mass-produced and given to the police in the future. But what if it can be used to gather energy? This gun actually has more than just this rapid-fire mode. It can also condense energy like King, and after compressing it, it shoots out with even stronger energy. Try the energy focusing mode. After adjusting the gun, Chen Mu picked it up again and shot at the target. This time, the gun did not fire the bullet immediately, but instead gathered energy at the muzzle for a while. The dark blue electric energy gathered at the muzzle of the gun, and a large amount of energy, like liquid, kept rolling at the muzzle. Bang! After accumulating energy for about 2 seconds, Chen Mu released the trigger. The condensed plasma directly hit the target, causing a violent explosion. After a strong and dazzling blue light, Chen Mu looked at the target. A big hole was actually melted into this metal target. This is a plasma cannon. Chen Mu couldn't help but be amazed that this small weapon could launch such a terrifying attack using ordinary electrical energy. At the same time, I also felt a little proud. This was the first time that he had truly independently developed a weapon, without relying on the system. He made it himself using only the knowledge provided by the system. This made Chen Mu feel very accomplished. Just using high-energy batteries can produce such a powerful effect. Then, what effect will it have if we use other more advanced energies? Energy has different energy levels. It can be said that electrical energy should be considered the lowest energy level, and cosmic energy like that used by the Eternals must be much stronger than electrical energy. Electric energy can be completely replaced by other energy sources, but this energy circulation circuit seems to be the magic in the legend. Whether it is in novels or movies, it seems that releasing magic requires the depiction of some magic circuits. The magic circle is the same principle. So, does this weapon made with an energy circuit as its core count as a magical weapon that was made by Chen Mu himself? This weapon is extremely powerful, much more powerful than existing ordinary firearms, and there are no logistical problems. It only needs energy, and it can use it wantonly. Let's not talk about other advanced energies, just talk about electricity. Can't it be found everywhere? In the future, weapons will no longer need to worry about bullets or anything like that. They can just be charged directly like a mobile phone. The level of electricity is very low. For a high-energy battery like this, it won't take long for the electricity to be drained out. If it's used as a normal stun gun, this 10,000 mAh battery should be able to fire about 10 shots. But if it's used as a high-energy plasma cannon, it should run out of power after 2 shots. 10,000 mAh of power is really not a lot. The power of common power banks exceeds this. With just this little bit of energy, you can fire 10 shots. In terms of cost, it is extremely low. If we can replace all the weapons of the entire army with this kind, it should help the country save a lot of money, right? Just by using batteries, the power of this magical weapon is greater than that of ordinary firearms. But what if the energy is replaced with more advanced energy? For example, arc energy. Arc energy was originally researched by Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark. Due to the times, he was not able to perfect this technology, but left it to Tony, hoping that one day Tony would be able to fully research it. Now, thanks to the Huaqiangbei system, Chen Mu mastered this technology very early and passed it on to China. Today, the technology developed by Howard is being quietly and gradually promoted. I believe that it won't be long before the whole of China will be able to use this free and clean energy. The emergence of this energy is definitely a major earthquake for the world today, especially for previous energy companies, which will definitely suffer heavy losses because of its emergence. Of course, this will naturally arouse the hatred of those energy giants, and they will definitely want to seek revenge on China. However, by the time this energy is fully rolled out, China's military strength will definitely have undergone a transformation, and by then, China will no longer be afraid of any challenges. Try installing an arc reactor on this gun. Chen Mu unplugged the battery, took out a miniature reactor from the side, and connected it to the gun. In Chen Mu's laboratory, there are quite a few portable arc reactors. Let's try again, normal shooting mode. When using electricity, the electric bullets fired by this magic firearm could at most paralyze or stun a person, but now that it had switched to arc energy, a blue light flashed, and the muzzle shot out a laser, easily piercing through the wall not far away. This scene surprised Chen Mu a little. The power released by the arc energy after it has run through this energy circuit is truly surprising. It is more than 10 times more powerful than using electrical energy. This arc energy bullet is definitely more powerful than the bullets fired from ordinary anti-material sniper rifles, and it has greater penetrating power. Simply put, with the arc reactor's gun, an ordinary basic attack is equivalent to the power of a bullet from a heavy sniper rifle. If it's energy gathering mode. Looking at the energy gathering switch, Chen Mu fell into silence. Forget it, let's not try it in the lab. This shell might just blow down the next door. If you want to try it outside. What happened? The noise produced by Chen Mu's previous experiment was quite loud. Su Jia quickly came to the laboratory and looked at Chen Mu with a little nervousness. Nothing much, I just made a little toy and experimented with it. Looking at the so-called little toy in Chen Mu's hand, Su Jia couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. Although it looked strange, Su Jiao recognized it at once because of its muzzle and butt. It should be a firearm. What is this? Su Jia felt a little curious about this. This is a gun. I call it a magical weapon. They all picked up their guns and spoke to Su Jia. Magic weapons. What the hell is that? Su Jia's face was full of black lines, looking at the bright arc reactor on the gun, with a face full of question marks. Aren't you using an arc reactor? What does that have to do with magic? The energy of the arc reactor is very strong. Even a small reactor has a very high energy level. Our military's weapons experts have previously used the arc reactor to create a portable electromagnetic rifle for individual soldiers. The powerful electrical energy of the arc reactor is used to generate an electromagnetic effect, which pushes bullets out at an extremely fast speed, causing unimaginable destructive power. Su Jia looked at Chen Mu and continued, "This weapon is equipped in my Kylin battle armor. Its principle is the electromagnetic cannon. What is your firearm? Is it powerful? Can you equip my Kylin battle armor with one later?" In fact, as early as when Chen Mu handed over some technologies to the SHIE Bureau, the scientists of the SHIE Bureau also began to study these technologies and used some of them to develop new technologies. Electromagnetic weapons have actually existed for a long time, but due to the energy constraints, they could not be used by individual soldiers. But after Chen Mu provided the portable arc reactor, this problem was solved. The military has already produced electromagnetic weapons, such as electromagnetic guns and electromagnetic cannons, and has already begun to be equipped in the military on a small scale. Not to mention other things, electronic weapons produced using its principle can also be installed on the Kirin armor through modification. The battle armor produced by Chen Mu's Huaqiangbei Industrial Park actually only has a shell. As for weapons and other things, they are basically handed over to the military for improvement and installation. Therefore, in addition to the weapons provided by Chen Mu, scientists in China also manufactured a number of powerful weapons and placed them in the armor. Electromagnetic gun. Chen Mu touched his nose and felt a little surprised. To be honest, he didn't pay much attention to the military's weapons research, so he didn't know to what extent the weapons used by the military were studied. Now, when I first heard Su Jia's words, I also found it a little unbelievable. Is this the realization of a single soldier electromagnetic gun? Use the energy of the reactor to propel bullets or artillery shells, giving them stronger kinetic energy and making them more powerful. My magic weapon is very different from your so-called electromagnetic weapon. This thing simply uses energy, and because of the special manufacturing process, the energy it releases is more powerful. Chen Mu picked up the magic firearm in his hand, pointed it at the wall again, and quickly pulled the trigger 3 times. 3 energy beams composed of pure energy were fired out one after another, easily leaving 3 large holes on the wall. Seeing Chen Mu using the gun without any pressure, Su Jia was immediately amazed. This gun has no recoil? And you don't even need to load bullets? According to what Chen Mu said, forcing guests to use pure energy, does that mean that as long as there is enough energy, this thing is equivalent to unlimited bullets? With no recoil, unlimited bullets, and powerful power, it is easy for anyone to see the potential of this gun. This thing, if in the hands of the army, would definitely be a powerful weapon. Let's go to the shooting range and try it out. Chen Mu, who was not satisfied after firing a few shots, really wanted to try using the energy focusing mode of the arc reactor, which is the arc energy cannon. Ordinary electrical energy can produce the power of a plasma cannon. Chen Mu really wants to know what the effect will be if the arc reactor is used. Come on, let's go take a look. Su Jia was naturally very interested in the weapons that Chen Mu mentioned, so he was looking forward to it. He took Chen Mu's hand and walked out. Soon, the two arrived at the shooting range. This weapon can use any form of energy, whether it's electrical energy or arc energy. As he spoke, Chen Mu removed the arc reactor and connected a 100,000 mAh battery to the gun. A 10,000 mAh battery can fire 10 rounds, or 2 rounds. This battery is 100,000 mAh. In other words, this battery is enough to fire 100 shots, or fire 20 plasma cannon shots. The magic circuit on King's body is truly incredible in its ability to amplify energy. It is worthy of being a technology from the God group. This thing is simply terrifying. It's just an ordinary battery, but it can actually burst out with such terrible power. What's more, this battery is not disposable, it is rechargeable. 100 rounds. Su Jia also seemed a little bit unbelievable. On the battlefield, the larger the magazine capacity, the greater the possibility of survival. 100 rounds of bullets is larger than the capacity of ordinary machine gun bullets. Even though these are just electric bullets with paralyzing effects, they are scary enough. Besides, if one wants destructive power, wouldn't 20 plasma cannons be enough? The most important thing is that this energy source is just an ordinary battery. Do you think it's a special bomb of Galaxy S7? I'll try it first. Curious, Su Jia took the magic firearm from Chen Mu and started to test fire it. It was an ordinary electric bullet, just like an electric shotgun, and he only needed to pull the trigger. And there is no need for cooling. The electrical energy is condensed directly at the muzzle of the gun, not inside the barrel. Moreover, this gun does not have a barrel, so naturally there is no need for cooling. In stun gun mode, the speed of the bullet is also extremely fast, just like real lightning. It is impossible for ordinary people to avoid it. The only outcome for ordinary people who are hit by electric shock is coma. Su Jia switched to the plasma cannon mode again. After a few shots of the plasma cannon, the metal target in front was easily melted. The battery was replaced with the arc reactor, the normal attack mode, the terrifying power of the bullets, and the attack method like a laser gun made Su Jia speechless. This is the real weapon of the future? Pure energy weapon? That's it. You tell me about the little toy you made. Sujia looked at Chen Mu with a complicated expression, his eyes full of admiration. This weapon is so cool. Please be sure to install this weapon system in my armor. Don't worry, all the armors that come after this will be equipped with this. After all, it's just an energy circuit. By using special energy conducting metals and arranging them inside the armor, this ability can naturally be used easily. Now, Chen Mu has only come into contact with the golden grid, so as for the magic energy circuit, he has only mastered this one. As for the other magic energy circuits, he can only wait and see and find an opportunity to master them later. At that time, the armor can be divided into different categories, and different magic circuits can be engraved in them. If conditions permit, even several sets can be engraved. What super speed! I remember Mockery, the deaf mute eternal. Her super speed could even allow her to run all over the earth in a very short time. If I could get her magic circuit and engrave it into the Kylan armor, oh, wouldn't these Kylan armors be able to do the same thing? Similarly, there are superpowers, mind control, matter conversion, and no need for thrusters to fly in the future. You can fly as you please. You can even learn spells like portals and open portals directly with your armor. In this way, the battle armor directly evolved into a magic mecha. The mecha can perform magic, and everyone who sees it will be afraid. It seems that the future armors will have to be renamed according to different abilities, uses, and military branches. Come and try the arc energy cannon. Chen Mu chuckled, adjusted the gun's energy focusing mode, and aimed the muzzle at the target in the distance. After 2 seconds of energy gathering, a blue energy ball gathered at the muzzle of the gun, and flew out in an instant, hitting the target. Boom! In an instant, the sky turned dark and there was a deafening explosion. The target was blown to pieces, as if a large number of bombs had exploded. The arc energy cannon is so terrifying. Oh my god, this is much more exciting than RPG. Besides, is this considered a magic attack? Looking at the damage caused by the weapons, Chen Mu was secretly shocked and this thought crossed his mind. The arc reactor can not only store a large amount of energy, but it is also an energy-generating device. As long as the armor has enough fuel, the weapon is equivalent to having unlimited ammunition. Looking at the stunned Sujia, Chen Mu said with a little pride. He actually created a weapon with unlimited firepower. Please install this weapon on my armor. Sujia's eyes were shining as he looked at the unprepossessing weapon in Chen Mu's hand with excitement, his excitement beyond words. Because the reactor itself is the energy source, it can use this energy attack unlimitedly as long as the energy is not exhausted. Chen Mu picked up the magic firearm in his hand, showed it to Sujia, and said, "Now if we improve the appearance of this weapon, do you think it can become a mainstream weapon for the army? That depends on how the generals think about it." Sujia pondered for a while and said, "However, this number is too large. If we want to change it, it won't be that easy. In addition, it will take time." To put it simply, although the weapon made by Chen Mu is called a magic firearm, in fact, it can also be explained as a technological weapon. Isn't this an energy weapon? It's not like there aren't any weapons of this type. In Sujia's opinion, Chen Mu was just being a middle school student. Why not just call it an energy weapon? Why call it a magic weapon? Where can you see the magic power? They are clearly using electricity and arc energy, aren't these all technological things? Where is the trace of magic power in this gun? Of course, Sujia is not a scientific researcher, otherwise, if she disassembled the gun, she would find that the contents of the gun were qualitatively different from traditional guns. This thing doesn't have a barrel or gunpowder or anything like that. The gun body is completely natural. Only Chen Mu knows that inside the gun body, special energy conducting materials are used to form a very complex energy circuit, forming a magic circle. The reason why energy bombs can be fired is that the energy passes through the magic circuit inside the gun and forms a magic circle. In fact, although the attack of the gun looks like a physical attack, it is a real magic attack. Therefore, Chen Mu called it magic firearm. This gun is completely different from previous guns, and its principles are fundamentally different. If Chen Mu were to explain it to those scientific researchers, he would not be able to explain it clearly for a while. Because the principles involved are fundamentally different, even if this weapon is handed over to the smartest scientific researchers in the world, they will not be able to understand it and can only imitate it at best. However, if it can be imitated, it will be enough for China. Change the appearance of the gun, make it look better, and this gun will basically be perfect. This weapon alone will definitely be an absolute weapon when fighting against aliens in the future. Compared to the low-end energy weapons of the Chidori, the attack power of this magic weapon is much stronger, and the most important thing is that it has very high adaptability and seems to be able to use any energy, whether it is ordinary electrical energy, or higher-level arc energy, or cosmic energy used by the Eternals, it can all become its bullets. Unfortunately, there is no way to contact the mage now, otherwise I could try to let the mage use his own magic power to activate the bullets. By the way, Sujia, are there any martial arts masters in the country? The kind with internal strength. Thinking of the magician, Chen Mu couldn't help but ask Sujia curiously. In the Marvel world, China does have powerful people, but they are basically just martial artists. Speaking of martial artists, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel curious about this. I don't know if a martial artist's internal energy can also be used as a source of energy for weapons. If it is possible, that would be awesome. This gun can directly help a warrior release his internal energy. An external 6 meridians divine sword? Internal force? Yes, but there are not many warriors who can cultivate internal force. Su Jie nodded. In China, internal strength is not a secret, especially in the military. Many instructors who conduct close combat are practicing martial artists, and many of them have internal strength. The Marvel world is not like Chen Mu's original world. There are no such supernatural powers at all. The so-called internal force masters are basically swindlers. But in this world, the existence of internal force is reasonable. After all, compared to other power systems, internal force is actually very weak. But why are you asking this? Su Jie was a little puzzled. Wasn't he talking about weapons? Why did he suddenly ask about internal strength? Don't forget, this gun is a magical firearm. Chen Mu smiled and explained, it can use any kind of energy. Internal energy is also possible. Hearing this, Su Jie's face was filled with disbelief. This was the first time she heard that a warrior's internal energy could be used in this way. To be honest, internal force already exists in this world, but its main function is to strengthen the body and make people who practice martial arts stronger. Apart from that, it has basically no other function. All the fancy moves in martial arts novels do not actually exist. At most, some hidden power and the like can be performed, but awesome moves like the 18 dragon subduing palms are completely fabricated. However, if Chen Mu's so-called magical firearm can really use internal force as bullets, then isn't this the 6 meridians divine sword in the novel? Of course, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. This is the current view of martial arts in China. Today's martial arts are only suitable for strengthening the body. For the military, the main means of attack is still weapons such as firearms. As for the gun that Chen Mu has now, it's okay as it can increase the power a bit. It's better than nothing. My former instructor has internal strength. I'll contact her and ask her to come over and give it a try. In fact, Su Jie was not very optimistic about the internal force bullets, but he was quite interested in it, so he planned to find an internal force master to try it out. No matter how strong your internal strength is, can it compare to this arc energy cannon? It just so happened that when she was in the army, her instructor knew internal strength and was quite strong, so he planned to ask her to come over and try it out. To Chen Mu, the internal force bullets are indeed not strong and are inferior to any magic bullets, but they are cool. Moreover, as Chinese people, I have a natural yearning for martial arts, and of course I want to try a firearm that can use internal force to fire bullets. The Marvel world is ultimately an American comic world, and the rules of this world are mainly biased towards magic, so when it comes to power, magic is definitely more powerful. Not to mention others, like the Scarlet Witch of the future Avengers. Just imagine, if Scarlet Witch uses this gun and utilizes the chaos magic in her body, the power will be absolutely amazing. Su Jie left, taking the weapon prototype with him. She would take the weapon and find a weapons expert to modify its appearance so that it looked more like a weapon. This first type of magic weapon currently has two versions. One is an electric weapon that uses replaceable batteries, and the other is directly mounted on the arc reactor. It is very powerful, not much weaker than the armor. The most important thing is that the cost is low. It is also very simple to manufacture. As long as you know the magic circuit, you can use special energy conducting materials to arrange it inside the gun. Then add the shell and connecting devices, and the gun can be made. As for the energy conducting material, it is a special silver alloy that has excellent conduction capabilities for various energies. Perhaps, this is what is called secret silver. Moreover, there is no need to worry about this gun falling into the hands of other people. Not to mention other people, even if the people from SHIELD get this gun and disassemble it, they will be confused. Do they understand magic? No, it's impossible not to understand why. Moreover, firearms are integrated and there is no so-called barrel. Mithril is directly engraved inside the metal, so it is basically impossible to simply imitate it. As long as the magic circuit is damaged a little, the weapon will basically be destroyed. It is impossible to imitate. Magic actually belongs to the occult. Perhaps, the end of science and mysticism is theology. Whether it is technology or magic, when they develop to the end, they may eventually become gods. Although both have the same goal. However, science and mysticism are indeed very different. The two routes are completely different. They are two far-flung lines that may intersect at the end, but in the early stages, the principles are completely different and the difference is too great. If you want to understand the magical principles of magic firearms, unless you forget all the scientific knowledge you have and start learning magic from scratch, otherwise, even the smartest person will be confused when studying it. Chen Mu's ability to master magic and technology is actually thanks to the system. It instills their principles directly into Chen Mu's mind, so he can advance both at the same time and develop together. And this is actually Asgard's development path. Asgard welcomes both technology and magic, and they develop simultaneously. When both have developed to a very high level, they can naturally make use of each other and complement each other's strengths. On the same creation, there can be both technology and magic. The two complement each other and can naturally exert more powerful power. And now, China, under the leadership of Chen Mu, will embark on this path and develop technology and magic at the same time. The China in this world is about to become the second Asgard, and may even be more powerful than it.